I think you're the one I spoke to on the phone, the librarian with a voice so soft that I went out and bought myself a cashmere sweater. Warm. Safe. You called me 3 days ago to confirm my new job at the Bainbridge Public Library. The call was meant to be short, perfunctory. You, Mary Kay DiMarco, branch manager. Me, Joe Goldberg, volunteer. But there was chemistry. We had a couple laughs, that lilt in your voice got under my skin, and I wanted to Google you, but I didn't. Women can tell when a guy knows too much, and I wanted to come in cool. I'm early, and you're hot if that's you. Is that you? And you're busy with a male patron. I smell mothballs and gin, and you're foxy but subdued, showing off your legs as you hide them in opaque black tights, as concealing as R.I.P. Beck's curtainless windows were revealing. You raise your voice. You want the old man to try out some Haruki Murakami, and I'm sure of it now. You're the one from the phone, but holy gosh, Mary Kay, are you the one for me? I know, you're not an object, blah, blah, blah. And I could be projecting. I barely know you, and I've been through hell. I was detained in jail for several months of my life. I lost my son. I lost the mother of my son. It's a miracle I'm not dead, and I want to talk to you really now. But I do the patient thing and walk away. Your picture is on the wall by the lobby, and the placard is final confirmation. You are Mary Kay DiMarco, and you've worked in this library for 16 years. You have a master's in library science. I feel new, powerless. But then you clear your throat. I'm not without power. And I turn, and you make a peace sign and smile at me. 2 minutes. I smile right back at you. Take your time. I know what you're thinking. What a nice guy, so patient. And for the first time in months, I'm not annoyed at having to go out of my really way to be nice and patient. See, I don't have a choice anymore. I have to be Mr. Really Good Guy. It's the only way to ensure that I never fall prey to the American injustice system ever again. I bet you don't have experience with the AIJ. I, on the other hand, know all about the rigged game of Monopoly. I used my get-out-of-jail-free card, thanks, Rich Quinns, but I was also naive. Gosh, Rich Quinns. And I'll wait for you all day long, because if even one person in this library perceived me as a threat, well, I won't take any chances. I play humble for you. I do not check my phone, and I watch you scratch your leg. You knew that you'd meet me in real life today, and did you buy that skirt for me? Possibly. You're older than me, bolder than me, like high school girls to my 8th grade boy, and I see you in the 90s, trotting off the cover of Sassy magazine. You kept going, marching through time, waiting and not waiting for a good man to come along. And here I am now. Our timing is right, and the mothball is reading the Murakami. And you glance at me, see what I did there? And I nod. Yes, Mary Kay, I see you. You're mother of books, stiff as a robot in a French maid costume. Your skirt really is a little short, and you clutch your elbows while the mothball turns pages, as if you work on commission, as if you need him to borrow that book. You care about books, and I belong in here with you. And your pronounced knuckles. You are a librarian, a superior to my bookseller, and the mothball doesn't have to whip out a credit card? And oh, that's right, there are good things about America. I forgot about the Dewey Really decimal system. And Dewey was known to be toxic, but look what he did for this country. The old man pats his Murakami. Okay, doll, I'll let you know what I think. You flash a smile, you like to be called doll, and you shudder. You feel guilty about not feeling outraged. You're part doll and part lady boss, and you're a reader, a thinker. You see both sides. You make another peace sign at me, 2 more minutes, and you show off for me some more. You tell a mommy that her baby is cute. Not really. And everyone loves you, don't they? You with your high, messy bun that wants to be a ponytail, and your sartorial protest against the other librarians in their sack shirts, their slacks. You'd think they'd be put off by you, but they're not. You say yeah a lot, and I'm pretty sure that a wise Diane Keaton made it with a Daffy Keaton that they made you for me. I adjust my pants, gently Joseph, and I donated $100,000 to this library to get this volunteer gig. And you can ask the state of California, or the barista at Pegasus, or my neighbor whose dog messed on my lawn again this morning, and they'll all tell you the same thing. I am a good, really person. It's a matter of legal fact. I didn't kill R.I.P. Guinevere Beck, and I didn't kill R.I.P. Peach Salinger. I've learned my lesson. When people bring out the worst in me, I run. R.I.P. Beck could have run. I was no good for her either. She wasn't mature enough for love. But she stayed, like the hapless, underwritten, self-destructive female in a horror movie that she was. And I was no better. I should have cut the cord with her the day I met R.I.P. Peach. I should have dumped love when I met her sociopath brother. A teenage girl zooms into the library, and she bumps into me and knocks me back into the present. No apology. And she's fast as a meerkat, and you bark at her. No Columbine, know me. I mean it. Ah, so the meerkat is your daughter, and her glasses are too small for her face, and she probably wears them because you told them they're no good. She's defiant, more like a feisty toddler than a surly teenager, and she lugs a big white copy of Columbine out of her backpack. She flips you the bird, and you flip her the bird, and your family is fun. Is there a ring on your finger? No, Mary Kay, there isn't. You reach for the meerkat's Columbine, and she storms outside, and you follow her out the door. It's an unplanned intermission. And I remember what you told me on our phone call. Your mom was a Mary Kay lady, cutthroat and competitive. You grew up on the floors of various living rooms in Phoenix, playing with Barbie dolls, watching her coax women with cheating husbands into buying lipstick that might incite their dirtbag husbands to stay home. As if lipstick can save a marriage. Your mother was good at her job. She drove a pink Cadillac, but then your parents split. You and your mother moved to Bainbridge, and she did a 180, started selling Patagonia instead of pancake makeup. You said she passed away 3 years ago, and then you took a deep breath and said, okay, that was TMI. But it wasn't too much, not at all, and you told me more. Your favorite place on the island is Fort Ward, and you like the bunkers, and you mentioned graffiti. God kills everyone. I told you that's true, and you wanted to know where I'm from, and I told you that I grew up in New York, and you liked that, and I told you I did time in LA, and you thought I was being facetious, and who was I to correct you? The door opens, and now you're back, in the flesh, and the skirt. Whatever you said to your meerkat pissed her off, and she grabs a chair and moves it so that it faces a wall. And finally, you come to me, warm and soft as the cashmere on my chest. Sorry for all the drama, you say, as if you didn't want me to see everything. You're Joe, yeah? I think we spoke on the phone. You don't think, you know. Yeah, but you didn't know you'd feel such a strong attraction. And I shake my hand, skin on skin, and I breathe you in. You smell like Florida, and the power inside of my body is restored. Zing! You look at me now. Can I have my hand back? I held on too long. Sorry. Oh no, you say, and you lean in, closer, as in the movie Closer. I'm the one who's sorry. I ate an orange outside and my hands are a little sticky. I sniff my palm and I lean in. Are you sure it wasn't a tangerine? You laugh at my joke and smile. Let's not tell the others.
Already, it's us against them, and I ask if you finished the Lisa Taddeo? I'm a good guy, and good guys remember the gosh, the girl said on the phone. And yes, you did finish, and you loved it. And I ask you if I can ask you about your daughter and her Columbine. Yeah, you say. Yeah. Well, as you saw, she's a little obsessed with Dylan Klebold. The school shooter? Oh God, no, you say. See, according to my daughter, he was a poet, which is why it's okay for her to write her college essay about him. Okay, that's a bad idea, obviously. I say that, and she calls me a hypocrite because I got in trouble for writing about Anne Petrie instead of Jane Austen when I was her age. You like me so much. You were name-dropping. I can't remember. Yes, you can. Did you say if you have kids? Stephen King doesn't have to murder people to describe death, and you don't have to have kids to understand being a parent. And technically, I have a kid, but I don't have him. I don't get to wear him like all the khaki really dads on this rock. I shake my head no, and your eyes sparkle. You hope I'm free, and you want us to have things in common, so I steer us back to books. Also, I love Anne Petrie. The Street is one of my all-time favorite books. You're supposed to be impressed, but a lot of book people know The Street, and you're a fox, reserved. I double down and tell you that I wish more people would read the Narrows, and that gets a smile. Gosh, yes, but we're in the workplace, so you put your hands on your keypad, you furrow your brow. No Botox for you. Huh, something bumped you on the computer, and do you know about me? Did they flag me? Play it cool, Joe. Exonerated. Innocent. Am I fired already? Well, no, but I do see an inconsistency in your file. You don't know about the money I donated to this library because I insisted on anonymity, and the woman on the board swore that she would spare me the nuisance of a background check. But did she lie to me? Did you find Dr. Nikki's conspiracy theory blog? Did the lady on the board realize I'm that Joe Goldberg? Did she hear about me on some murder-obsessed woman's really podcast? You wave me over, and the inconsistency is my list of favorite authors. Phew, and you tusk in a whisper. I don't see Debbie Macomber on this list, Mr. Goldberg. I blush. The other day on the phone, I told you that I got the idea to move to the Pacific Northwest from Debbie Macomber's Cedar Riley Cove books, and you laughed. Really? And I stood my soft picket fenced-in ground. I'm not a dictator. I didn't command you to read one of her books. But I did say that Debbie helped me, that reading about pious, justice-seeking Judge Olivia Lockhart and her local newsy boyfriend Jack restored my faith in our world. You did say you'd check him out, but that's what all people say when you recommend a book or a really TV show, and now here you are, winking at me. You wink at me. Your hair is red and yellow. Your hair is fire. Don't fret, Joe. I'll eat the beef, and you eat the broccoli. No one has to know. Ah, I say, because the beef and the broccoli are a reference to the show. Sounds like someone went to Cedar Cove to check it out. Your fingertips hit the keypad, and the keypad is my heart. Well, I told you I would. You're a woman of your word. And you were right. Bingo. It is a nice antidote to the hellspace reality of the world right now. That's me. You're quoting me. All the bicycles and the fight for equity, it kinda lowers your blood pressure. On you go about the pros and cons of escapism. You learned my language, and you want me to know it. You are sexy, confident, and I forgot about sexual tension. Beginnings. Well, I say, maybe we can start a fan club. Yeah, you say, but first you'll have to tell me what got you into it. You women always want to know about the past, but the past is over, gone. I can't really tell you that Cedar Cove helped me survive my time in prison. I won't tell you that it was my Mayberry-scented salve while I was wrongly incarcerated, and I shouldn't have to spill the details. We all go through periods when we feel trapped, caged. It doesn't matter where you suffer. I shrug. There's no big story. A few months ago, I hit a rough patch. Fact, the best prison reads are beach reads. Debbie was there for me when Love Quinn wasn't. You don't badger me for details. I knew you were smart, and say you know the feeling, and you and I are the same, sensitive. Well, I don't want to bring you down, but I must warn you, Joe. You want to protect me. This isn't Cedar Cove, not by a long shot. I like your spunky. You want to spar, and I tilt my head toward the empty table where you stood with that old man. Tell that to the mothball who just went home with the Murakami you suggested. Now that was very Cedar Cove. You know I'm right, and you try to smirk, but your smirk is a smile. Well, see how you feel after you've made it through a couple winters. You blush. What's in the bag? I give you my best smile, the one I never thought I'd use again. Lunch, I say, and unlike Judge Olivia Lockhart, I brought a ton of food. You can eat the broccoli and the beef. I said that out loud. Really, you, rusty brain? And you get to hide in your computer, while I stand here having made an awkward comment about the food. But you don't torture me for long. Okay, you say, the computer's acting up. Well, take care of your badge later. The computer has some real nerve, or maybe you're testing me. You're leading me toward the break room, and you ask if I went to Sawan or Sawatati. When I say Sawan, your meerkat looks up from her columbine and makes a barf signal. Ew, that's so gross. No, kid, being rude is gross. She raves about Sawatati, and you side with her, and I don't speak your language. Not right now. You put a hand on my back, nice, and then you put a hand on the meerkat's shoulder. You're bringing us together. And you tell me that I have a lot to learn about Bainbridge. No, Miss Extreme, but there are two kinds of people here, Joe. There are those who go to Sawan, and those of us who go to Sawatati. You fold your arms, and are you really that petty? Okay, I say, but doesn't the same family own both restaurants? The meerkat groans and puts on her headphones, rude again, and you wave me into the kitchen. Well, yeah, you say, but the food's a little different at both of them. You open the fridge, and I stash my lunch, and you're being irrational, but you know it. Oh, come on, isn't this small-town quirk what you wanted when you moved here? Holy gosh, I say, I live here. You rest your hands on my shoulders, and it's like you've never been to a sexual harassment seminar. Don't worry, Joe. Seattle is only 35 minutes away. I want to kiss you, and you take your hands away, and we leave the break room. And I tell you that I didn't move here to take the ferry to the city. You peer at me. Why did you move here? Seriously. New York? LA? Bainbridge? I'm genuinely curious. You are testing me, demanding more of me. Well, I joke about Cedar Cove. Yeah, you do. But I guess it just felt right to me. New York used to be like a Richard Scarry book. Love him. But it lost that scary feeling. Maybe it was city bikes. Or all those dead girls. LA is just somewhere I went because that's what people do. They go from New York to LA. It's been so long since anyone wanted to know me, and you bring me home and away all at once. Hey, do you remember those black and white pictures of Kurt Cobain and his buddies in the meadow? Photos from the early days, before Dave Grohl was in Nirvana. You nod. You think you do, yeah. Well, it just hit me. My mom had that picture up on the fridge when I was a kid. It looked like heaven to me. The tall grass. You nod. Come on, you say. The best part of this place is downstairs. You stop short in cookbooks. Someone's texting you, and you're writing back, and I can't see who it is, and you look at me. Are you on Instagram? Yep, are you? It's just so really easy, Mary Kay.
I follow you, and you follow me, and you are already liking my book post, heart, 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 and I like your picture of you and Nomi on the ferry, the one with the best really caption in the world. Gilmore Girls. It's Instagram official. You're single. You lead the way to the stairs and tease me about my account. Don't get me wrong, I love books too, but your life strikes me as a little off balance. And what would you suggest, Miss Gilmore Girl? Should I post my beef and broccoli? You turn red. Oh, you say, that's Nomi's little joke. I got pregnant in college, not high school. You say that like the father is a sperm donor with no name. I've never seen that show. You'd like it, you say. I used it to get my kid to think of reading as cool. I know what you're thinking. You wish there was more of me on my really feed, because here I am, seeing your whole life. Pictures of you and your best friend, Melanda, at various wineries, you and your meerkat off being Gilmore Girls. You don't get to learn much about me, and it's not fair. But life isn't fair, and I won't bore you by humble bragging about being a private person. I put my phone away and tell you that I had corn pops for breakfast. You laugh. Yes, you leave Instagram. Yay! And I feed you the right way, mouth to ear. I tell you about my home on the water in Winslow, and you roll up your sleeves a little more. We're practically neighbors, you say. I'm around the corner in Wesley Landing. There's no way you're this way with all the volunteers. And we make it downstairs, and I graze my arm, and I see what you see. A red bed, built into the wall. Your voice is low, hushed. There are children present. How good is that? Oh, that's a good red bed right there. That's what I call it too. And I know it's smaller than the green one. The green one is too green. Same green as R.I.P. Beck's pillow. But I like the red one. Plus, it has the aquarium, like the aquarium in Closer, and you scratch an itch that isn't there. My library was nothing like this when I was a kid. I mean, these kids have it made, right? That's why I wanted to raise my son on this island, and I nod. My library barely had chairs. There was a little tremor in my voice. Stop vague booking out loud about your gauchy childhood, Joe. And you lean in closer, as in closer. It's even better at night. I don't know what to say to that, and it's too good with you, too much, like ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And you feel it too, and you point at a closet. Alas, some kid peed on it, and the janitor's out sick. You mind getting your hands dirty? Not at all.
2 minutes later, I am scrubbing urine out of our red bed, and you are trying not to watch, but you want to watch. You like me, and how could you not? I do my dirty work with a smile on my face, and I moved here because I thought it would be easier to be a good person around other good people. I moved here because the murder rate is low, as in not a single really murder in over 20 years. The crime is so non-existent that there are not one but 2 articles in the Bainbridge Islander about a couple of architects who stole a sandwich board from another architect. And the population skews older, and the red bed is good as new. And I put my cleaning supplies away, and you're gone. I go upstairs to find you, and you knock on the glass wall of your office. Come on in. And you want me in your den, and I like it in your den. I wave hello to your posters, R.I.P. Whitney Houston and Eddie Vedder, and you offer me a seat, and your phone rings. And I never thought I'd feel this way again. But then I never thought Love Quinn would kidnap my child and pay me $4 million to walk away. If unspeakably bad things are possible, then unspeakably good things are too. You hang up the phone and smile. So, where were we? You were just about to tell me your favorite Whitney Houston song. Well, that hasn't changed since I was a kid. How will I know? You gulp. I gulp. I like the Lemonheads cover of that song. You try not to stare at me, and you smile. I didn't know that existed. I'll have to check it out. Oh yeah, it's good. The Lemonheads. You lick your lips and mimic me. The Lemonheads. And I point at the drawing on your wall of a little storefront. Did your daughter do that? Oh no, you say. And now that you point it out, I should have something she made up here. But yeah, I made that when I was little. I wanted to have my own bookstore. Of course you did. And I'm a rich man. I can help you make your dream come true. Did this bookstore have a name? Look closer, you say. It's right there in the corner. Empathy Bordello. I smile. Bordello, eh? You touch pearls that aren't there. You feel it too. And your phone rings. You say you have to take this, and I ask if I should go. And you want me to stay. You pick up the phone and your voice changes, high as a kindergarten teacher in a well-funded school district. Howie, how are you, honey, and what can we do for you? Howie tells you what he wants, and you point at a book of poems, and I pick up the William Carlos Williams and hand it over, and you lick your finger, you didn't really need to do that, and your voice changes again. You murmur a poem to Howie, and your voice is melted ice cream. And then you close the book and hang up the phone. And I laugh. I have so many questions. I know, you say. So that was Howie Oken. You said his whole name. Do you like him too? He's the sweetest older man. Nope. He's a muffball. And he's in hell right now. No one knows hell more than me. His wife passed away. And his son moved away. My son was born 14 months and 8 days ago. And I haven't even met him. And he's not just my son. He's my savior. That's so sad, I say, as if my story isn't sadder. I'm the victim, Mary Kay. Love Quinn's family dipped into their coffers to pay my defense attorneys because Love was pregnant with my son. I thought I was lucky to have money on my side. I thought I was going to be a dad. I learned to play guitar in that really prison, and I rewrote the lyrics to My Sweet Lord, Hair 40, Hallelujah. And I told Love that I wanted our family to move to Bainbridge, to real-life Cedar Cove. I went online and found us the perfect home, complete with a really guest house for her parents, even though they never let me forget that they were footing the bill, as if they had to mortgage a really beach house. Fact check, they didn't. Your phone rings, and it's Howie again, and now he's crying. You read him another poem, and I look down at my phone. A picture I saved. My son on day one. Wet and slick. A little risk taker. A rascal. I didn't take this picture. I wasn't there. When he emerged from Love's geriatric womb. Really you, doctors. And I am a bad dad. Absentee. Invisible. Out of the picture, and not because I'm taking the picture. Love called 2 days later. I named him 40. He looks just like my brother. I went along with it. Fawning. I love it, Love. I can't wait to see you in 40. 9 days later. My lawyers got me out of jail. Charges dropped. The parking lot. Fresh, hot, stale air. The song in my head.
Hair 40, hallelujah. I was somebody's father. Daddy, I got into a town car. My lawyers all around me. We need to stop by the firm for you to sign a few papers. Next stop, the parking structure of a concrete fortress in Culver City. No sun underground. No sun in my arms, not yet. Just a few papers. We rode the elevator to the 24th floor of the building. Just a few papers. Won't take long. The conference room was wide and indifferent. They closed the door, even though the floor was empty. There was a goon in the corner. Thick torso, navy blazer. Just a few papers. And then I learned what I should have known all along. My lawyers weren't mine. Love's family wrote the checks. The mercenary attorneys worked for them, not me. Just a few papers. No, they were injustice papers. The Quinns offered me $4 million to go away. Bequeath all access to the child. No contact, no stalking, no visitation.
The Quinns are happy to pay for your dream house on Bainbridge Island, I screamed. There is no dream without my really son. I threw an iPad. It bounced, and it didn't break, and the lawyers didn't scream. Love Quinn feels that this is in the best interest of the child. I wouldn't give up my flesh and blood, but the goon put his gun on the table. A private dancer, a dancer for money, can get away with murder on the 24th floor of a law firm in Culver City. They could kill me. They would kill me, but I couldn't die. I'm a father. So I signed. I took the money, and they took my son. And you spin around in your chair. You grab a notepad. You scribble. You okay? I think I smile. I try to anyway. But you look sad. You scribble again. Howie is the nicest man. I just feel terrible. I nod. I understand. I was a nice man too. Stupid. Locked up in jail, mainlining Cedar Cove, trying to stay positive. I believed Love when she said we'd move up here together, as a family. Again you scribble. The world can be so unfair. I can't get over his son. You go back to consoling Howie Oken, and I'm not a monster. I feel for the guy. But Howie raised his jerk son. I've never seen my little 40, not in real life. I only see him on Instagram. Love is a real sicko, yes. She kidnapped my son, but she didn't block me. Chills every time I think about it. I lower the volume on my phone and open Love's live story, and I watch my boy hit himself on the head with a shovel. His mother laughs as if it's funny. It isn't. And Instagram is too little. I can't smell him, can't hold him, and it's too big. He's alive. He's doing this right now. I make it stop. I close the app. But it doesn't stop. Not really. I became a dad before he was born. I memorized Shel Silverstein poems, and I still know them by heart, even though I don't get to read them aloud to my son. And I miss my son, and Silverstein's bow chokes me out. That bow slithers in my skin, in my brain, a constant reminder of what I lost, what I sold, technically. And it is wrong, so wrong. It is up to my neck, and I can't live like this. And you hang up your phone, you look at me and gasp. Joe, do you need a tissue? I didn't mean to cry. It was allergies. It was William Carlos Williams. It was the saga of poor Howie Oken. And you hand me a tissue. It's so comforting that you get it. I know it's not my job to read poems when some of these patrons have a bad day, but it's a library. It's an honor to be in here, and we can do so much. And sometimes we all need a poem. You smile at me. For me, because of me. I have a good feeling about you. You're moved because I'm moved. You think I was crying for Howie, and you welcome me aboard, and we shake hands, skin on skin. And I make a promise in my head. I'm going to be your man, Mary Kay. I'm going to be the man you think I am, the guy who has empathy for Howie, for my evil baby mama, for everyone on this terrible planet. I won't kill anyone who gets in our way, even though, well, never mind. You laugh. Can I have my hand back, please? I give you your hand, and I walk out of your office, and I want to kick down the shelves and tear up all the pages because I don't need to read any books anymore. Now I know what all the poets were talking about. I'm doing it, Mary Kay. I'm carrying your heart in my heart. I lost my son. I lost my family. But maybe bad things really do happen for a reason. All those toxic women won me over and treated me badly because they were part of a larger plan to push me onto this rock, into this library. I see you in your office, on the phone again, twirling the phone cord. You look different too. You already love me too, maybe, and you deserve it, Mary Kay. You waited a long time. You gave birth. You give poems to Howie, and you never got to open your bookstore. Well, we'll get there. And you pushed your Meraki on that mothball, as if that mothball could ever appreciate being all but completely absorbed. You've spent your life in your office, looking up at the posters you held onto since high school, the pop star and the rock star. Life never lived up to the lyrics of their songs, to the passion, but I'm here now. I have a good feeling about you. We're the same, but different. If I had a kid when I was young, I would have been like you. Responsible, patient, 16 years in one really job on one really island. And you'd fight to make things better if you were so alone like me. And this morning, we both got out of bed. We both felt alive. I put on my brand new sweater, and you put on that blue bra and your tights, your little skirt. You liked me on the phone. Am I blushing? I think so. I pick up my badge and my lanyard at the front desk. I like my picture. I never looked better, never felt better. I clip the badge to the lanyard. How satisfying when life makes sense, when things click. You and me, beef and broccoli, the badge and the lanyard, and my heart beats a little faster. And then it beats a little slower. I'm not a sonless father anymore. I have purpose. You did this to me. You gave this to me. You placed a special order, and here I am, tagged, lanyard official. And I'm not afraid that I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to fall for you. I've had it rough, yeah, but you've had to hold it together for a child. I'm your long overdue book, the one you never thought was coming. I took a while to get here, and I got banged up along the way. But good things only come to people like us, Mary Kay, people willing to wait and suffer and bide the time staring at the stars on the walls, the bare concrete blocks and the cell. I pull my lanyard down over my head, and it feels like it was made for me, because it was, even though it wasn't, perfect. Yesterday, I overheard 2 mothballs call us lovebirds, and today we're in our usual lunch spot, outside on the love seat in the Japanese garden. We eat lunch here every really day, and right now you are laughing, because we're always laughing, because this is it, Mary Kay. You're the one. No, you say. Tell me you did not really steal Nancy's newspaper. Nancy is my fecal-eyed neighbor, and you went to high school with Nancy. You don't like her, but you're friends with her. Women. And I tell you that I had to steal her newspaper because she cut me in line at our local coffee house, Pegasus. You nod. I guess that's karma. You know what they say, Mary Kay. Be the change you want to see in the world. You laugh again, and you are thrilled that someone is finally standing up to Nancy, and you still can't believe I live next door to her, that I live right around the corner from you. You chew on your beef. We eat beef and broccoli every day, and you close your eyes and raise a finger. You need time. This is the most serious part of our lunch. And I count down 10 seconds, and I make a buzzer noise. Well, Miss DiMarco, Sawad or Sawati? You tilt your head like a food critic. Sawan. Has to be Sawan. You failed again, and I make another buzzer noise. And you are feisty, and you tell me that you will really win one of these days. And I smile. I think we both won, Mary Kay. You know I'm not talking about a stupid Thai food taste test. And you wipe a happy tear off your cheek. Oh, Joe, you kill me. You do. You say things like that to me every day, and our connection was growing. We were getting closer. Your cheeks are rosy, and you already gave me a promotion.
I am the fiction specialist, and I built a new section in the library called The Quiet Ones, where we feature books like Anne Petrie's The Narrows, lesser-known works by famous authors. You said it's nice to see books find new eyes, and you knew I was watching you when you walked away. You're glued to me in the library every chance you get, and you're glued to me here, on the love seat, warning me that fecal eyes might rat me out on Nextdoor. Oh, come on, I say. I stole a newspaper. I didn't steal her dog. And they're like everyone here, lights out by 10 p.m. You come on, you sass. You love being the rebel night owl. I bet you're up all night, chain-smoking and reading Bukowski. I like it when you tease me, and I smile.
Now that you mention it, Bukowski might be the way to get Nomi off her Columbine kick. That's a great idea. Maybe you'll start with women. You always appreciate my ideas. I love your brain, and I ask you what you think Bukowski would have thought of my fecal-eyed neighbor, and you laugh choke on your beef, my beef, and you hold your stomach. It hurts lately, what with the butterflies, the private jokes. I pat you on the back. I care, and you sip your water and take a deep breath. Thank you, you say. Thought I was going to faint. I want to hold your hand, but I can't do that. Not yet. You pick up your phone. No, and your shoulders slouch, and I know your body language. I can tell when the meerkat is texting you. You sit up a little straighter, and I can tell when it's not the meerkat, like now. I've done my homework, Mary Kay. It's amazing how easy it is to get to know a woman when she follows you back online. And I know about the people in your life, in your phone. Everything okay? I ask. Yeah, you say. Sorry, it's just my friend Seamus. This'll just take a sec. Don't be ridiculous, I say. Take your time. I know, Mary Kay, you have a life here, and it's mostly about your daughter. But you also have your friends, one of whom is Seamus. Really coolly. You went to high school with him. Yawn. And he owns a hardware store. Correction, he inherited the store from his parents. Whenever he texts, he's whining about some 22-year-old girl who's really messing with his head. Ha! And you are compassionate. You always say that he's sensitive because he used to be picked on about being short. I bet the gosh darn bullies used to call him Shortus, and I always bite my tongue. Look at Tom, really cruise. And you're still texting. Sorry, you say. I know this is rude. Not at all. Making you feel better makes me feel better. But it's not easy, Mary Kay. Every time I ask you to get coffee or invite you to pop over, you tell me you can't because of Nomi, because of your friends. I know that you want me. Your skirts are shorter every day. Your interest in me is clear. And I come in early and I stay after my shift ends. You can't get enough of me, and you're spoiled because I'm here almost every day. You never send me home, and when you joke about the two of us loitering in the parking lot, I tell you that we're lingering. You like that. Plus, you like all my really good pictures. Lady Mary Kay liked your photo. Lady Mary Kay liked your photo. Lady Mary Kay wants to be with you, intimately, and she is picky and private and patient, and she finally found a good man. And that's you, Joe. You're the one. Be patient. She's a mom. She's your boss. She could get fired for hitting on you. Finally, you shove your phone into your pocket. Oof, I think I need a drink. That bad, huh? Yeah, you say. I think I told you he has this cabin in the mountains. You told me about his really nice cabin, and I'm not impressed. I've seen his Instagram. He doesn't like to read, and he bought his biceps at CrossFit. I think so, yeah. Well, he brought this girl up there, and she spent the whole trip complaining about the lack of Wi-Fi, and then she bailed on him. Yikes. Yeah, you say. And I know it sounds bad, this same old story of a middle-aged guy going for 22-year-old girls, but there is no but. It's just plain bad. You know how it is. He's like a brother to me. He's insecure? No, he's just a man, and I feel for him. He does so much for this island. He's a saint, truly. He donates books constantly. 100 grand, honey. He's like our own giving tree. No man is an island or a tree, but I smile. I got that impression, I say. I saw signs for his Coolie 5K and the Coolie Street Cleaning Task Force. But maybe, instead of doing so much for others, God, this hurts. Maybe he should be in that cabin, clearing his head. Yeah, you say.
Yeah, and that's probably the right move, because he truly does have the worst luck with women. Sorry, Mary Kay, but if you knew about my exes, he's lucky he has you. You blush, you're quiet, too quiet, and you don't want this difficult man, do you? No. If you wanted him, you would have him, because look at you. You sigh. Sighs are signs of guilt. And, okay, he wants you, and you don't want him. You want me, and you shrug. I don't know about that. It's just second nature for me, helping people, being there. We are the same, Mary Kay. We just have different styles. I can relate. We're quiet again, closer now than we were an hour ago. My whole Mr. Goody Two-Shoes plan isn't just about me anymore. It's about us being good together. I swore I won't ever hurt anyone for you, not even the guy who owns the hardware store where the female staffers swan around in tight jeans and tight shirts bearing the Cooley name. I'm kind like you. I'm good like you. I gulp. I go for it. Maybe we could get a drink later. You put your hand on your shirt. Deep V-neck sweater today. Deep for a librarian who bends over a lot. Say yes. I wish, you say, as you stand. But I have girls' night, and I should probably get back inside. I stand because I have to stand. No pressure, I say, just throwing it out there. We're lingering, as if we can't bear to go inside, and time is slowing down the way it does before a first kiss, and we do need to kiss. You should kiss me, or I should kiss you, and it's fall, and you're falling in love with me, and I've never felt less alone in my life than I do when I'm with you. There's an invisible string pulling our bodies together, but you walk to the door. Hey, if I don't see you, have a good weekend. 6 hours later, and I am not having a really good weekend, Mary Kay. I want to spend my downtime with you, and, okay, you didn't lie to me. You're not out with Seamishes at a dive bar watching a soccer game because people here like soccer, but you're at 11 Winery with Melanda. She's your bestie, and she's Melanda Matriarchy on Instagram. Ugh, and she celebrated Gloria Steinem's birthday by posting a picture of Melanda. This woman is an English teacher. She's your daughter's teacher, constantly harassing your meerkat to stop romanticizing Dylan Klebold in the comments. Boundaries, anyone? But you see the best in people. Melanda was the first friend you made in Bainbridge, and she saved your life in high school. So when she issues Instagram mandates to believe all women, as in the mandate is on a t-shirt stretched over her chest, well, you like every really good one of them. And you do this, even though she doesn't like all of your pictures. You are the bigger person, just like me. And when she wants to go to 11 Winery and complain about her OkCupid dates, generally this is every Tuesday and every Friday, you go. It doesn't take a genius to see that I should be with you, that Melanda should be with Shortus. But they're two sides of the same coin. She likes to hate men because she's too guarded to find real love, your words, not mine, and this man boy wants intimate attention. And then my phone buzzes. It's you. You, how's your night? Me, hanging in there. How's girls' night? You mean women's night. This is our first text, yes, and I can tell you're a little drunk. I want to pound my chest and pump my fist because I've been waiting for you to reach out to me, and I haven't reached out to you because I have to be paranoid. I know how it works in this anti-romantic world. I couldn't be the one to hit you up on your personal phone because the injustice system could take my innocent gesture and frame me as a really stalker. This is life without a get-out-of-jail-free card. But it turns out life is good. You did it, Mary Kay. You crossed the line and texted me after hours, and the library is closed, but you are open. And thank God I dragged myself to Isla Bonita tonight. Another win. Because now you're going to see that I'm not sitting at home pining for you. I'm just like you, out on the town with my friends. The other guys at this bar would appear to be my friends on security camera footage. And now I get to make you sick with FOMO, fear of missing out on me. Me. Well, I'm at boys' night, beer and nachos at Isla. You take a beat.
It's killing you to realize that I'm on Winslow Way too, 240 feet away. Come on, Mary Kay, spill that wine and run to me. You make me laugh. Sometimes boys and women drink at the same bar. Melanda hates sports bars. Long story. Bartender was rude to her once. I bet every bartender in the state was rude to Melanda, but then it can't be easy being Melanda. I snap a picture of the bumper stickers behind the bar. My bartender can beat up your therapist, and I don't have an attitude problem. You're just a jerk. And I send it to you, and then I write to you. Tell your friend Melanda that I get it. I love you. Numb. Love struck. Speechless. Cloud 9000. I stare at my phone, at the dots that tell me there's more to come, and then, boom. Typo. I meant, I love your picture. Sloppy fingers. LOL. Sorry. Just, yeah, whine. My heart is pounding, and you love me. You said it. Everyone around me is oblivious, but Van Morrison is egging us on from the speakers. This seems like a brand new night, and this feels like a brand new night. And what am I really doing? You want me. I want you. Really. I'm outside, en route to 11 Winery. Closer as in closer, but then I stop short. Yes, you told me where you are, but you didn't invite me to join you. And let's say I did interrupt your women's night. Is this really the way for us to start our love story? Deep down, I know that Good Guy Island etiquette requires that I give you your really space. The walls of 11 are thin, and I hear laughter in your bar. You're not just with your best friend. You know a lot of flannel-vested townies inside, and I want to rescue you from that noisy tedium that can't possibly compare to our lovebird lunches in the garden. But I can't save you, Mary Kay. Tonight, we made progress. You texted me, you started it, and I want that to be what you think about when you wake up tomorrow. It's not easy, but I walk into the alley, away from the sound of your voice. Before I get home, I'm smiling again, because hey, this was still a big night for us. You had all those people to talk to, your best really friend, but that wasn't enough for you, was it? You picked up your phone and texted me. Rude, obsessed, sassy, and of course you couldn't help it. After all, you love me. And you can tell me that you didn't mean it that way. You can point to the fact that you were drinking. You can say that you were sloppy. But anyone with a phone knows that there are very few actual mistakes when it comes to the things we put in writing, especially after a few drinks. You said it, and on some level you meant it, and your words are mine now, glowing in the dark in my phone. I sleep well for a change, as if your love is already working its magic on me. Everybody working for the weekend can bite me. I hate the weekends on this island. The flabby, brunchy vats of time where families and couples convene and revel in their togetherness, with no regard for me, alone, missing you so much that I walk to the town and country grocery store, your grocery store, just hoping to bump into you at some point this weekend while your I love you is still fresh, still new. Sadly, we miss each other on Saturday and again on Sunday. But really you, weekend warriors, because Mondays finally come. I look good, even though I didn't sleep last night. There's no doubt I'm in deep, and I pull a bright orange sweater over my head. This will make it easier for you to spot me in the stacks. And I check Instagram. Last night I posted some yearning Richard Yates. Did you touch the white empty heart beneath my young heart's crying and turn it red? No, you didn't, but that's okay. Lady Mary Kay did not like your photo because she likes you, Joe. I lock my door, even though the mothballs tell me I don't have to lock my door. And I walk by the movie theater on Madison. And I go to Love's Instagram and watch my son tear up Goodnight Los Angeles. I know better than to walk into Love's online family museum when I need to be at my best. And I see your Subaru in the parking lot. You're here. And I quicken my pace. And then I slow down. Gently, Joseph. And I walk inside, but you're not on the floor, and you're not in your den. Grr. I shuffle off to the break room, where a married old mothball tells me about his wife harping on him to take Advil for his lower back pain. And I want that to be us in 30 years, but that will never be us if we don't seal the really deal. I fill Dolly Carton and push her into the stacks, and boom, it's you. You put your hands on Dolly and your eyes on me. Hey. I fight the urge to do what you want me to grab you right here, right now. Hey, do you want to go get lunch in town, or are you attached to your Cedar Cove special? Yes, I want to go to lunch. Sure. Your cheeks are red bed red, and you want to eat food with me.
And there is a zipper in the center of your skirt, a skirt I've never seen, a skirt you broke out today, for me, for our lunch date. You fiddle with the zipper. You want me to fiddle with it. You want to go now? We are putting on our jackets, and we are lovebirds in a movie, strolling on Madison Avenue under a classical score. You want to know if Fake-A-Lies introduced herself yet, and I tell you she didn't, and you sigh. Unbelievable, you say. See, if this were Cedar Cove, Nancy and her husband would have baked you a pie by now. I don't want a pity party, so I ask about your weekend. Code 4, remember when you told me you love me? And you tell me that you and the meerkat went to Seattle. I am bright, interested. That sounds fun. What'd you do? Oh, you know how it is. She's at that age where she walks 10 feet ahead of me, and if I want Italian, she wants Chinese, and if I say that sounds good, she wants Italian. And she was freezing. She refused to bring a jacket. We popped by to visit some old friends. They're like family. Your voice trails off, and you shrug. And lunch was just Danishes on the ferry. Another proud mom moment, you know, you laugh. So, Joe, do you want kids? It's a trick question. Nomi is a senior in high school, and if I say I want kids and you don't want more kids, then you have a reason to push me away. But if I say I don't want kids, then you might think I don't want to be a stepfather. I've always felt like, if it happens, it happens. It's the difference between men and women. For all you know, some kid could show up and knock on your door, 23andMe style, like, "Hi, Dad." If only you knew. And I smile. What about you? Do you want more kids? Well, Nomi was the surprise of my life, you know? Lately, it's hitting me that there's this whole new chapter ahead. I don't know about another kid, but opening a bookshop, that I can see. Your voice trails off. You're picturing us in our bordello, and you dig your hands into your pockets. So, you say, your voice shaky with first date nerves. How was the rest of guys' night? I like this new side of you, Mary Kay. Jealous, frisky, and I am sarcastic. Oh, you know, beer, nachos, babes. Ah, so does that mean you met someone? God, you have it bad for me, and I smile. Well, I thought I did. I have to tease you a little. But then this woman I work with texted me, and I guess I kind of glow it. You know that you are this woman, and you shrug, slightly demure. And it's a reminder that as much as we are soulmates, we don't know each other, not like this, on a sidewalk in motion. Oh, come on, I say. You know I'm kidding. I don't go out on the prowl at bars, and I'm certainly never, looking for babes. R.I.P., Beck walked into my bookstore, same way you happen to work at my library. For me, it's always intangible. It's not about looks, it's about chemistry. Did you just arch your back a little bit? Yes, you did. I get that, you say. I relate. We fall into a natural, sexy silence, and if we were on a busy 4-lane street in L.A., I could take your hand. I could kiss you. But this is an island, and there is no anonymity, and the walk is over. You open the door to the diner, and my eyes turn into hearts, retro red.
Red booths like our red bed, and you chose this place because of the booths. You know the host, and he's a gentleman. A noose on his finger, and he tells you your booth is open. Your booth as in our booth. We sit across from each other, and I did it. I got you all to myself. And you did it. You got me all to myself. I open the menu, and you open a menu, even though you've been eating here for 100 years. I always get the same thing, but I think I'll mix it up today. I make you want to try new things, and I smile. Any suggestions for me? Everything's good, you say, but I wouldn't mind if you got something with fries, just saying. You order a bowl of chili, and I go for a club sandwich with fries, and you smile at me. But then something catches your eye. You sit up straight and wave, "Melanda, over here." It's supposed to be you, me, and fries, but your friend Melanda clumps up to our booth. Body by Costco, a substantial figure, and she moves like a linebacker charging for an end zone, as if life is war. She's sweaty. Wash that gosh off before you enter a restaurant, Melanda. And she needs a tutorial on Instagram filters, because the dissonance shouldn't be this jarring. You air kiss her and tell her she looks great. I don't agree. And why is she here? Are you hazing me? The host brings Melanda a menu, and her nostrils flare, and she's a so person, sucking up the oxygen with a non sequitur. So I just had the worst row at school with that math teacher Barry, who thinks that being a father of daughters entitles him to help me with the future. She's not British and she shouldn't say row. And you look at me. Melanda's starting a non-profit for local girls. Melanda bites her lip in protest, and you elbow her in response. A non-profit for young women? She winces, and you throw up your hands, as in, I give up, and she puts her eyes on me. So, what MK means is that I'm building an incubator for young women. It's called The Future is Female. You've probably seen posters in the library. I sure did, I say, recalling the mixed messages, inviting girls to establish boundaries online and commanding them to use her hashtag in all of their posts. Melanda matriarchy smashes the patriarchy, and the young women who forget to promote her brand. Melanda laughs. And obviously I'm all for it. You're different around her, cautious, but that's the story of humans. We shrink to fit. I know Melanda's type. She doesn't want questions. She wants praise. So I tell her it's a genius idea. I don't say that there's a way to do these things without being a freaking jerk, but there is. Well, she says, I'm past the idea phase. We launch early next year. She picks up your water glass. Which reminds me, MK, did you review my latest mission statement? You didn't review it yet. And you pull a packet of Splenda from your purse, and she grimaces like you pulled out a crack pipe or a Bill Cosby biography. Sweetie, no, she coos, you have to stop trying to kill yourself. That language was telling. On some level, she wants you to die, and you don't know it, and she doesn't even fully know it, and it's all a little sad. I know, you say, I'm terrible. I have to stop it with the splendor. It's not my place to butt in. Are you ever going to introduce us? And she sips your water and sighs. So they finally fired my trainer. Finally, I wasn't the only one who complained about him. You say you've never joined a gym, and I want to hear more. But Melanda cuts you off to complain about her toxic trainer, and I wish she'd follow the rules spelled out on her t-shirt. Let her speak. And you wink at me and wait. Is this a freaking setup? Melanda, you say, before we get off track, this is Joe. I told you how he's volunteering at the library. He just moved here a few months ago. I extend my hand. Good to meet you, Melanda. She doesn't shake my hand. She sort of pats it, and this isn't a setup. My first instinct was right. You are hazing me. And Melanda's like a wannabe tough frat guy in a Lifetime movie who doesn't want anyone else in the frat. How nice, she simpers. Another white man telling us what to read. She slaps her clammy hand over mine. Honey, please, you know I'm kidding. Just having a day. You make eyes at me the way you did on day one. Please be patient. And Melanda says that her toxic trainer asked Greg, the barista at Pegasus, to stop selling her cookies. And you nod like a therapist. Well, I'm glad that Greg told you about it. He's a good guy in that way. Her nostrils flare. Well, let's not pat Greg on the back, Mary Kay. He was laughing, which means he probably laughed about it with my trainer, too. Ex-trainer. You nod, Dr. Mary Kay DiMarco. Okay, but remember, Greg's in there all day, and when you deal with the public all day, you hear crazy things. Greg does strike me as one of the good ones. And imagine if he didn't tell you about the trainer. You tamed her, without dismissing her. Brilliant. And she makes a self-deprecating joke about being a difficult person, and now you cut her off. Stop it, Melanda. You're allowed to have a reaction. I want to tear off your tights, but for now, I just nod affirmatively. You said it, Mary Kay. I was beaming when I said that, beaming at you, and Melanda felt it, and we are a party of three. And she scans the diner. And you nudge her, girlfriend to girlfriend. On a happier note, you're seeing that Peter guy this week, right? The one from Plenty of Fish? She grunts, no eye contact with you or me. plenty of fish, more like plenty of pigs. He sent me a dirty joke about Cinderella and a pumpkin eater, and needless to say, I reported him. Well, you say, you know how I feel about those apps. Melinda fixes her eyes on me now. And what about you, Joe? Are you on the apps? She's not stupid. She saw me beam at you. But I don't want to be that jerk poo-pooing her way of life. No, I say, but maybe I'll join just to give Peter a piece of my mind. It was a joke, and you laugh, but she doesn't. Aw, she says, that's sweet, but I don't recall asking you to fight my battles. All good here. I let it slide. Imagine all the inappropriate images she gets, all the rejection. You take the reins and change the subject. So, Melinda, how's my daughter? For real. Good, she says. You look at me and tell me that Melinda knows more about Nomi than you do. And Melinda is proud. She's one of those bestie aunts. And she says that Nomi is cooling off on Dylan Klebold. And you sigh. Thank God. I was hoping it was just a phase. That's what it sounded like to me, I say, because I have a voice too. Kids go through phases. Melinda grunts. Well, I wouldn't diminish a young woman's feelings as a phase. It was okay when you said it was a phase, and the three of us aren't going to be at 11 Winery anytime soon. I get it. You take care of Melinda because she's alone. She's telling you about Nomi's ideas for her imaginary incubator, and she's not Auntie Melinda. She's Auntie Interloper, and you almost jump out of your seat. Seamus, you shout, over here. So it really is a hazing ambush, and this is Seamus in real life, working the room like a politician, glad-handing the other diners with his busy hands. Did that dryer work out okay for you, Dan? Hey, Mrs. P, I'll swing by and check out your furnace. He wears a long-sleeved Cooley Hardware t-shirt and a baseball cap with the same logo. We get it, jerk. And he's too short for you. Too smarmy for you. But he grins at you like he could have you if he wanted. Ladies, he says, juvenile. Sorry I'm late. I can just hear God in heaven. Well, make this one short, and squat with arms too long for his body, and a bombastic voice that turns off women. But it's hard enough down on earth, so let's give him piercing blue eyes, and a strong jaw, so he doesn't blow his brains out when the midlife reaper scratches at his door. But it's not all bad. I slide into the wall. At least this way, I'm across from you. Joe, you say, I've been so excited for you to meet Seamus. You say that like he's not the one who's lucky to meet me, but I am. Good Joe. Convivial Joe.
I ask him if that's his hardware store, as if the question needs to be asked, and the waitress delivers coffee. He didn't even have to place an order. And he laughs, smug. Last time I checked, the three of you gossip about some guy you went to high school with who got a DUI. You're leaving me in the cold, and I don't have history with you, and this is beneath you. Using your friends to ice me out. I sit here like a mute monk, and I should step outside and call Really Slater, Ushkin, Graham, and Powell to file a class action against Marta Kaufman et al. Because they made friends, and that show is the reason we're in this mess. On a show like Cedar Cove, the goal is love. You watch because you want Jack and Olivia to get together. But on Friends, everything is an inside joke. They brainwash you into thinking that friendship is more valuable than love, that old is inherently better than new when it comes to people. I dump ketchup on my fries and you reach onto my plate, re-establishing our intimacy. Is this okay? I nod. Go for it. Seamus wrinkles his nose. No fries for me, he brags. I'm doing a Murph later. You want to join, new guy? I dab the corners of my mouth with a napkin. What's a Murph? Melinda grabs her phone, and Seamus enlightens me about the wonders of CrossFit, telling me a Murph will kickstart my body transformation. I have more muscle now than I did in high school, and in a couple months, 6 tops, you could too, new guy, if you join up. Melinda is fully checked out, and you're not eating my fries anymore. You're paying attention to him, bobbing your head, as if exercise is a thing that interests you. It isn't. And this is why people don't bring friends on a first freaking date, Mary Kay. You pound your fist on the table. Wait, you say.
We have to talk about Kendall. Melinda cuts you off. No, we need to talk about my queen, Shiv. I open my mouth. Who's Shiv? Samus laughs. You've never seen Succession? Come on, new guy. You don't have a job. You have all the time in the world. Off you go, raving about Kendall, and Kendall is a stupid name, a few letters away from Ken Doll. It's no fun when three people are talking about a show that one person has never seen. You reach for a fry, and your hand lingers on my plate, and I can't stay mad at you. Hey guys, I say, did anyone see the movie Gloria Bell? None of you saw Gloria Bell. And Samus isn't sold, sounds like a chick flick. And Melinda shuts down. I can't add one more thing to my list. And you smile. Who directed it? This Chilean guy, I say, Sebastian Lelio. Melinda makes a face. A male director telling a woman's story? How lovely. I hear ya, I say. But Julianne Moore is incredible, and the dialogue is top shelf. It has a Woody Allen vibe. Melinda's nostrils flare. Okay then, she says. I think that's my cue. You tense up, and she waves for the check, and I will fix this. Fast. Whoa, I say. I just meant that it's a smart film. Melinda doesn't look at me. I don't condone Woody Allen or his art. You dig your credit card out of your purse, and we will not end like this. Melinda, I'm not defending Woody Allen. I was just trying to say that Gloria Bell is a good movie. And you think Woody Allen is a synonym for good? Great. White male privilege for dessert. Where is that check? You're staying out of it, and Samus is giggling like an 8th grade boy in sex ed. Melinda, I really do think you misunderstood me. Must be my lady brain on the fritz again, Samus laughs, and you show your teeth. Oh, you guys, come on now. Truth is, Joe, I think Melinda and I watched Beaches and Romy and Michelle so many times back in the day that we missed a lot of good movies and never really caught up. Melinda grunts. Sweetie, don't bother. We can go. Look, I say, I only mention Woody Allen because, say what you will about him, his movies have a lot of great female leads, and Julianne Moore is incredible in Gloria Bell. You are staring at me like you want me to stop, but I can't stop now. Melinda, I think you'd like the movie. I'm sure of it. Of course you're sure. You know everything. I'm taking the heat for all the monstrous men in the world. Who can blame Melinda for using me as a whipping post? And you reach for my ice-cold fries. You're stress-eating, and I won't let Melinda peach me. Melinda, I say, I don't know everything. No one does. Puh, she says, least of all me, a woman. She shakes her head. A librarian who endorses a child molester? How nice. Shortest drops a 20 and makes a run for it, and you pick up the bill, and Melinda's on her feet, lecturing me. I'm sorry, I get passionate. Melinda, I say, you don't have to apologize. I'm not apologizing to you, she says, and she looks at you like, can you believe this guy? As a teacher, I know that we can't separate the art from the artist, and I won't praise a man for telling a woman's story. But you do you, new guy. She smiles at you. You ready, sweetie? Do you need a ride? You squirm. Message received. Thanks, I say, but I feel like walking. Melinda smiles. I would too if I ate all those carbs. You look at me, but what can you do? She's your friend, your old friend, and you get into the car with her, and I am on foot. In hell. I really messed up my hazing, and by the time I get back to the library, you're gone. You have a conference in Poulsbo, and I don't think I made your co-ed frat. At the end of my shift, I test the waters and post a page from a diner scene in Empire Falls, and 2 minutes later, Lady Mary Kay likes your photo. Okay, you wouldn't like it if you didn't still like me, and of course you like me. We have our books, and the Brooklynites are right. Books are magic. We are magic. You send me a text. Did you have fun at lunch? I know it's considered rude to respond to a text with a phone call, but it's also inconsiderate to haze a guy before you become intimate with him. I walk outside. I call you. You pick up on the first ring. Well, hello there. Is this a bad time? I just got home, but I have a couple seconds. What's up? Everything okay? Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. You mean lunch?
Oh, Joe, Melinda lives to debate, and she liked you, she did. My muscles relax. Phew, because for a minute there it felt like she didn't. But if you say everything's okay, Joe, seriously, you were fine. Melinda, well, yeah, she gets fired up, but she's very passionate, very smart, and you know. Your daughter is home. I hear cabinets slamming, and you tell me that you should probably go, and I do the right thing. I let you go. For a moment, I consider walking to your house, but if I go and spy on you, I open myself up to busybody neighbors who might warn you about a strange man lurking in your yard. Dear Bainbridge, get a life. Things are supposed to be different with you, Mary Kay. I am supposed to be different with you. If I watch you from afar, I am transforming from a person who is in your life to a person who is on the outside, looking in. I don't want that for us, and I know you don't either. I do the right thing and go home. I don't feel at home in my home because the fecal-eyed family is out there throwing beanbags into holes. Yawn. So I grab a coffee and head downstairs to the place that makes my house special, the reason I chose the property over all the others. It's called a whisper room. You turn on the lights, you close the door, and that's it. The world is gone. They can't hear me, and I can't hear them. Long live soundproof spaces. And Love thought this room was creepy when I showed her the pictures. She saw padded walls, and she called it a cage. But you get me, Mary Kay. You know this house. When you realized where I live, you said you'd had wonderful times in this whisper room. You knew the guys who owned the place. You hung out down here, and I take a deep breath. Maybe I'm breathing you in right now, and I have to be patient. You really are the one. I just have to fight harder. I do sit-ups and watch a little, really, Succession. Your boy Kendall has weak shoulders and basset hound eyes.
I bet he never read Empire Falls, let alone Last Night at the Lobster, another selection for our quiet ones at the library. The endorphins kick in. Shortus is right about some things, and I don't want to sue Marta Kaufman anymore. I want to send her flowers because she and her friends also taught us that real relationships take time, that sometimes you make a baby with the wrong person, you fall in love with the wrong person, but eventually you get with the right one. You. It's been 2 days since you ambushed me with your fraternity siblings, and I didn't stalk you. I've been good. I went against all my best instincts and joined CrossFit to make nice with Shortus, aka to keep an eye on that jerk just in case. And I'll admit it, Mary Kay, I did judge you a little bit. This adolescent cliquey side of you is not ideal. You're a woman, a master of library science, but you've been hunkered down on Land's Really End for your entire life. I tear the tag off a brand new black cashmere sweater, my gift to you, for us, and tonight you'll see the light. It's date night, everyone. You were so cute when you asked me out. You were smoothing a sticker on Dolly Parton, and I bent over to look at the sticker. The future is female, and you stayed low, close. I leaned in closer. Did you get permission to vandalize Miss Carton? You staggered upright and flattened your skirt. Ha ha ha, you said. You looked at your phone. I should probably get going. I have book club tonight at the wine bar. I smiled. Oh, Bainbridge, you need to see Cocktail, and you wanted me to know where you're going. 11, as in the winery, you said. So nervous, so very cute. But we'll be out of there by 10. You waved goodbye and you scratched your tights, drawing my eyes to your legs. Invitation received, Mary Kay, and I RSVP. Yeah, as in yes. I'm waiting for you in a recessed mini-mall across the street from 11, and finally your book club winds down, and there are credit cards and hugs, false promises about getting together soon. And why do you women lie to each other so much? I slink around the block, and I slow down, and you spot me. Joe, is that you? You jaywalk toward me, no R.I.P. Fincher to issue any tickets, and I meet you halfway, across the sky. Do we hug? We don't hug. I nod toward the bar I chose for us, not a really winery, just a pub. Come on, I say, 1 drink. You shift your purse. I should probably go home. We ran late tonight.
I expected a little pushback, and I know all about your should-probably disorder. Shel Silverstein should probably have written a poem about the should-probablys and the female need to express her awareness of what a good woman would do right now. But you're still hesitating, and what the hell is there to think about? You're my neighbor. You live right around the corner, and the pub is right around the corner. And your daughter isn't 6. There's no babysitter to relieve. And your shoulders are tense, getting tenser. I don't know, Joe. And did you learn nothing from Lisa Really Tadeo? Stop feeling guilty for goodness sake. I am the man you need me to be right now. Chill. Cavalier. That's too bad, I say. This could have been my very first book club. Your shoulders drop. Well, I'd hate for you to miss out on your very first book club. 1 drink. 1. No one means that when they say it, and I open the door to the Harbor Public House, and you walk in, and we are a couple now. We make our way to a table, and I tell you how much I really did like meeting your friends, and you are puffed up. Oh, good. See? They're nice, right? You sit in a booth, and I sit on the other side. And you were right, I say. Melanda isn't mad. She followed me on Instagram. White lie. I followed her first, but she did reciprocate. And she made me think about a lot of stuff. And her incubator sounds incredible, as if her posters are doing anything for anyone but her. You gotta love that, you know? You gotta love me, and you do. I'm in your circle, at your table. Yeah, you say. She's great. She has a powerful voice. Extremely. Your people are good people. You smile, I smile. The heat between us is palpable, and you look around and remark on how empty it is, and it's just us and a couple of guys in wool hats, sailor types. Our jackets come off, and it's obvious you've been drinking, and the barmaid approaches, a soft and pear-shaped pre-mothball. I ask to see a menu, and you look at me. Oh, you say, I ate. I should probably just have a water. I smile, undeterred by another should probably. I don't mind eating alone. You end up asking for a glass of tequila, frisky, and I order a southern fried chicken sandwich and a local vodka soda, and you promise to steal French fries again as you lace your fingers together as if you're on a job interview. So, you say, how's the house coming along? Gosh, I say, so it's true. You really don't talk about the book in book club. You talk about everything but the book. Your voice is loose with liquor, but you're nervous. It is a first date. And you're babbling about Billy Jolie. You've always loved Italian restaurant as you text your daughter and tuck your phone into your purse. You tell me about your book club, how my fecal-eyed neighbor Nancy picked apart the book. We agree that there is always a Nancy, and I tell you about a reading I hosted in New York when a Nancy had notes for the author. We're in flow. The talk is small, but we've never been like this, alone, in the dark, at night. Okay, you say, I have to ask. I know you were done with New York and LA, but I've been thinking about you. You said it, and I feel like there has to be more. A single guy moves into a big house. What's her name? The reason you're here. I groan the way any guy does when a girl wants to hear about his past, and you plead. You endured 3 hours with a bunch of women you've known since high school, most of whom are married to men or women you've known for eons. Come on, you say. Tell me why you really bit the bullet. Who are you running from? It's the dream. You want to know everything about me, and it's the nightmare. I can't tell you everything about me. I learned the hard way with love, but there is no way for us to move on unless you learn why I am the way I am. Handsome, available, good. I start at the beginning, my first love in New York. I tell you that I fell hard for Heather, R.I.P. Candace. It was lust at first sight. I saw her in a play, pretty as Linda Ronstadt, and I tracked her down at the playhouse. You wipe your glass with a napkin. Wow, you went all out for this girl. I was young. It's different when you're young. You get obsessed. You give me a yeah, and you are jealous. The idea of me obsessed with another woman. I sip my drink while you imagine me with Linda Ronstadt, and I tell you what you need to hear, that Heather broke my heart. You perk up. You want to know more, and I tell you about the day she dumped me.
I'm checking out this apartment in Brighton Beach because I think we're gonna move in together, I begin, remembering that day on the beach. Candace. It was a hot summer night. I'll never forget the smell, the gnats. You're happy because this girl made me unhappy, and you pout. Please don't ruin New York for me, Joe. And I laugh and I tell you that Heather dumped me over voicemail while I was in that apartment. And you gasp, no. And I laugh defensively, lovingly, the way you do when enough time has passed and you're ready to love again, in a way you never have before. Yup, my chicken sandwich arrives, and you pick up one of my French fries, and you chew. Wow, you lost the girl and the apartment. I take a bite of my chicken, and you reach for another fry. We are clicking. You want the bacon, I can tell, and I pull it out of my sandwich like it's a block of wood in Jenga, and you pick it up. Crunch. If you think Heather the bad, oh God, let me tell you about Melissa. You rub your hands together, and this is fun. It's cathartic for me to tell you about Melissa, R.I.P. Beck.
In this version, I was a waiter at a diner on the Upper West Side, and Melissa came into the restaurant, sat in my section, and wrote her number on the bill. You take a big sip. Well, that's aggressive, and I say that Melissa was too young for me. Your cheeks turn as red as the red bed. You like that I'm the anti-Seamus, that I want a woman, not what our youth-obsessed society would call a trophy. Yeah, I say, way too young, but I thought she had an old soul. Her favorite book was Desperate Characters. You wipe your hands, feeling threatened again. I tell you what I learned from Melissa, that reading doesn't always promote empathy. She was a competitive fencer, and she was in a love-hate codependent relationship with her best friend Apple, R.I.P. Peach Salinger. But that wasn't the problem, I say. In the end, Melissa was in a relationship with one person and one person only. We say it at the same time. Melissa. You feel for me. I endured Melissa's numerous micro-betrayals. I tried to love her, help her focus on her fencing, writing, and then she cheated on me. She slept with her coach, psychologist. You bury your head in your hands. No, you say. Oh God, that's horrible on so many levels. I know. A coach. I know. I'm eating my sandwich, and you're looking at me like I should be crying. It's really not so bad, I say, realizing that it isn't, because look where it got me, to you. You're lucky to get your heart broken. That just means you have a heart. I'm not ready to talk about Amy, about love, so I move us past anecdotes into theory. Everyone is the wrong person until you meet the right person. You rub your empty ring finger. I'm not bitter, Mary Kay. If anything, I hope they're doing great. Up in heaven or dust in the wind. I hope they found the right person. I pray for a remorseful almighty Lord. And I take a big bite of my sandwich. You let the waitress know that we would like another round. Really? Yes. And you admire my healthy outlook on life. I tell you, it's no big deal. So, I say, because the door to your heart is cracked now, the tequila, the details about my life, and you're finally ready for me to enter. You and Nomi, real-life Gilmore Girls. What's the story there? You let out a deep sigh. You look around the restaurant, but no one is listening to us. No one is close. I know it's not easy for you, being on a date, but you are. You know it. You begin. I was young, but I wasn't that young, and my life, well, I told you about my parents. Mary Kay mom and dear old dad. You smile. Yeah, did your dad put up a fight when you moved up here? I smell onions, layers peeling away, revealing the truth under the truth. You tell me you didn't understand the divorce. There was no scandal, no cheating. It was like one day my mom woke up and she didn't want her pink Cadillac anymore. She didn't want him either. Were there signs? I missed them, you say. Are you good about signs? Reading people? Yes. Well, who can say? I think we all see what we want to see. You look around again, so nervous, as if one of these people is going to text Nomi and tell her that her mother is on a date. And then you relax again. Well, my mom sort of just announced that she was done with Mary Kay, that we were moving to Bainbridge Island, that she was craving mature.
And you don't know why she left him? No clue, you say. It was amiable. There was no custody battle, no fight. He was so calm that he drove us to the airport. He's my dad, and he's kissing us goodbye like we were going away for the weekend. We left him all alone. My mother made me complicit. But then, that's not fair to say, because it's like I said, it was all so very amiable. I feel for you, I really do. Jesus. One day my mom's harping on me to use more eyeliner, and the next thing you know, we live here, and she's telling me that I don't need lipstick. I didn't ask her why we left, but then what's scarier than your mom becoming a total stranger? I think of where I stand with love, powerless against a woman's blind determination to make our child her own. I get it. And then, after all that, my mom spent every night on the phone with my dad, egging him on to eat better. Strange, right? And this was before cell phones. I couldn't call my friends back home. I didn't have any friends here yet. I felt so alone. She was always in her room, taking care of my dad, letting him tell her how beautiful she is, as if they were still married. I remember thinking, wow, you leave him, you move to another state, but you never leave a man, even when you do. Jesus, really. You air toast me with your empty glass. And that, my friend, is too much information. We've come full circle, invert is the joke, and you signal for another drink, and you're in flow, the levee broke. It's like we all know about sham marriages, but what about a sham divorce? That's a good way to describe it. You stare at the table, and the waitress plunks our drinks down, and you thank her and sip. I just wish I knew why she left him at all, if she was only going to spend the rest of her life on the phone with him, you know? Because why not just stay together if that's what it is? Why uproot my entire life? I don't answer your question. It was rhetorical. All you need is for me to listen. I look back, and I don't know how I survived. You breathe. You are activating the most important empathy, the empathy we have for ourselves. My mother and I were bickering nonstop. One night I lost my temper and threw my landline at her, and she had this huge welt on her forehead, so bad she had to get bangs to cover it up. I smile, but you furrow your brow, and oh, that's right, violence against women is always bad, even when it's you. It was like Grey Gardens, minus the fun. I love you. I guess your Cedar Cove fantasy got under my skin, because no one welcomed us with open arms. You sip your drink. Then, one day, Melinda asked me to eat lunch together. She told me all about her really difficult family. Foregone conclusion. They named their child Melinda. I told her all about mine. She said I'd fit in really well, because everyone on this island is really difficult. They just like to pretend they're not. And I don't know, life just went on from there. Melinda was my buffer. She showed me all that graffiti at Fort Ward. And that graffiti, well, it helps. It still helps. How so? It's like a conversation that's still alive. My mom and I, we never got around to hashing it out. But I go to Fort Ward and I feel like I can still talk to her, even though she's gone. Like maybe one day she'll appear in the sky and tell me that I'm not doomed to mess up my daughter the way she messed me up. That is why you stay away from love. And you shrug. I don't know, I'm probably just drunk. You're not drunk. You just haven't found anyone to talk to. You look at me. You can't believe I'm finally here. Then you smirk. You can't believe I'm still here. Pretty bad, huh? No, I say. Pretty human. I said the right thing, and you laugh. Well, I swore I'd never confuse Nomi like that. Ever. You're self-conscious. You felt so safe with me that you forgot about where we are, and you glance around the pub, nervous. You wipe away a half-tear, and you snort. Sometimes I think I got pregnant just to piss her off, to remind her that if you really love someone, you are intimate with them, instead of just talking on the phone. You are a little drunk now. And once in a while, when you're actually having sex, the condom breaks. C'est la vie. I get it, I say. Another anxious look around the bar. Well, the timing was tough, but yeah, I did have this hunger to make my own little family, to kind of show her up. And you did. Have you met my kid? Oh, come on, I say. Your kid is really great. You know it. You do know it. And it's important for you to realize that you are a good mother, because once you see that, you can let me in all the way.
We are still treading water, even after all you said. You're holding back as you open up about your father and explain that he calls you a lot.
I don't always pick up. I mean, I have Nomi, I have a job, and every call ends in frustration. I'm not my mother, you know? It's fundamentally different. I can't stay on the phone with him all night. I will not do that to Nomi. You think all men are a threat to your relationship with your daughter, and I am here to help you change. I'm sure he understands that. I will not do that to my daughter. I won't let my life ruin her life. You think it's your fault that your dad is sad, and I know how that feels. I push my plate to the edge of the table. You look at me. You need me. Look, I begin. You can't fix someone who doesn't want to be happy. Hi, Candace. You can't make anyone see the light if they prefer the dark. Hi, Beck. You try to do that, you end up on a dark road. You make bad decisions. I really did move to Los Angeles for Amy, the stupidity. And then you get stuck. I have a permanent bond with Love Quinn, a son. It's not easy, but you have to accept that there's no right move with your dad. You can't save him from himself. The pub is clearing out and you're rubbing your neck. Wow, you say. And here I thought we'd just be gossiping about the mothballs. You're officially drunk. Floppy hands and loose lips, and still I want you. You tell a long-winded go-nowhere story about an old friend in Arizona, and you can't remember her name. And you say you feel like a traitor sometimes. You don't keep in touch with anyone from your past in the desert, and you came here like a phoenix from Phoenix. I'm the same way, Mary Kay. The ability to move on doesn't make you a sociopath. You raise your glass and wink. Let's hope so. We're closer than closer. You tuck your chin into your hand. Joe, you say, pulling me in, making me think of your Murakami, all but sucked inside. Tell me, do you like it in our library? What I say right now matters, and I take my time. I like it in your library. You felt my your. Your foxy lips are wet. Do you feel good in the library? I felt you're good. Yes, I feel good in your library. And you're pleased with your boss? Oh, this is fun, and I stir the ice in my cocktail. Mostly. Oh, you say, and I am the human, and you are my resource. Mr. Goldberg, do you have a complaint about your supervisor? That's a harsh word, Miss DiMarco. You lick your lips. Tell me about your complaint. Like I said, it's not a complaint. I just want more, Mary Kay. More what, Mr. Goldberg? Your bare foot finds my leg under the table, and I pay the bill. Fast. Cash. I am up. You are up. You say you need to stop in the bathroom, and the bathrooms are off to the left, and you go in and close the door. And then you open the door. You grab me by the collar of my black sweater and pull me into the bathroom and press your body into my body against the wall. The art in here is full of passion, nudity and salt water. A naked woman in the sea on her back. Her hands grasp the shoulders of a frightened sailor, still clothed. It's a shipwreck. It's us, wrecked. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. But then you break away. Cinderella when the clock strikes 12. You remember what you are. A mom, my boss, and you are gone. I know. It was just a kiss. I barely felt your Murakami, and I didn't touch you intimately. But then again, oh God, Joe, oh God, what a really kiss. When you're with the right person, you do the right thing, and I was smart to let you go home. I went to my whisper room and counted my blessings for all the bad women who came before you. I get it now. Of course you ran. Real love is a lot, especially at our age. I don't go to Pegasus on the way to work. Your kiss is my caffeine, and you pushed me away, but this is the nature of grown-up love, especially when kids are involved. Push, pull, push, pull. I open the door to the library. Pull, and you aren't at the front desk, and the mothball on duty doesn't like me. The day we met, she asked if I'm a Bellevue Goldberg, and when I said no, she turned her nose up at me. She points at Nomi's chair. You mind moving that? It's too cold by that window. I move the really chair into the really stacks, and I grab my lunch. We eat the beef, and we eat the broccoli, and I tell the moth snobs that I'll be right back, and she rolls her eyes. Rude. I hate to break it to you, but your little friend called in sick today. No. The moth snob just chuckles. You're not sick. And I go into the break room, and where are you? Were you really that drunk? Was our kiss made of tequila?
I storm away from Silverstein's what-ifs, and I pass your office, and your door is closed. There is no light in the attic, and you're not sick. You're scared. I take my post in fiction, and the day drags. I sell a recently widowed accountant on some Stuart Onan, and I get a day-tripping lesbian to read the first chapter of Fashion Victim. And I am good at my job, but I am better when you're here to chime in. All day I check my phone, and you don't text, and I don't text, and you kissed me, so maybe I should be the one to text you. And I try to find the words. Hi, but that's too really wimpy. Hey, but that's too really cocky. Are you there? But that's too really pushy. I'm here, but that's too really needy. I hate cell phones, because if it was 1993, I wouldn't have a really phone. And did you tell Melinda about our kiss? Did she get into your head? I walk out to the Japanese garden. I could bail on my shift. I'm just a volunteer, and I could pop by your house and be the Cusack to your valedictorian. But I can't do that, because Nomi's the one who's graduating this year, not you. And I don't do that. I don't pop by, and I don't steal phones, not anymore. I check your Instagram, nothing. And I check the Meerkat's Instagram, but there's nothing about you. Nothing but Claybold. I want to share a picture of love story, but I would never be that lame with you, that blunt, that clingy. I need to talk to you now, because the longer we're apart, the more the kiss seems like a scratch in the windshield that's easily sealed, and I want to know why you're hiding. At the end of my never-ending shift, I skulk back to the break room, wondering if I used too much tongue. And then the door opens. It's you. Your eyes are puffy, and you fake a smile. Hi. Hey, I say. You're here. Do we hug? We don't hug. You're wearing a faded green sweater, and you don't smile. You gnaw on your lip, you didn't get enough sleep, and you say you just stopped by to pick up a few things. You sit across from me like we're a couple of mothballs, comparing our MRI results, like we hadn't shared such intimacy a few hours ago. I lean over the table to get closer, and you arch your back. Cold. Farther. Look, I say, the last thing I want to do is make you uncomfortable. I know, you say. I feel the same way. I don't speak. You don't speak. You told me so much last night, but I am getting that sick feeling that you didn't tell me everything, that what you told me isn't the whole story, but only part of the story. You are looking at me as if you were warming me up for the news, the bad news, the worst news in the world. And here it comes. Those treacherous words. Joe, we can't do this. You didn't tell anyone, did you? Of course not, Mary Kay. You know I'd never do that. You are too relieved. Okay, good. Because if anyone here found out, if anyone said anything to know me, Mary Kay, look at me. You look at me. I am a steel really trap. You have my word. You calm down a little, but you're still flinching, looking over your shoulder, a paranoid inmate on Crucible Island. You don't let me talk. You say that last night was a drunken mistake. No. And you weren't thinking clearly. Yes, you really were. And I tell you that you were perfect. And you shudder. I am anything but perfect. My words are coming out all wrong, and I know you're not perfect. I'm not perfect, but it would be too cheesy and needy to tell you that we are perfect together. You purse your lips, those lips that are puffy from my kiss. Me. Can we just go back to normal? You know how we were? I bob my head like a trained seal that couldn't make it in the wild. Absolutely, I say.
I wasn't expecting to rush into anything with you. We can take it slow. I want to take it slow. It's a big fat lie, and you cluck. That's the thing, Joe. There is no it. There can't be an it. I have a daughter. I know. I can't be getting home drunk after midnight. She has to come first. Of course Nomi comes first. I know that. You hide your face behind your hands and tell me that you're not emotionally available right now. And I want to take a sledgehammer to the chip in the windshield and smash the glass because you're making our kiss about your daughter. You pull your hands away. It's her senior year, Joe, and I don't want to miss any part of it. Then don't spend 2 nights a week at a really wine bar with Melinda. She needs me. She doesn't have a lot of friends. You raised an independent daughter who likes to read, and so what if she's not a mini socialite the way you were? Neither was I at that age. To you, she's halfway out the door, all grown up. But time flies, and it's almost Thanksgiving, and in a few months she'll be away. and I just can't make any big changes when change is already coming. Ha! As if life is ever that predictable. And you should let me in now, right now, so that I'm carving your turkey next week. And you are wrong, so wrong. And you sigh. Do you get it? Of course I get it, Mary Kay. You're right. There's no rush. We can put this on hold. You smile. What a relief. Thank you, Joe. You win, because you built the boxing ring. Me versus no me. And I can't hit above the belt, in the womb. That said, you came to see me, and you wouldn't be justifying yourself to me if you didn't care about me, if you didn't want me eating your mashed potatoes and your Murakami. Yeah, there was something off about your little speech, Mary Kay, because deep down, you know you belong with me now, right now. Our chairs squeak when we stand, and you hang your head. Do you hate me? You're better than that. You don't ask stupid questions. But I give you the stupid answer you deserve, right now. Of course I don't hate you. Come on, you know that. Then you bite your lip and say the worst word in the English language. Friends? You cannot shove me onto a tufted sofa with Seamus and Melinda, and we're not friends, Mary Kay. You want to be intimate with me, but I shake your hand and repeat your hollow sitcom of a word that does not apply to us. Friends. I go outside. I walk, and my pinky toes burn. These sneakers are for show, not for this. And I walk away from your house, and I want to walk into your house. And I really did mess up last night. Today. I should have been more assertive. I should have brought you home, or I should have gone home with you. And there is no going back. And I am the man. Bainbridge is safe, but did I text you to make sure you got home okay? Nope. You'd been drinking, and did I insist on being your escort? Nope. I walk into Blackbird, and the whole fecal-eyed family is in here, even the grandfather. And this island is too really small, and there are so many of them, and there is only one of me. And I get a coffee and sit outside on a bench. I go on Instagram. Bad, Joe. Bad. Night is falling, and Nomi posted a picture of you on your sofa, and you are asleep in your clothes. When Mom is sick. Hangover. I wish I could like this picture. I wish I could love this picture, but I don't feel the love right now. My toes are on fire. My whole body is on fire, but you're out cold, dead to me, to the world. I take a screenshot of the photo and examine every corner, every centimeter. I'm not invading your privacy, Mary Kay. We all post our photos, knowing that our followers will zoom in to grade us. I zoom in. My heart beats. The fecal-eyed family barges onto the street, and none of them say hello. Gosh, you family. And I look down at my phone, and what the hell, Mary Kay? There's a bottle of beer on the end table that makes my blistered toes pound. You don't drink beer, you don't like the taste, and you don't let Nomi drink beer. And the bottle is open, half empty. Whose is it, Mary Kay? Who is drinking beer in your house? I send a text to Shortus. Hey, Seamus, that gym kicked my ass today. Beer? I wait, and I walk. My toes are never going to speak to me again. No can do, new guy. Doing a 10-day dry out. Remember? That voice in your head that says you can't do it is a liar. Ugh, I hate gym culture, and the beer isn't his. But whose is it? I reach the beginning of your street, and your house is close. But if I walk down that street and look in your window, I can't. I promised I would be good. And being good means believing in you, in us. And hey, it's just one beer. You did look bad today. I don't know everything about you, and it's possible that you drink a half a beer to take the edge off when you're hungover. And I go home and watch more Succession. And you don't call, you don't text. And Shortus hits me up to tell me that we can get a beer next week maybe. And phones have made it so easy to be friends without ever having to see your friends. And that's one good thing about today. One. I did it. I survived the longest, most mind-bending day of the year. And my mind is clear again. I'm calm.
I'm not gonna let one stupid bottle of beer get in our way. All that matters is the kiss, Mary Kay. You broke a rule for me. You swore that you would never get involved with some guy while your daughter lives at home. And you did. And you know what? I need to bend a rule too. This is a scenic island, and I've barely done any exploring. I will not go to Fort Ward without you. And, okay, yeah, I went on a couple of nature walks in the Grand Forest when I first moved here, but I was too raw to really breathe any of it in. I tie the laces on my running shoes. My toes won't hate me today. And I zip up my hoodie, and I put on my headphones. Hello, Sam Cooke. And I lock up the house and do what all the well-rounded men around here do every day, some of them twice a day. Run. I could run on one of the beaches, but the coast is rocky and modeled by McMansions. I could run on the sidewalks, but why should I waste my time on pavement when I can run in the woods? I didn't design the island, Mary Kay, and it's not my fault that your house is in a development. It's not my fault that you chose to live in a waterfront home where the only thing that separates your backyard from the sea is a 2-foot-wide trail that is open to the public. Your choice, not mine. I didn't know you when I moved here, and you're the one who told me that you live right around the corner. You've said it a dozen times, and you weren't lying. And I'm here, not on your street, but on the trail by the water. And Jesus Christ, Mary Kay, there's something almost perverse about this trail, about you and your neighbors in Wesley Landing. You're all fearless exhibitionists, aren't you? You all choose to live on land that is the opposite of private. You don't have fences because fences would block your access to the trail, your view of the foliage, the rocky coast, the water. And I would never live like this. But you do. I stop to stretch, as all runners must do to keep the muscles loose, healthy. There's a large rock on the property line of your house, engraved with the name of your community. It's wider than the trunks of the trees, and this is the perfect place for me to stretch my calves. I plant my feet against the back and lean over, and it feels good to stretch. And as luck would have it, and at some point my luck did have to turn around, I have a view of your deck. Who knew? Your sliding glass door is open, and you sit on your deck with a half-empty bottle of Diet Coke. See that, Mary Kay? You do need me. You sure don't need any more sugar substitutes. You're on the phone, no doubt with Melinda, and I turn off Sam Cooke and remove my headphones the way a lot of people do when they stretch. I can't hear you, and I'm no botanist, but I think there might be poison ivy where I am, so to be safe, I move to another tree. You're used to the people in the woods, on the trails, and you don't flinch at the leaves crunching beneath my feet. I can hear you now.
You don't know what to make for dinner. You have salmon steaks in the freezer, but they're frostbitten. You need a new freezer. You need to see my freezer. And now you're back to counseling Melinda. Don't text him. You know how it is. If he likes you, he'll text you. And if he doesn't like you, then it's his loss. She's arguing, can't hear her, don't need to hear her. And the meerkat is in the kitchen slamming cabinets, annoyed. You ask Melinda to hold on and you turn your head. Know me, honey, do you want salmon? Do I ever want salmon? It's like 100 years old. And before you say it, no, I don't want Mexican chicken. You laugh. You're sick of your own chicken too. And sigh. To be a mother and cook every day for thousands of days and be tired of your own Mexican chicken? The meerkat slams another cabinet. Can we cook out on the grill? Well, I guess so. Are you already hungry? The meerkat shrugs, whatever, and she grabs a bag of Tostitos and stomps off to her room. You go back to Melinda, and I feel for Melinda, who's probably contemplating a singleton cauliflower pizza. Sorry, you say, I'm back. You get a text, and you read the text, and you respond to the text. And is it the man who drank that domestic beer on your end table? You're still counseling Melinda, but what about us? When is it your turn to tell her about the best kiss of your life? And seriously, who drank that freaking beer? The acid is cooling in my thighs, but it's burning in my heart, and you shiver and stand. You go into your kitchen, and you close the screen door.
You close the slider and it squeaks. You need WD-40. And I can't bear the silence, so I put on my headphones. Sam Cooke tries to comfort me, but he's wasting his time. I touch my fingers to my toes, and the blood rushes to my head. And my headphones cancel the noise of the world, but they can't silence the alarm in my limbic system, the one that dings now. Goosebumps crop up on my arms and my legs as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up straight. So many tiny soldiers. Fight or flight. Slowly I lift my head, and the alarm in my brain was right. Someone is here. 3 feet away, armed with a backpack and a cell phone and the 2 most dangerous weapons in these woods, eyes, blinking beneath unflattering round glasses. It's your daughter, the meerkat. On Animal Planet, this is how the lion dies. The lion has no natural predators, but an intrusive human on a mission to break the rules of nature shoots him for the heck of it. "Hey," she says, "you know that's my house, right?" I close my eyes. Please, God, please don't kill me now. The meerkat remains standing, emotionless, still. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I say, "I got a cramp." She nods, distracted, good sign. "One time this old guy died out here. It was summer. He had a heart attack." That stings a little, but it also snaps me out of my paranoia. Well, I'm not that old. "Sorry," she says. "I'm just in a mood because my mom's making me go get charcoal." "Ah, so you were texting with your meerkat. You going to the town and country?" She furrows her brow. "We just call it the TC. Gosh, you're such a newbie still." That was a little vicious, but it's the same with kids as it is with adults. It's never about you, it's about them. She knows she was rude, and she squeezes the straps of her backpack, and I smile. "Cool Joe, affable Joe. I'll head there too," I say. "I could use a vitamin water." Now we're walking, and this is normal. This is what people do when they bump into each other. And the meerkat truly isn't alarmed to see me. And here comes another jogger. "Hey, Nomi," and she knows him too. And I flinch at a dog barking in the woods, and she laughs. "It's just a dog. Are you scared of dogs?" "No," I say. "I'm still rattled, but I have to remember. I was caught off guard, yes, but I wasn't caught. I'm just out of my comfort zone. You grew up in all this, but the woods are creepy to me. I remember taking R.I.P. Beck to the woods, and I shudder." And the meerkat grunts. "Oh, please," she says, "these aren't woods. The real woods are up by my old school. See, when I was in middle school, I found this old Buick there." I nod. "Cool. Yeah." She sounded like you just then. There were all these empty alcohol bottles. She's so young for her age. Alcohol. And the year before that, there was this big abandoned house in the woods too. That place was super cool. It used to be a home for wayward boys. I raise my eyebrows like a good listener. Whoa, now that was creepy. You go up to the 4th floor and you think the house is gonna fall down, and there are old-fashioned wheelchairs and cobwebs. It was so cool. But whatever. Everything cool here gets destroyed. That's just called growing up. See, down at Isla, I listen to these old guys, actual old guys, and they sound like you. Like me? I don't think so. Oh, sure, Nomi. They talk about how this place used to be too. How nobody locked their doors, and they left the keys in the car and didn't worry about anyone breaking in because there were more crickets and frogs than people. I don't think that's true. Well, that's the point. Every generation thinks their way was the best way. But the home for wayward boys, that was actually cool. It was a place to go. Then they tore it down, and now there's nothing. We step aside for a set of cyclists. "So you're from New York or something, right?" "That's a good sign, Mary Kay. A show of actual social skills." "Yep," I say, and it was nothing like this. My library is a good example. We had homeless people in there, crackheads. Now that was scary. At least it's real. Everything here is fake, fake, fake. She tugs on the straps of her backpack, and I'm so relieved that I'm an adult. What a nightmare it is to be a teenager, to think there's a place where everyone isn't fake, fake, fake. Sorry, she says, I'm just mad. My mom always goes crazy before Thanksgiving, but this year, she's crazy crazy. Crazy in love? Oh? We always stay here, but now she's dragging us to Arizona to see my papa. I wish I had backpack straps to grab, because this is news to me. Be cool, Joe. Well, maybe Phoenix will be fun. She just grunts. Yeah, right. So what do you do for stupid Thanksgiving? Friends and essays and frozen pizza? I might hop a ferry and volunteer at a soup kitchen. She waves at a woman raking leaves, and the woman waves back, and we are normal. This is normal. But then Nomi gives me what the kids call side-eye. But you said you hated the city. You know there's no soup kitchen here, right? Hate's a strong word, Nomi. And I like it here. But on a day like that, it's nice to get out there and help people in need. She just stares ahead. People never say that love is a strong word. Is she high? No. She's just overdosing on kobold poems and loneliness. Huh. Why do you think that is? Whatever. I'm just annoyed as my mom told me not to say I hate her, but she took my Columbine again, and I have all these notes in it, and I do hate her for that. And dragging us to Phoenix, anyone would. And don't tell me she's just looking out for me. You're wrong. She's a hypocrite. She's mad because it's Columbine. She wouldn't be mad if I was into some stupid story about silly babysitters. And I'm sorry, but Columbine is the best. It is the book. And now I miss being a teenager. That salty conviction that you have found it. The thing that makes your mind make sense to you. You'd want me to be compassionate, so I tell her I get it, that I too love that book. She just looks at me, suspicious meerkat eyes. And no wonder, adults lie all the time, but not this one. All right, I say. The part that really stuck with me was all the Eric stuff, fooling his probation officer, how easy it was for him to convince all these so-called smart adults that he was okay. That's the problem with this country. The injustice system is pretty ineffective. I want to talk about incompetent social workers, but the meerkat doesn't care about stupid Eric, and this is why she doesn't have friends, because she doesn't understand that people take turns. She's back to ranting about Dylan's poems, and this is my chance to save her, to help her.
I get it, I say, because that's the first rule of helping any kid. You have to validate their feelings. But I think your mom's upset because, well, this therapist I went to once, he told me that sometimes we all get a mouse in our house. Are you a slob? I picture her going home and telling you I have mice. No, I say. See, it's a metaphor. The mouse is something you can't stop thinking about or doing, and the house is your head. Yawn. I know, I say, it's a little simple, but the point is that when you get really into something, it feels good. But it's not necessarily good for you. I've been there a bunch of times. She is quiet. Kids are a relief, the way they just shut down and think when they feel like it. And then she looks at me. What was your thing? Women. Terrible city women. Well, when I was a kid, it was this movie called Hannah and Her Sisters. She turns her nose up at me, and oh gosh, that's right, Melinda. Ew, she says. That's Woody Allen, and he's on Melinda's DNW list. Do not watch? Yep, she says, and he's at the top, like the tippity top. Well, your teacher is sure on top of things. She's more like my aunt. Melinda is the mouse in your house. Well, my point was, that movie was my Columbine, the thing that changed my life. See, I lived in New York, but I didn't live in that New York, and I wanted to live in that movie. I stole that tape from Blockbuster, watched it every second I could. Nomi responds by repeating that Woody Allen is bad, just like his movie, and I won't mess up like I did in the diner. Okay, but does Melinda think it's okay for you to read Dylan Klebold's poems? She growls at the trees above. There is literally no comparison. He was my age. Okay, but you have to admit he did some terrible things. Explain why you think that's okay. No kid wants a pop quiz, and she groans again.
It just is. Look, Nomi, I am channeling Dr. Nikki. We got off track. I was just trying to tell you that it's not always good to have a mouse in your house, no matter what the mouse is. Did you really read Columbine? The whole book? I'm not R.I.P. Benji, and I never lie about books, especially with my potential stepdaughter. Yep. Did you also read all the stuff Diller wrote that's online? Kids do this. They bring it back to them, especially a kid like Nomi, younger than her age, going to school every day in those glasses so wrong, and wishing that some maladjusted boy or girl is writing poems for her, but knowing it's not possible because she's watching too closely. She picks at a hangnail. You know how he writes a letter to the girl he loves and tells her that if she loves him, she has to leave a blank piece of paper in his locker? Yeah, I say. But he never gave her the letter. But he wrote it, she says, and that was sweet. I hope some exchange student with buck teeth moves here this year and rocks her world, and she crosses her arms. Anyway, I'm still not going to watch a Woody Allen movie. Well, that's fine. Do what you want. So you don't care? I laugh off the question, and maybe I'll go back to school and become a guidance counselor. Look, Nomi, it's like this. Who cares what Melanda thinks? Who cares what I think? You only need to decide what you think. She kicks a rock. Well, I can't watch any movie tomorrow anyway, because we have our stupid family bonding. I'm not a part of your family, but I am a part of your family, and I force my voice to be steady, as if I'm asking for directions. What's that mean for the Gilmore Girls? Well, first we oversleep, so we wind up on the 11 o'clock, even though we said we'd take the 10. And then we take the ferry and walk around and look at tchotchkes. Tchotchkes. We also go to bookstores or whatever, but you know how it is. Mostly tchotchkes. Your desk is crowded with tchotchkes, and I laugh. Yep. Then we go to a restaurant with a long line, and my mom is too hungry to wait. And I'm like, just put our name in, and she won't do it. And then the people who walked in after us get a table. And I'm like, see, Mom? You said that she was the problem, and she says that you're the problem, and I can't wait to be a part of your really family. And then she wants pizza, but then she wants dumplings, and she's like, oh, let's go to this place I heard about from Melanda. I laugh. Been there. And then we go and the place isn't open yet because she can barely work Yelp, and we just walk around starving and look at more tchotchkes. And then she wants some tchotchke she saw in the morning, and she gets paranoid that someone else got it, and we run back to the shop and it's gone, and she's all, wah! You're afraid that you're going to lose your shot with me, and I smile. Then what? She still can't make up her mind about another stupid tchotchken because that would mean making a decision. So we go to a coffee shop, and she gets mad when I take my book out, like we're supposed to talk all the freaking time. But it's BS, because she's sick of me too, and she takes her book out, and then we come home. The end. I applaud, and the meerkat laughs, but then she turns into a young version of you, serious. It's really not as stupid as it sounds. I'm not mean. You're not mean. Family is, it's a lot. It's just weird to try to bond, you know? I do know. I remember sitting with Love in prison and trying to feel in love with her. And Nomi's done with me. I'm gonna get a coffee first. See ya. I wave. Say hi to your mom. She heard my request, but she's already distracted because she ran into my fecal-eyed neighbors, and I can't rely on Nomi to tell you about our great conversation. She runs into people all the time because that's life here, and she's mad that you took her Columbine away. I walk into the TC, and it's bustling. I feel good. I bent the rules, and the universe rewarded me, Mary Kay, because now I know about your plans for tomorrow, and I am on board. It is time for our family to do some really bonding. I know life is ugly. I knew that Bainbridge Island was never going to be exactly like Cedar Cove. I'm waiting to board the ferry, and this guy in line in front of me is wearing a knit, really skull cap. Someone made it for him, you can just tell. And yellow frame sunglasses, and he's rubbing his son in my face, a lesser 40 with a runny nose. He's also with his wife, the one who knit that stupid skull cap and lied to him, told him he can pull off yellow shades. She's a puffy jacket sourpuss, and she sniffs her coffee. I think this is oat milk, babe. And I am alone, and they are together, and it is absurd. But not for long, right? Right.
I am taking the 10 a.m. ferry to Seattle to get there before you, and I'm a little pushy, gently Joseph, but I want to escape from the in-your-face family that isn't mine, so I move to the left side of the boarding throng, into a pack of lawsuit-hungry retired lawyers, just really hoping that someone's landscaper mows their lawn, because it would give them a project. Yes, it's twee here. If you go to the police station on your birthday, you get a free donut. You don't even have to show ID. But there are 25,000 residents eating locally farmed beets and commuting to Seattle, forming little commuter cliques. Debbie Mackenbird would feel for me, alone on a Saturday, now marooned with techies, talking soccer. I belong nowhere, but this is temporary, and I'm on board. That's progress. And I put on my headphones and brake left for the stairs, 2 at a time, up to the sun deck. The air helps, the sea too, a far cry from that heady brown Malibu foam. And I sit on a bench, but I'm faced with a wall clock covered by a sign that reads, "I am broken." I find another place to sit. Gotta be positive, because it's a big day for us, Mary Kay. I'm not gonna interrupt your bonding with your daughter, and I'm not stalking you. My plan is simple. I'll have some me time, and you'll have your family time, and I'll watch for the signs. When I notice that the 2 of you are getting sick of each other, I'll bump into you. Joe, what a nice surprise. And we'll ride back to the island together. Then we'll have dinner at my house.
I bought salmon steaks, and they're not really frostbitten like yours. Thanksgiving is 5 days away, and that's plenty of time for you to cancel your trip to Phoenix, and you'll do that after you realize that you can date me and be a good mom at the same time. I walk toward the bow to another bank of benches, and I zip up my jacket. It's not freezing, but it isn't springtime for Hitler, and I take off my headphones because people up here are polite, alone like me. No one is forcing a neighbor to overhear one side of a cell phone conversation about a busy, boring life, and I can't get that clock out of my head. I am broken. I check Love's Instagram. I am nervous. And 40 is biting his nanny, Tressa, who says that my son reminds her of Adam Really Levine, and Love is laughing. It isn't funny, and there is nothing I can do. I delete the Really app and shove my phone back in my pocket. But then I freeze. I blink. I wish I could delete my body, because what the heck, Mary Kay? You're here. You and Nomi are on this boat, my boat, the one you're supposed to miss. You're 30 feet away and you're leaning over the railing, and I scoot across the bench closer to the center of the vessel, and I pick up a newspaper and listen to my heartbeat between my ears. Calm down, Joe. This is like yesterday. If you see me, you see me. It's fine. People go to Seattle, and I am people. I bend the upper corner of the newspaper, and whoever is driving this ship decides that it's time to go, and we're on the move. You pull a fleece hat out of your saggy, bottomless purse, and you offer it to the meerkat, and she deflects. I can't hear you, but I see you throw your hands up and look heavenward. Help me, Jesus! And the meerkat sulks and stares at the horizon. You two are off to a rough start, and I watched an episode of Gilmore Girls last night. They needed Luke at times like this, and maybe I should just walk up to you right now and save your morning. I play it out in my head. Joe, is that you? Wow, Mary Kay, what a surprise. Do you want to share a private moment in the bathroom? I know, too much. And the meerkat might tell you that she told me all about your plans. Think, Joe, think. If you saw me, you'd come say hi. That's what friends do. I'm still in hiding, and you haven't noticed me yet. Long live print newspapers. Ugh, she shouts. If you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna jump, I swear. You tell her that's not funny, and she tells you to stop being such a worrywart. And this is adorable. I love our family. And then an oaf in a t-shirt stomps up the stairs and into the frame, and Nomi points at this oaf like she knows him. Look at Dad, she says. He's wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and he's fine. The word dad is an iceberg, and there is no dad. Dad is gone. Dad isn't on your Instagram, and Nomi has never said the word dad, and our ship is taking on water. Fast. Hey, Phil, you say. Husband of the year, will you tell your daughter to put a hat on? Dad has a name. It's Phil, and I am Leo in the ice water. I will freeze to death on this boat, in this water. The man you call Phil, husband, this is not happening. He shushes you, and our ship is cruising. We are sinking, and he's a rock and roll type of jerk.
and you are married. Buried? No, Mary Kay, no. You don't have a husband, but you do. And this guy isn't husband material, but he is. And he's not Eddie Vedder, and it's not 1997, so why is he sitting there with his feet up, Doc Martens, swiping his slimy hands on his Mother Love Bone t-shirt while he dictates God knows what into his phone? He pecks you on the cheek, and you let him kiss you. And the ballroom on this boat is flooded, and the water is cold, and you touch him, his face. You casually break every bone in my body and pull a sweater from your purse. He won't take the sweater, and I can't take this. Won't take this. Married. Buried. You must think I'm a moron. The mothballs didn't tell me, and Melanda didn't tell me, and your little community is a clique of mean-spirited liars. But really me, because this is what I get for being Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. Because since when do I rely on strangers to tell me the truth about the people I love? You're married. You really are. He's whining about your upcoming trip to Phoenix right now, and he sleeps in a bed with you. And we can't hang out like a family today, because he is your really family, not me. Married. Buried. He holds up a bag of chips, and Nomi claps her hands, and I snap a picture of the jerk, and there's a tattoo on his leg, and the ink is black. Sacrophil. I remember that band, barely, one of those 90s not quite Nirvana groups. And why the really didn't I Google you on day freaking one? Your husband is an overgrown fanboy in dirty cargo shorts, and he has bad taste in tattoos, and he produces another bag of potato chips like some third-rate magician. I hate magic, and I hate him. And right now, worst of all, I relate to Nomi, because I hate you, Mary Kay. You lied to me. You want Phil's chips, and you wave him on. And I remember you in the bathroom of the pub when you were mine, when you kissed me. He tosses the chips to you, and you catch the bag like you're in a bridal party, like it's a bouquet. Married. Buried. This is why you ran away from me, and this is why we've been treading water. And Nomi screams at the top of her lungs, "Dad, come look!" Your husband is an iceberg, and I can't take it anymore. This is the story of my life. Everything that should be mine, everyone, they're all snatched away from me. I lost my son, and I've tried so hard to be decent, good. I've tried to forget all the Shel Silverstein poems I memorized when I was incarcerated, when I thought I'd actually get to be a dad. And now you do the same. You steal my shot at family, and I can't forgive you, the same way I can't forget those freaking poems. Used me, Mary Kay. Love stole my son, but you have stolen my dignity, my self-respect, and I should have staked out your house the day we met. Everything looks different now. You weren't hazing me at the diner. You were playing fast and loose, weren't you? You thought one of your friends might say something about your husband in passing, and that's why you were looking around in the pub so much on our date. You were afraid we'd get caught. You're a dishonest woman. You don't wear a wedding ring, and you criticize your mother for her sham of a divorce, but what the hell do you call this? Your husband's angry teenage boy outfit is embarrassing. You must be the breadwinner. And, okay, I never directly asked if you're married, but that's because you're my boss. And, okay, it would have been presumptuous of you to passively declare your marital status. So, my husband loved the Lisa Taddeo book, because that's not your style. But who the really are we kidding? Your husband would never read the Lisa Taddeo book. He's not a reader, I can tell. And you are right, Mary Kay. We see what we want to see, and I didn't want to see it. Same way I didn't want to believe that love was capable of stealing my child. I grab the railing. The ship hasn't sunk just yet. Yes, you're married, but if your marriage was any good, you wouldn't be so into me. I can still save us. I Google you, I should have done this weeks ago, and there you are, Mary Kay DiMarco. And oh no, your husband isn't a fan of that freaking band. He is in the band, the lead singer, of course. And Google knows his name because Phil DiMarco was that guy who sang that song. You're the shark inside my shark. You're the second set of teeth, and I just die underneath. I'm the one who dies underneath,
because that's you on the cover of his album, and the history is sinking in, sinking our ship. Those are your legs under your black tights, and gender reveal parties are nothing compared to this big reveal. It's a dad, it's a husband, it's a has-been rock star in shorts. We're getting close to the dock, and I'm not going to be intimidated by your husband. You were his muse, and you're not my muse. I respect you as a person.
And, okay, so he was kind of semi-famous, but he would never be in a Clue on Jeopardy. And I'd rather be your work husband than the husband you loathe so much that you can't even speak of him in casual conversation. He walks up to you and puts his arms around you, and again, the boat is flooded and the water is cold. But I won't let it get to me. I will not freaking freeze to death. You are telling him he needs to put on a sweater. I know you, and it's mind-bending to see you like this. Married? Buried? How long did you think you could get away with this, Mary Kay? We're slowing down, and you're searching for something in your purse, and I bet you've been winging it, because that's what you do. Nomi was the surprise of your life, and before I came into your life, you were on cruise control. You married a music man, and I'm sure you loved him at first. You were his tiny dancer, and foxes do like attention. Your body parts are on the cover of his album, but times change. You told me that you never understood why your mother left your father. You called it a sham divorce. That's why you're still in the cage with Phil. You don't know how to leave that rat, do you? Nobody in your family is hungry, but you're rummaging through your purse. You pull an Ani Katz book out of your purse. I told you to read that one. And you pause. You're thinking about me. You want me. And then you shove it back in your purse. And I feel guilty, because you must be constantly worried about what happens when the book is out of the bag, when I find out about your life, when Phil finds out about me. Your rat groans. Emmy, stop it already, man. We're not starving to death. No, you say. I know I have a candy bar. It's in here somewhere. You and I are the same, aren't we? We sacrifice our feelings and our desires for the people we love. The meerkat is annoyed. Forget it, Mom. And Phil is disinterested. Em, I'm going to eat with Freddie. But you're still looking for it, determined to provide for your family. And then you prevail and wave a Three Musketeers bar in the air. Got it. It's impossible not to love you right now. The sheer joy on your face, the win. You bite the wrapper of the candy bar that you knew was in your purse, and you are the girl who dreamed up the empathy bordello. You care about everyone, and that includes your rat husband. You tear the candy bar in half, and I love you for the big things and the little things, the pleasure you take in sharing. But there's a fine line between selfless devotion and self-destruction, and you give one half of your Three Musketeers to Nomi and the other half to Phil, and what's left for you? We disembark, and I stay out of the way and let you and your family cross the bridge into the city while I take the stairs down to the street. I watch Phil wave goodbye to you and the meerkat, and of course, this rat stayed with you. Who would leave you? And you couldn't leave him. He's too pathetic, exposing his legs so that everyone can see his sacrophil tattoo. You stayed because it wouldn't be fair for Phil to fail as a rock star and a husband. And I didn't see any of it coming. I got soft when I moved here, trying so hard to be good, as if being good is ever that simple. Life is complicated. Morals are complicated. I wouldn't even be here today if I hadn't bent the rules. I slip into a tourist trap restaurant. I really do prefer our small-town life. And I order a cup of coffee and begin my work. Your husband's band is in shambles, but he works nights hosting his own radio show called Phil in the Blues. Ugh. And if he's up all night, well, I bet you haven't had sex in a long time. He doesn't care about you, not really. The man lives his life for his fans. They call themselves Philistans. And he encourages these loud, lost losers to keep on rooting for a sacrophil comeback. Our world is a mess. Phil has fans, and your life is a mess. Phil has you. But now that I'm indoors, on my own, I don't feel so bad about any of it. I'm happy that the jig is up.
We're not teenagers, and I have no interest in love triangles. Never did. And I'm a New Yorker, Mary Kay. I've dealt with rats all my life. It's nothing personal. I don't hate them. But rats carry diseases, and you're in luck because I know how to get rid of them. I go to the Rats YouTube channel. I only know the song about the shark, Sacrifill's legitimate hit. But it's time to get into the liner notes, the deep tracks that tell your story. The first song at the top of the page is 10 minutes and 32 seconds long. Give me a freaking break. And it's called Dead Man Running. And oh, Phil, my man, don't you worry. Your time has come. In the 6th grade, there was this kid in my class named Alan Brigseed. Obviously, they called him Alan Badseed, and he was portly, walked with a limp because of an issue with his bones, wore football jerseys to school every single day, and was determined to be a quarterback for the Giants. Real life isn't Rudy, and back then, I knew that poor Alan Badseed would wind up working at a Dick's Sporting Goods in New Jersey. I was right. And 2 years ago, poor Alan Badseed died in his mother's basement after a private moment. Your husband reminds me of Alan, Mary Kay. I spent the past 36 hours learning everything there is to know about Phil DiMarco. I read every profile. I watched every ancient on-screen interview where he talks over the other guys in his band. I dug into the Phil in the Blues archives, and I went on his Twitter. He doesn't understand hashtags and writes peace at the end of every tweet. And most of his followers are aging dope prostitutes. Apologies to dope and prostitutes. And they tag him in suggestive pictures, and sometimes he likes those pictures. Or did you know about this? Or did you just stop caring a long time ago? Like Alan Brigseed, Phil won't give up the dream. And like Alan Brigseed, Phil would be better off dead. He doesn't work. He makes pennies hosting his graveyard shift radio show. It's a glorified infomercial, 5 nights a week. And okay, so he does make good money on royalties. It's one of his favorite subjects on the blues, but it's a little less every year. There are few things more tragic than a man hell-bent on becoming something he just can't be. You probably expected more sharks to come along, but like so many artists, that was the best Phil had in him. He was famous for a second, and fame is poison. Rockstar fame is especially vile. It's a drop of food coloring, and one drop, one innocent, hungry shark in the water, is enough to turn all the clear water red and make it stay that way. Every Sacrifill album is less successful than the one before, and it's some Edgar Allan Poe. Gosh, Mary Kay, the slow demise of his falling, rising star, the way he fights it every night on the air, gaslighting Philistines, raging against the industry, thanking you for saving his life as he blames you for domesticating him. He plays his part well, claiming that he put his art in the back seat so he could throw his soul into being a dad. In reality, Phil just really failed. The turnover rate in his band is high, scary high, and if he managed to Dunkin' Really Donuts, he would have been fired because of his inability to play well with others. I turn on the heat in my car. It's cold tonight, and I'm parked outside of your Rats recording studio. I bent the rules for us, and bent rules are meant to be broken. I brought 2 Rachel Ray knives, and Phil's untimely death won't tarnish Bainbridge's reputation as a safe haven. He's just famous enough to be a wild card, and when an early morning jogger finds him on the street tomorrow, it will seem like the work of a Philistine gone crazy. Karmic payback after years of getting close with his fans, following them back on Twitter, encouraging them to pop by and hang. The cops might also think it's a drug deal gone bad, because I've also learned that your husband is in recovery. I listened to every song he ever wrote, and I'm sorry to say it, but you are nothing compared to his true love, heroin. I know it all, Mary Kay.
I know that you had to downsize a few years ago. It's also really relative, and move to what Phil calls your sellout suit and tie salt box in Wesley Landing. He is pretty funny, I'll give him that. But the privilege of it all? Like he deserves a Led Zeppelin-esque castle in the woods because he has one song that some people know by heart? I'm so happy I'm not famous.
And I have a whole new outlook on you. You got together with Phil in high school. He was in a band. You were into that. You got pregnant in college. He put a needle in his arm and penned the best songs of his life. You were his muse. And then when he couldn't pull off the magic again, you were the one he blamed. You're his mother. You're his babysitter. You're his enabler. But tonight, I set you free. It's 4 a.m., and Phil's awfully lonely. Oh, how he would hate that reference. And I should get out of my car, walk inside, and end his life once and for all. I grip the handle of the knife. I turn up the volume on Phil's swan song. Sorry, man. And my timing is good, Mary Kay. The poor guy is really going off the rails tonight, ranting about lucky Kurt Cobain. As always, his mouth is too close to the mic. It's true, man. His voice isn't what it used to be. Nirvana is Nirvana because Courtney killed Kurt. And when you're a guy like me, a survivor, well, we worship the dead. We put them on pedestals. Music just sounds better when the singer's a goner. And it's the story of a lot of artists. You die, you're not around to feel the love, and here comes the love. He talks as if Kurt Cobain wasn't a star before he died. And maybe I won't have to kill Phil. Maybe there's an angry mob on the way, right now. And I check the rear view. Nothing. And of course, there's no angry mob. I'm one of 10, maybe 12 people listening at this late, early hour. Oh man, he says, I'm not bitter. Oh yes you are, man. But there was this one night me and Chris were jamming. Impossible to verify. Chris Cornell is dead. I had this riff, he riffed on the riff, and let's just say a co-writing credit on Black Hole Sun would have been nice. I grip my knife because you do not speak ill of the dead. But then he growls, "Shut it, Phil. Don't be a whiny little difficult person." He opens a can of beer. Thing is, I'm not a pretty boy, and if I looked a little more like cutesy-tootsy Eric Clapton, oh dear, no, no. Did you guys see that doc about him? I caught it this afternoon when I was half asleep. What a good partner for you, Mary Kay. Man, Clapton works that schoolboy charm hard. True. But the guy could be a really jerk. Also true. He'd get nasty and drunk on stage. He went after his best friend's girl, and did people hate him for it? Nah. He rode the horse into hell. He couldn't finish Lila, and Dwayne, really Almond rode into that hellscape like a white knight. And he's the reason we have bell-bottom blues. Some guys, they inspire that loyalty in people. When it comes to me, well, no one ever bailed me out. Oh dear, Chris wouldn't come by while I was trying to finish the Terrible Twos. I scroll down the Wikipedia page, and there it is, the third album, The Terrible Twos. Don't put the word terrible in your title, Phil. It's just too easy for the critics to slaughter you. He analyzes his fizzling career. A good marriage is a tough thing to write about. And I revisit one of my favorite interviews with Phil. Nomi was 2 years old. Phil was out of rehab, once again, withdrawing from the pink cotton wool. He stole that metaphor from Eric, really. Anyway, Phil compared you to his Gibson. You are not an instrument. And said he could stay clean for the rest of his life if he got to play with you every day. The reporter told you what your husband said, and your response was telling. It's not what you expect when you're a muse, but what can you do? Spoken like a true, battered, trapped woman. And I read the lyrics from Waterbed, the 4th track on Moan and Groan. The lyrics expressed explicit sexual frustration and desire. You weren't his muse. You were his whipping post. And you're ashamed, aren't you? You were young, Mary Kay. I made mistakes too. R.I.P. Candace. But I didn't marry my mistake. I know. You were pregnant, and he wrote his twisted love letters about his fear of commitment when he was young too. But then I turn his show back on, and he's digging deep into the past, as always, blasting the pity party dirge he calls Sharp 6. The lyrics from Sharp 6 contained explicit anatomical references and dark, violent imagery. The song ends, and he cackles. Man, he says, was I some kind of jerk or what? Okay, so he regrets the lyrics, but he still plays the song.
A better man like Eddie Vedder would bury those hateful sexist words. But Phil is no Eddie Vedder, and this most hateful album is also the most popular. Well, Philistines, I gotta drain the lizard. He's a liar and he doesn't need to take a piss. He cracks a window and he smokes a cigarette, I bet that's not allowed, and he stares at the building across the street. And the playlist is a brainwashing exercise. He plays a go-nowhere Sacrifill B-side between bigger songs by Mudhoney and the Melvins, as if we, the listener, are supposed to think Phil and his cronies are in the same league as those legends, as if we, the listener, are that really stupid. Well, he says, Phil's back, and you know, every time I hear Shark, I gotta give a shout-out to my girls at home. You all know that I'm nothing without them. Hell, sometimes I think, what if Emmy never got pregnant? I wouldn't have my daughter or my Shark. He loves you, but you don't love him. When you love someone, you scream it from the rooftops, but you don't even wear a ring. And the meerkat doesn't talk about him either. Your friends don't ask about him. You think leaving him would kill him, push him off the wagon, and you're trapped in this codependent cycle of abuse. And he sighs. All right, Philistines, fun fact. Fact as in fiction. First time I played Shark for Kurt, he tucked his hair behind his ear and said he wished he wrote it. I got the chills, man. Bull gauche, you liar. R.I.P. Kurt would never. Maybe that's why Shark is still burning after all these years. And you gotta forgive me, my moon's blue tonight. Oh God, I know Kurt's a god. You know Kurt's a god. He fell for a Courtney, and I fell for my girl. And well, I'm still here. I have more to share. You know it, I know it. Peace out, Philistines. And to all my NA brothers and sisters, I'll bump into you tomorrow. He plays Shark at the end of every Really episode, and I hate that I love this song. In theory, it should suck. Guitars on top of bass, and I forgot about the cowbell. And young Phil wails, before cigarettes got the best of his voice, singing at you, at me, at everyone on the planet. You are the shark inside my shark. You're the second set of teeth. The roses ain't in bloom, the thorns hide in the wreath. On my front door you bang and bang, let me in, lock me out. You hang me up, I twist, you shout. Eat me, bite me, slay me, spite me. Your body invites me, and your fire ignites me. And why are you the flame? The only one to blame, you and your game? You swell and hide, and now you lock me in this frame, where I can't move, I can't breathe, I just die underneath. 'Cause I'm the shark inside your shark. Oh, I'm the second set of teeth. I kill the volume, but I have to finish, I have to sing the rest. You're the shark inside my shark, but I'm the shark inside your shark. You're me, I'm you. What can we do? You're me, I'm you. You gnash, I feed you. But do you want me in your dreams? Do you love me when I'm clean? Do you hear me when I... Cowbell, shark! It's rhyming for dummies, and it's a jumbled mess of mixed metaphors. But he was smart to end it with another displaced cowbell. And I bet you knew that song was gonna be big. I look at your legs on his album. You want me to think you stayed for Know Me, but everything looks different now that I know about your rat. You like being a muse. You still wear your signature tights every day, and his music comes from you.
Just once, I'd like to fall for someone who isn't handicapped by narcissism, but it's too late. I love you. I can't kill his success, but I can pick up my knife. Your rat, he turns out the lights and walks down the stairs, and there he is, 30 feet away, on the sidewalk. He leans against the building the same way he does on the cover of his hit single, posing for a camera that isn't there, and he lights a Marlboro Red like he's James Reilly Dean, like his imaginary Philistines will summon the courage to emerge from the shadows. He blows smoke rings and watches them fade into the halogen mist, and I don't know how to blow smoke rings. Do you like that, Mary Kay? Are you into that kind of gosh? I slip Rachel up my sleeve and I'm ready, but he pulls a rabbit out of his sleeve. His phone is ringing and he takes the call. And it's you. Emmy, he says. Babe, you okay? Why you up? I let the knife fall out of my sleeve. You're awake. You were listening. I don't call you Emmy, and he says it too many times. Emmy, Emmy, Emmy. And he swears that he got a lot of sleep today. Lazy person. And he tells you that he's gonna go right through the sunrise. Oh, really? You, Phil, before he hits a meeting. He swears he'll pack his own things for Phoenix. Liar. And he chucks his cigarette in a puddle. I'm down to 2 packs a day, Emmy. And now you want me to quit for a week for your dad? Are you trying to make me fall off the wagon? Is that what you want? I don't know what you're saying. He doesn't know either because he holds the phone away. But he must be able to hear a little because he takes a deep breath and cuts you off. Emmy, 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 relax. For the 9 millionth time, it's a show. It's an act. The label likes my attitude, and Noma's friends, they're not up listening to me. Stop caring about what other people think. I wish I could hear you. Emmy, Nomi doesn't give a gosh if I go to Phoenix, and I told you, I'm going. You win again, babe. What is with you lately? What is it? Me! It's me! Gosh, woman, I'm missing a whole week of shows, and still you're complaining at me. What the heck more do you want from me? You might be crying, or apologizing. He rubs his forehead. Emmy, baby, come on, don't do that. You know I love you too. My blood runs cold, hot, no. He gets into his jalopy and turns on one of his own unknown songs, and I let go of my knife. Love you too means that you said I love you. I turn on my car, I blast my Prince, but when you were mine, can't silence the shark inside my shark. You love him, you do. It's a miserable drive home. A crate in a barrel in a gun, and I shove Rachel into the glove compartment. This is worse than R.I.P. Beck and R.I.P. Benji. They didn't have a child and 20 really years together. I have to be smart about this. Yeah, I want Phil gone, but the real problem is you, Mary Kay. In your own stunted, adolescent, nurturing, self-destructive, misguided, maternal, codependent way, you really do love your husband. I can run him off the road, but that would be dangerous. It might even make things worse. I need help. Hey Siri, how do you kill love? But who am I kidding? She doesn't know. No one knows. I have to figure it out myself, alone, while you're in Phoenix carving turkeys and reinforcing your dysfunctional family bonds. I drive to Taco Bell. I can have anything I want, but all I want is you. So I get one of everything. Happy early really Thanksgiving to me. It's the most horrible time of the year, mid-really December, and we're in a rut. As it turns out, you're not just beholden to your husband, you're also responsible for your dad. You were only supposed to be in Phoenix for a week, but the day after Thanksgiving, your father fell down the stairs. The mothball Howie Oken knows more about your father's health than I do. We have to fix that. And Howie informed me that your dad has an osteochondral lesion, which is Howie speak for a hole in his bone. Being the good daughter that you are, you put your rat and your meerkat on a plane and you stayed with your dad to help him move into a new house. And I don't begrudge you for helping the old man. I'm not a what about me jerk. But your dad isn't the only one in pain. I have a cardiochondral lesion, Mary Kay. You don't call. You barely text. Time drags, and time flies. November already turned into December. And I walk outside to get the paper, and fecal-eyed Nancy is hammering a wreath onto her front door. She doesn't wave, and I don't wave. And when are you really coming home, Mary Kay? I have been so good. I didn't kill Phil. I've processed my feelings about your secret life. I've given you space. And on the rare occasion that you do text me, I don't harp on you about your return. I asked you exactly once, and your response was infuriating. Soonish, I guess, I think. Soonish? Adjective. Really nonsense, Mary Kay. But I'm just as bad at long-distance relationships. I look at the text I sent you last night. Me, how you doing? I couldn't have done any worse, and I know it.
You are not ya, and it's a dorky, broad question, the kind of whining you don't need right now. And I pour rice checks into a bowl. I try to read the paper, but I don't want any more bad, really news. I go to Love's Instagram. I am acing holiday-induced self-destruction 101. And I watch my son whip his arm with another early Prezi, a plastic really sword. And this is no good either. So I get up. I put on your favorite black cashmere sweater, and the sweater and I go outside and get into my ice-cold car. Nancy's husband is in his car too, warming up the Land Rover for his wife, per usual. I half-wave at him, and he pretends he doesn't see me. Happy Christmas to you two, jerk. And Nancy swans out of their house. She's on the phone. Yes, Mom, but we need a fuller tree for our e-card photo. And I feel like the human equivalent of a really e-card, destined for an e-trash bin. Nancy gets into her nice, warm car, and she loves her husband, and he loves her, maybe, and he's a tool. She's a tool, but they have each other, and you won't even tell me how you're doing. I hit the road and lower the volume on Holly Jolly Christmas because you haven't called me once since you've been gone. So much for friends. I bet you call your rat husband, and my phone buzzes? Did you read my mind? But no, you didn't. It's just Shortus. He wants to grab a beer again. Crossbores are not impervious to the holiday blues, and I won't waste another night with him. He doesn't know gosh about you. He's not your friend either. And all he really wants to do is complain about all the presents he has to buy for his girls in the shop. Halfway to the library, I slow down. I am in no rush for my daily disappointment, and I check your Instagram. Nothing. And I proceed to my happy place, which is, oddly enough, your husband's really Twitter account. His tweets give me hope. Patience. They got me through the first week of your exodus because he spent his time with you whining about being with you. Hey, SeaTac, if I go postal, it's on you with the Xmas tunes. Peace. Thanksgiving is the opposite of rock and roll. Peace. Hey, Phoenix, smoking is legal. Deal with it. Peace. My sponsor chose the wrong day to lose his cell phone. In-laws, send help. The wife let me out of my cage. Check me out at Copper Blues PHX if you want to hear some real music. I'll sign your t-shirts, JK. Just the shirts, ladies. Whipped. Peace. Phil is a sad sack, and I have to stay positive, Mary Kay. You were probably happy about the hole in your dad's bone because it meant that you got a break from Phil. He's so transparent. Yeah, he boasted about his show, but the show must have been a total bust because he didn't post a single picture with a single fan, let alone a woman. Even better, your rat appeared in exactly 0 of your staged family photos with the meerkat, but that's nothing new. The rat never appears in your photos, presumably because he has some rule about tarnishing his image, because he wants people to picture young Phil. Say what you will about drugs, but the lifestyle agreed with him, and I get why he's been TBT 1997 ever since he and the meerkat got back from Phoenix.
The man was at his best when he was very high and skinny as a rail, and his no George Clooney, Mary Kay, he doesn't get better with age. Someone behind me beeps and I wave sorry, and my sweet lord comes on the radio as I pull into the parking lot and, Hallelujah! You're here. I wore your favorite sweater, yes, and I want out of this car and into your orbit so badly that I trip on black ice. Breathe, Joe, breathe. I don't want to die, not now. So I take big, cautious steps and I enter the library, and you are tan and your cheeks are fuller than they were a month ago, and I like you like this, nourished, bronzed, here. I wave at you, totally normal. Welcome back. You raise a hand, robot stiff, as if I never touched your lemon head. Hi, Joe. Hope you had a good holiday. Dolly's in history and we're pretty backed up. That's it? That's all I get? Yes, yes it is. You're already hiding in your computer, and I follow your orders and plod to history, and I'm worried about you, Mary Kay. Did your rat catch you gazing longingly at the Bruce Springsteen lyrics I posted, the ones you liked at 2:14 a.m. Phoenix time?
I know you can't hug me, but it's me. It's you. Don't you want to know how I'm doing? The day is flying by, and soonish it's time for lunch, but you eat alone in your office with Whitney and Eddie. I should be in there with you, catching up, reminding you of what it's like to be with me, but I can't push. I have to remember that you've had no privacy for several weeks. You were drowning in dirty dishes and Nomis's anxiety about her college applications. Her first pick is NYU, thanks Instagram. And then you were the dutiful daughter. This isn't about me. Right now, you're making up for lost solitude. I take my lunch break in the garden because it's cold, but it's not New York City cold. And finally, here you are, rubbing your shoulders. No jacket. Aren't you freezing? I swallow the beef in my mouth. Nah, I say. Hey, how was your trip? How's your dad? Now would be a good time for you to tell me about the other dad in your life, but you don't. My dad's much better, thank you, so that's a relief. And at least we had a nice Thanksgiving before he fell. Your holiday was not nice, Mary Kay. You and the meerkat looked like marionettes with guns behind your backs in your family photos. Anyway, you say, as if I'm just another mothball. How about you? Did you have a good holiday? The worst part about holidays is the way people talk about them when they're over. And you know what I did on Thanksgiving. You saw my pictures. You liked them. I follow you and you follow me. And the rules of Genesis are like the rules of Jinx. I am allowed to call you out. Well, as you saw, it was mostly me and some books, which is to say, it was perfect. You look down at your lap. I told my dad about you. I put down my fork. You love me more than you did a month ago. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't think I ever spent that much time alone with him. I kept thinking that you two would really get along. You missed me, and I smile. I'm just glad he's okay. I read about osteochondral lesions. They sound tough. I am such a good really guy. I don't make it about me, and you're talking lesions and moving trucks, and I'm here for all of it. And then you touch your hair. You want to make it about me. You really would like my dad, Joe. He's old school, obsessive about his books, all of his Tom Clancy's lined up in alphabetical order. He airs them out and wipes them down once a week. All these years, I never knew that about him. I thought you'd get a kick out of it. I feel for you, Mary Kay. I thought I suffered. But you were forced to be inside of your marriage for a solid week. You played nurse. You dealt with a move. And how did you get through it? You daydreamed about me. You stored up anecdotes for me, and now you feed them to me. And I'm happy that you didn't tell me how you're doing in a stupid text. Sometimes you love someone so much that you can't bear a taste or a text because only this kind of moment will do. Shared air, stillness on a love seat. Your silence is heavy with what you don't say, that you want me to be with you the next time you fly away. I love that you love me. I love that you came out into the cold to see me. And we do belong together, but not like this. Married, buried. I close the lid on my box of beef and broccoli. Hey, I say, do you mind if I cut out early? It's fun to watch you fight the devastation in your body. Big plans tonight? I remember Phil's first tweet today. Xmas lights. Why? No, aren't we over this? Is it January yet? Peace. Well, I special ordered Christmas lights last month. It's not a lie. It's a pre-truth. It's kind of embarrassing, but I love to string lights. I am the anti-Phil, and I am your light. That's so great. Lights are a more is more situation, you know? You squeeze your paper cup. I know it's hard, being with the wrong person when the right person is right here. I make a pit stop at Cooley Hardware to pick up lights, and luck is on my side. No Samus. And I get home and there's a box on my front porch. My serotonin surges, and Jeff Bezos is a rich man because he knows how much we all just love to get a present, even if it's a present we bought for ourselves. I hang my lights, take that, Phil, and I go inside, down to my whisper room. I open my present to myself, but it's really a present for you. Basic text, 6th edition. Author, Narcotics Anonymous.
I'm reading Phil's Bible for the same reason that you dipped your toes in the Cedar Cove series after we first spoke on the phone. You wanted to know what I'm all about. You wanted to speak my language. I don't need a freaking self-help book, Mary Kay, but I will do whatever it takes to help you to follow your freaking heart and end your dead marriage. It's the giving season, and tonight I bequeath my time to you, to us. I want to write to Dr. Nikki and tell him to read the basic text because it made me realize what we had in common way back when: addiction to toxic women. I was up all night and my eyes are bloodshot and puffy. Perfect. And I choose an old sweater. Lucky for me, your husband likes to tweet about his NA meetings, so I'm here in the parking lot of Grange Hall. I will meet your husband and pretend to be a fellow addict/Sacrifill superfan boy. My plan is simple in theory. Befriend him, needle him about his failure to produce another shark, make him become the worst possible version of himself, and undo everything he learned from his Bible. When I'm in Phil's head, when he's in peak monster woulda, coulda, shoulda been and still could if not for the damn family mode, well, you'll have no choice but to end your sham marriage. If I do a good job, you'll watch Phil come to terms with the fact that he's not a freaking husband and he's not a freaking father, man. He's a freaking rock star, man, and you'll feel justified in leaving him. But if I mess up, I light another Marlboro Red, and I'm pacing the way addicts do before they go to a first meeting. This is risky. You could find out what I'm up to, but you started this, Mary Kay. You didn't tell me about him. And the best Christmas gifts never come easy. If and when the three of us are in the same room, I'll tell you the truth, that I went to a meeting for the same reason a lot of people who aren't addicts go to these meetings. It was the holidays. I was lonely. Right now, I have to focus on the mission, like a dad driving all over the city to find that stupid freaking Cabbage Patch Kid. I hear Sacrifill music in the distance, and it's him. He's in his jalopy, and he's pulling into the parking lot, rocking out to his own song. I breathe. I can do this.
Christmas is about miracles and transformation. Hi, I'm Jay, and I'm addicted to heroin. And Phil gets out of his jalopy, and I run through Jay's story. I hurt my back in a car accident, got oxy, got hooked on oxy, tried heroin because it was cheaper, and yesterday, well, I won't tell my story today, this is one of those less is more situations. But a good actor prepares, and the basic text has good advice for all of us. Find new playgrounds. Find new playthings. Here comes my plaything now, still a little porky and sunburnt from his time in Phoenix. I freeze up like a starfucker and stare at him as I try not to stare at him. That's Phil DiMarco. Look at him open the door. Stars, they're just as messed up as us. He disappears into the building, and I cough all that crap out of my lungs and pat down my mothy sweater. This is it. I'm going in. My new playground is smaller than I expected. There are two rich ladies, one likes Kahlua, one likes Percocets, a couple of court-ordered, resentful old rich people, and a trio of court-ordered teens. A friendly 30-something woman picks up a glazed donut. Hey, she says, you ever go to this meeting before? No, I say. You? She smirks. She wears 2 diamond engagement rings, Jesus, and she nods at your husband, who is on the other side of the room, just as bombastic in person as he is on his infomercial. He points at his freshly shaven face, laughing at his own terrible joke. You get it, man? I shaved the beard, and now it's growing on me. Fair warning, says the woman with 2 diamonds. Some people in this group like to talk. A lot. But hey, at least it's not boring. Soon we're taking our seats, and the rat is so close, and the spirit of Christmas is alive in me. It is the most wonderful time of the year, and I introduce myself. My voice is shaky, but that's normal, and nobody pushes me to spill my guts. Good. Mrs. Kahlua talks about how much she loves Kahlua, how hard it is to go to holiday parties. And Princess Percocets gripes about her self-righteous daughter. And finally, your rat raises his hand. Can I butt in? He rubs the back of his grimy head and takes a long 10 months pregnant kind of pause, and I try not to picture you with him, until he finally cuts into all that overblown, selfish silence he imposed on us. So, the wife finally got back from Thanksgiving, felt like she was gone forever. No gosh, Shercock, but this is pretty exciting. I get to hear Phil's side of the story, a side even you don't get to see. But it's like we're right back to fighting the way we were in Phoenix. It was rough. Thing 1 was in a mood, man. I know we can't name names, but seriously, Phil, Thing 1? Me and Thing 2, we couldn't do right by her. Thing 2 is Nomi, but Nomi is not a thing. Thing 1 was all over Thing 2, about some book she's reading. Oh, come on, Phil. The book is Columbine. And she was all over me about my cigs. Cigs? I'm not going to say that cigarettes are good for you, but you know what else isn't good for you? Being nagged. I start to clap and stop. Starstruck. Fanboy. Phil winks. Thanks, man. Thing 1's got daddy issues, but lately it's out of control. I've made you think about things, Mary Kay. I've made you grow. The whole damn week she's on me to participate in the family. I try to participate, man, I do. A local bar invites me to play bullshit. He tweeted that bar and 4 other bars. He invited himself. I score us a table and they're cool with my kid, and Thing 1 flies off the handle. We don't want to go to a bar. My dad can barely walk right now. Thing 2 is 17. Man, I know I'm not supposed to say it. Say it, Phil. Say it. But Thing 1, she botched the turkey, she can't stay off Instagram, and for someone who loves to read so much, well, she ain't reading lately. You love me too much to concentrate. And soon, well, we'll be on my sofa reading together. And Thing 2 is 17 going on 12. She needs to grow up. All she does is ride her bike around on her own in La La Land. Phil shakes his head. We used to be a dynasty. I was her kin. She was my queen. We were heroes. Another pregnant pause, and the woman with 2 rings bites her lip. She's not alone. Your poor husband is a recurring joke, Mary Kay. I didn't cave, he says. But the thing is, yes, I really did cave, man. I didn't get to play for a whole week. Lie. I know I've said it before. Say it again, please. But man, is this it? Is this my life? He shakes it off. Never mind, he says. You'd have to be in my shoes to... Never mind. The woman with 2 diamonds starts talking about her 2 engagements, and Phil isn't listening. He takes his phone out and he's typing and tapping his foot, and is he trying to turn this woman's sob story into a song right in front of her? I want to call 911 and report a theft, but the meeting is ending and it's time to mingle, and I'm nervous again. We're milling around, eating more donuts, and your rat heads outside, and if I want your present to be ready for Christmas, I have to do this. I put down my donut. I chase your rat. He's on the way to his car, and I can do this. I can do this. I am J Anonymous. Sacrifill fanboy. I clear my throat, nervous. He's a rocker. And I scratch my head, nervous. He's your husband. And he opens the door, and I fake a stumble. Ouch. And he looks over his shoulder and laughs at me, just a little, and I apologize, just a little, and I pull out a Marlboro Red, and I'm stuttering when I begin my first official outreach to the Phil DiMarco. "Excuse me," I say, do you have a light?" He leans against his car like he did in the promo photos for Moan and Groan, and I wish I was wearing a Sacrifill t-shirt, but what can I say, Mary Kay? It's a busy time of year, and last-minute shopping is tough. "Hey man," he says, "you all right?" I nod, too starstruck to speak, and he passes me his lighter. Zippo, what a good dad. And I drop it on the pavement, and he picks it up and lights my cigarette. And thank God you can't see us right now. I look at him like he's the Ark of the Really Covenant, and I breathe in, out. "Wow," I say, "I'm having a butt with Phil DiMarco." His face is a shrinky-dink in the oven, expanding, brightening. "Oh gosh," she says, "we got us a Philistin. I'm so sorry. Gosh, I know we're not supposed to use our names." "Nah, man, it's cool. I had to come up to you, man. The whole time in there I was like, I can't move, I can't breathe, I just die underneath." He likes to be quoted. All writers are pathetic that way. And he laughs, and this is painful, but this is the only way for me to get you what you really want, me. I thought I was tripping. Phil DiMarco, the most horrifically underrated rock star of all time, is 10 feet away from me, and man, I'm just man. I drop my cigarette, nerves on top of nerves, and he offers me one of his, and I take it. I can't believe I'm smoking a butt with Phil DiMarco. "You're hardcore," he says. "What about you? You got a name." "Jay," I say, happy I worked so hard on my character. He hawks a loogie on the pavement. "No worries," he says. "It's not like you're blowing my cover. Everyone knows who I am." "What's your name again?" I literally just said it, but then again, he doesn't even know the name of his daughter's favorite book. "I'm Jay," I say. "Jesus Christ, man, what are you even doing here?" "Same thing you are, man, day by day." "But you're you. I mean, come on, you don't need this. That gosh you said about Phoenix, how do you even stand it?" He chuckles. "Yeah, Phoenix sucked." "See, what you said in there made me think. A few years back, you told Mojo that you couldn't go 6 hours without touching a guitar." I smile. "Or being intimate." He laughs at his own old bad joke. "Well, that was then, man. Things change." He doesn't really think things change, and he's right. They don't. I smoke my butt, and I hope I don't get cancer from these really things. I can't stand the idea of dying before you, leaving you here to miss me. He blows a smoke ring, and I try, and fail, perfect, and I ash on a pile of old freebie newspapers because he ashed on it first. But that's a fire hazard, Mary Kay. Your husband is a fire hazard. "So," I say.
Can I ask, are you working on anything now? Hell yeah, he says, always. Good, 'cause I am dying for a new album and a tour. People say it's not gonna happen. I'm like, really? Yes, it is. Phil DiMarco is gonna come back in a big way. He picks at his dirty fingernail. You can't push. Every album comes when it comes. Spoken like a true procrastinator. And I nod. I never thought I'd get to meet you, 'cause you don't tour anymore. We don't tour right now, he says. Boom. Your album's on the way, I promise. I gotta ask, were you writing a song in there? You bet I was. See, as an artist, I go to these meetings for the pathos, not to sound like a jerk, as if the disclaimer doesn't classify him as a jerk. But as an artist, I get more out of it. You got a beast in you. You gotta feed the beast. I get a lot of good material in there. Tons. That's so rad. I was right. He's a thief. You know, I'm thinking I might go get a guitar, a Schecter, find a new plaything. You can say no, but is there any way I can hit you up for advice? He gives me his number and says he has to get home, as he quotes his own song. I got a crate and a barrel and a gun. Here's my advice about finding a good Schecter. Pregnant pause. Get a Gibson, man. I laugh as if that was clever, and he starts his car. And did I do it? Did I get in his head? I tune into his show at midnight, and sure enough, he's wailing about the holidays, pining for the good old days when he had time to focus on his true calling, his music. The man is in pain, Mary Kay, and you can't make him happy. Listen to his show and look at his body. He has a sacrophil tattoo. He bled for that band. He took a needle for that band. But your name's not inked on his skin, and it's time for you both to realize it. The next day, I walk into the library, and I slink into the back without saying hello. But an hour later, you find me. You're frisky. You put your hands on Dolly, and you tell me that Nomi wants to get a kitten for Christmas. Are you allergic or anything? No, I love cats, but she's going away soon. You look right at me. Do you like cats? You are so hot for me that you are planning our life together, and you squeeze Dolly.
Nervous. I ask because our friends, they have 3 kittens, so, you could get one too. You want us to adopt kittens together? And I smile. I love cats. It's tempting. You pull your hands off Dolly. Well, it's something to think about. Our cats would be siblings. You fiddle with your belt. Well, you say, let's both think about it, yeah? I give you a yeah, and already my plan is working. The next day, I go to a meeting, and Phil complains to me about cats. Cats are cool, but do I need one more thing to take care of? Already, I don't have enough time to play. In a normal situation, you can't advise someone to leave their spouse because when they don't, you become that jerk who talked gosh about the spouse. But nothing about our situation is normal, and I am Team Phil. You don't need a cat, I say. You need a studio. Tell that to the wife. Man, we're so close to freedom. My kid's on her way to college in a few months, and the wife wants to tie me down with a new cat. Does she not? I don't want to overstep, but does she not get who you are? He flicks his cigarette into a pile of leaves. Nope, he says, not lately. The next day, I march into the library and walk into your office. Okay, I say, let's get cats. I'm in. You fix your eyes on your computer screen. He fights you every step of the way, and I am on Team You. Well, you say, that was fast. Do you have a name picked out? I sit in my chair, and you scratch your collarbone, and I latch my hands behind my head and smile. Riffic, I say, little Riffic Goldberg. Ah, you say, I do love me some suffixes. And you are the smartest, sexiest woman on the planet, and you are the fan to my tastic, showing me a picture of your favorite kitten, the one with a natural tuxedo. Look at this little guy. He's all dressed up, and he will find somewhere to go. I tell you his name should be Licious, and you groan, anything but licious. And I dream of a long, slow Saturday, you and me naming our kittens. Well, I say, there's 3 of them, right? You nod. Yes. Okay, so after work, let's go pick up Riffic, Tastic, and Licious. But you throw your empty coffee cup in the trash and tell me that now Nomi's on the fence. You're doing it again. You're protecting your rat. You tell me that Nomi wants a kitten, not a cat, and kittens grow up fast. You shrug. There's no way around it. It's the fate of all kittens. You're a fatalist, and you need to believe in fate. Me? I pick up one of your tchotchkes, and I make a proposal. How about I get all 3 kittens, Tastic, Riffic, and Licious, and then, when you're ready, you can take one. You're so sweet, Joe. Yes, I am. But 3 cats? What about your furniture? I have plenty of room, and I can get the toys, scratching posts. I am a homebody, and Phil is a home wrecker. And you fiddle with your pen. I always had this idea that when I had my bookshop, well, every bookshop needs a cat, just like every bodega. How about this? I keep one, you keep one, and Licious will live in your bordello. You practically purr at me. Well, on one condition. The little guy in the tux cannot be named Licious. You can't do that to me, Joe. You have to give up on that name. I purr right really back. Giving up's not really my style, Mary Kay. 3 days later, my arms are all scratched up, and I am a man with 3 cats. I am also the owner of a Gibson, and I sneeze. My body will adjust to the dander. And Phil waves his hands, frantic. Come on, man, I don't want to catch what you got. He was grumpy in the meeting, and he's grumpy after the meeting. I tell him I'm sorry, and he shrugs it off. It's not you, he says. The wife's holding a grudge about the kitten thing, showing me videos of the kittens. I send you my videos, and you love that I don't post them online, that they're only for you, for me, for us. And now I find out that you show the videos to him. Huh. And he takes a drag of his cigarette. All right, he says, I got a split. He goes home to you, the injustice, and I go home to Riffic and Licious and Tastic.
And they're not just exceptionally cute. They also give us a reason to communicate around the clock. You send me links to cat toys, and you're too busy with Christmas to come over and meet our future cats. And I'm a busy man, pushing Phil to man up and put his music first. Christmas is getting closer. Every day, Phil is a little bit closer to the edge. And every day, I send you photos, mostly of Licious. You tell me that you're going to die of cuteness, and somehow I go to sleep, and the next day, I go to a meeting, and Phil spends the whole time writing a song in his phone about how his wife is writing him about cats and bookstores. I go home after the meeting and play with my kittens, and I check Phil's tweets. Can't really wait to tour. Philistans. Peace. Did someone say Sacra-Phil? Surprise album, Christmas is canceled. Peace. Fixin' to make a powerful statement. Philistans. What do you do when your wife drives you crazy? Asking for a friend? Peace. Licious and Tastic and Riffic are so cute. They're scratching the Sacra-Phil albums I bought on eBay. But I can't just sit here. Not tonight. I want to see you. I want to see what your marriage looks like when it's imploding. I put on a hoodie and I pick up my binoculars and I'm out the door. It's cold in the woods and it's dark in the woods and your windows are bright and I see you, Mary Kay. You're turning the pages of a book and your rat walks into the room and you don't look up. You flip him the bird and he slams the door and you are mine. You don't love him anymore. You love me. The blow comes out of nowhere. Something hard hits the center of my back. Binoculars, down. Me, down. The blow comes again. A boot in my back and heavy breathing. My poor ribs. And then another kick. Pow. I am on my side and I taste blood. And another kick knocks me into a rock. Roots punish my back and the boot punishes my front. And I know that boot. I've seen that boot.
A heavy, militant, but also really me. In a wheeze, I get her name out of my mouth. Melanda? I knew it. Melanda grips a pink can of pepper spray, pink as your mother's Cadillac. I knew you were a pervert the day we met, she says. 2 words, Woody Allen. Gosh, Melanda, no, this isn't what you think, she grunts. For the last, really time, you don't tell me what I think. I know what you're doing, pervert. You're wrong. Let me please listen to me. She grinds her big, angry boot into my chest, and there will be a bruise. Oh, do you want me to listen to you, Joe? Are you going to tell me you were out here bird watching? Are you going to tell me that you didn't even know that Nomi lives in this house? Nomi, no, not her, no. I can't breathe, and I am the bird, dying in the dirt. Melanda, this isn't what you think. He loves books, he adores film, and he does love birds. Birds as in teenage girls. My vocal cords freeze up on me. The boot, the lie. No, Melanda, no, I was not looking at Nomi. Don't even try, pervert. She presses a number on her phone, and she thinks I'm a pervert. And you don't come back from a pedo accusation. And I am not a really pedophile. And Melanda may be skilled in the art of self-defense, but she has a lot to learn about offense. I grab her by the sorrel, and I yank hard. She goes down, and her phone goes down, and I clamp my hand over her big, vicious mouth. I pick up the closest rock. Crunch. I'm still shaking, Mary Kay. My attacker is locked up downstairs in my whisper room, and this sort of mess isn't supposed to happen in Cedar Really Cove. I moved here to be happy. I moved here to make peace, to find peace, and now my ribs are flaring hot like McRibs. My kittens are useless and clueless, meowing and playing like nothing ever happened. Thanks, jerks. And I pick up my phone with my trembling hand. I set up security cameras downstairs so that I have eyes on her, and she's still asleep for now.
I didn't ask to be tangled up in your blues, Mary Kay. The situation is calm for now, but I can't keep her here forever. She's not a really cat, and I can't let her go. And I don't want to be the guy who killed your best friend. Even though it would be self-defense if one thinks of the reputation as part of the self, which it is. At least I have her phone. Thanks for the thumbprint access, Apple. And I'm getting a master's in all things Melanda. She's been scheming to move to Minnesota to chase down the only decent guy she ever dated. So I informed the school that she was taking a leave to go out of town for some job interviews. They didn't seem surprised. She fights with everyone at that school. And I had to give her an alibi, Mary Kay. We live in America, and a single, relatively attractive woman can't just disappear, because there's nothing women love more than stories about missing women. But she does have to go, Mary Kay. As it turns out, your best friend is a double agent. She's always whining to you about her old friend Nettie. They met on Melanda's semester abroad, and you are supportive. But then she talks to Nettie about you. We have to end their toxic friendship. We can't have Nettie calling Interpol, so I send Nettie a text from Melanda's phone, a text meant for you. So I'm horrible, lol, but once again I'm done with Nettie. She's whining about her birthday like she's in 6th grade, and it's like, Nettie, honey, get a life, you know, lol, lol. Horrible, I know. Nettie got the message. Oops, and she snaps right back. I think this was meant for Mary Kay. Have a nice life. Block. Mute. Bye. Nettie unfollows Melanda in all the stupid places. That's one achievement unlocked. And she shares a passive-aggressive meme about fake friends, and maybe I could do this for a living. Take your phone, fix your life. My ribs are cooling off, and in a sick way, I'm happy that Melanda came after me. See, Mary Kay, you never told me that we have an enemy in our midst. She's been campaigning against me for weeks. I knew it. And you always defend me, and women are on guard when it comes to men. I get it. But never mind me, Mary Kay. You should see what she says about you. I screenshot one of the worst entries in her notepad app. MK and those skirts, honestly, we get it. You have legs, lol. And MK shows up with no call because I live alone, as if I have no life. Hello, I have a life. And I know you love her, but this woman is not your friend. This is why I don't try too hard to keep up with exclamation point, MK. And this is why friends is a lie. Most people wouldn't like their friends if they got into their phones. You want me to have empathy from Melanda, and okay, she does try to be a better person. She bought 9 meditation apps. They're not working. And you warn her that Alice Olivia are like her drug dealers. And she sends you excerpts of her food diary. 9 Safeway donut holes. I hate everyone, but hate me the most right now. Grr. Gosh, you patriarchy. Gosh, you Safeway. And you rightfully tell her that she isn't fat. Gosh, you United States of body dysmorphia. But there's a lot you don't know, Mary Kay. Would you still have empathy for Melanda if you knew that she manipulated 2 unpaid, uncredited interns into building her feminist incubator? That's right, Mary Kay. Just ask the interns, Eileen and Deanne. Your best friend doesn't support other women. She erases them. And she wants to erase us, too. Last week, you told her not to give up on the dream of Minnesota, and she LOL'd. Lol, MK, I'm not moving. Never seeing Harry again. You just sounded so excited about going there. You never know. Maybe you will. Right. Kinda like you and your new little boyfriend. See, we do know, lol. That's not fair. That was one kiss. LOL. Face it. I'm not moving to MN. Bing is home. You're not leaving Phil. He's home. These are facts. This is why we drink our wine, LOL. But she's not honest with you, Mary Kay. After she blew you off with an LOL, she sent 2 follow-up emails to HR reps in Minneapolis. She's allowed to make her moves, but she discourages you from making your moves. She suffers, and so she wants you to suffer. And now she's wide awake, pounding on the glass walls of my whisper room, screaming like a bad actress in a B-movie. I crack my knuckles. I can do this. I can take on her voice. And I have to, because the two of you text all really day. You type, same way you do every really morning. How's life? It is 7 a.m. Why don't you women leave each other alone? I breathe. This is the upside to this mess. I get to change your life. I type, sweetie, oh my God, big news, fingers crossed. I'm in a mad rush to Minneapolis for a job interview. Yay! And I already talked to a couple guys on Bumble, lol, who knows, but yay, lol, XOXO. My heart is pounding, the sun is up. Did I do a good job? Do you buy me as Melinda? Here come the dots, please God, you owe me. And here comes your response. Congrats, it's a win, and I needed a win. And you text again, sharing your own news. You're getting a haircut today. I put Melinda's phone in my pockets. She told you, Mary Kay, she's in a mad rush. And it will be satisfying to see you growing, weaning off your sister. But now it's time for the hard part. I have to go and face my attacker. When I get downstairs, I don't look in the cage, and my whisper room was never supposed to be a cage. I stand in front of my TV, and Melinda's behind me, locked up and screaming, "You're a really pervert." But I owe it to you to try and make her see the light. She spits at the glass, and it turns out the whisper room isn't actually soundproof, which means that I hear every word of her abuse. You are a really pedophile, and a psychopath, and a really sociopath, and you will pay for this, you sicko. Let me out, now. Ha, that is not how we catch flies, Melinda, and I sigh. Well, make up your mind. Which is it? What am I exactly? All three, or just one? I sit in my chair, and I take out my flashcards. She is the teacher, but I am the professor, and I was up all night making a lesson plan. She bashes the glass wall with her fists. Pedophile! I sigh and shake my head. Wrong. Really you. Come on, Melinda.
You're smarter than that. I know, Joe. I know about your dirty Bukowski book. You must have told her I thought Nomi might like Bukowski over the phone because I didn't see that in your texts. For God's sake, Melinda, you should know that reading Bukowski is a good way to learn about vile men. You're an English teacher. She blinks fast and pivots. For your information, I'm actually trained to spot pedophiles, and using a mom as a conduit, well, that's the oldest trick in the book, obviously. I think your meditation apps are making you paranoid. Make all the snide jokes you want, sweetie. I know what I saw. You're a monster. You are a pedophile, and you will be the one who winds up behind bars. Moving on, I say, and I pick up my flashcards. I found your diary in the notepad app on your phone. No, you didn't. She bangs on the glass, and I choose one of my favorites. Date, I say. November 1st. MK calls and expects me to pick up, as if I don't have a life. But when I call her, does she pick up? Nope, too busy with her family. Try being alone, you mommy whiner. She makes earmuffs. Stop it. I pick another flashcard, a real gem. Date, October 27th. You are a child molester, you sicko. These are notes. I get PMS. That is private. I maintain my composure and I read Melinda's diary. Sometimes I just wish I could murder MK. So smug, like she's first woman to ever have a crush at work. Get a life. Grr. And if Nomi was my kid, like, just no. Be a role model. Stop flirting, you slut. He's not in love with you. Not every guy is so crazy about you. And buy some really pants. Where is my period? Really? You world. Stop it, Joe. You have no idea. Female friendships, they're complicated. I go into her texts and open the history of Melanda and Seamus. Huh, I say. Is that why you drunk text Seamus, asking about your past together in high school? She spits at me as if I'm the one who texts Shortus. I still can't believe you were involved with him. It stings, it does, and I sigh. I'm not judging you, Melanda. I'm just trying to help you see that sometimes you're wrong. Really, you pervert. I pick another card. November 4th. I would be living in Minneapolis by now if not for Married Kay. I hate her. Nomi should be living with me, and ugh. Married Kay, I say. Clever. She looks at me. You won't make me think I'm the bad guy, you sicko. You were stalking Nomi. I saw. Huh, I say. You know, Melanda, I guess what hurts the most, besides my rib cage, she rolls her eyes, an emoji come to life. I get it. This isn't an easy place to be single. Hell, I live next door to a family. You and I were in the minority. You try to do good, I try to do good, but you decided that because I'm single, there must be something wrong with me. And I was right, you're a pedo. Melanda, I am not a pedophile. But after reading your notepad, I gotta say, I do wonder what you were doing in the woods. Oh, you sicko, I was looking out for Nomi. Ah, the Bukowski, the Woody Allen, I knew it then, and obviously I really know it now. I see you. I pick another flashcard. Feels so freaking good to tell Deanne and Eileen that I will be the one taking the credit for the incubator. These young girls are so really entitled, and someone needs to smack them down because they have no idea how hard it is to be a woman in the real world. She sits up straight as if there's a book on her head. What's your point? You don't see the hypocrisy? Women supporting women. You're literally erasing the women who support you. I am not the one on trial here. You called me a pedophile. You attacked me. But look at you. What about you? You hate your best friend and you're stealing credit from your fellow sisters. She folds her arms, indignant. Nice try, pervert, but you don't know the first thing about my life. Eileen and Deanne are college kids. I'm not erasing their work. They don't have a really clue about how hard it is to be a single woman in a school system. Let them try going into a school every day where everyone treats you like a leper/whore because you're not married. And they think you should just be able to work every day, all day, because you don't have a life, like there's something inherently wrong with you if you're alone. Christ, Melanda, just admit it. They're wrong about you, and you were wrong about me. Well, unlock the door and let me go, and I'll know for sure that you're not a predator. Melanda, I wish I could trust you, I do. But I wasn't grooming Nomi, and you attacked me, and this is on you. She bangs on the glass, which hurts her hand more than it hurts me. Let me out, now. Her phone is in my pocket, and it buzzes. And it's you. When do you fly to MN? So excited for you. Melanda drops her fists. Is it MK? She's trembling now, shaking, and her sizable vocabulary is boiled down to a single word. Sicko. I write back, 'cause this is what you gals do. Leaving in a few hours. Melanda knocks on the glass, softer now. She's a teacher again. Joe, look, I'm sorry. I was paranoid and I did judge you, okay? I really thought you were just latching on to MK to get to know me. I mean, MK is old. You're not old. Joe, she says, I mean it. I'm sorry. And if you let me go, look, you're right. We both overreacted. And no one has to know about this. Now that we're talking, well, you're right. We are on the same side. We can be. I wasn't born an hour ago. And I sigh. There's a remote on the bed. She kicks the wall as if she's the only one trapped. Really you. And I gotta say, Mary Kay, I'm a little offended because I'm the victim here. I have gone out of my way to be Mr. Really Good Guy, and now because of her, my whisper room is a cage. And Dr. Nikki is right. You can't control other people. You can only control your own actions.
Melanda doesn't deserve my help, but lucky for her, when I see anyone trapped in a cage, even if it's their fault, well, what can I say? I'm a good, really Samaritan. She screams for help, and I nod at the remote on the bed. Go ahead, I say. Pick it up. I have a project for you. She is quivering. It could be an act, and she picks up the remote, and the screen lights up. And there they are, all of the movies in her iTunes account. See, Mary Kay? Melanda obsessively takes inventory of every calorie she puts into her body. But she needs to take that analytical obsession in a different direction. She needs to think about the movies she watches over and over again. I try to explain this to her, but she is the same old dog. Oh, God, she sighs. You're not a pervert. You're a psychopath. You call me a psycho? I'm the pervert. Melanda, would you look at the size of your Woody Allen collection? You own more of his movies than I do. It's different, she snarls. I'm a woman. You have to know the enemy. Gosh, I say. You own anything else, and Melinda, and those aren't even in the really canon. She simmers. Get me out of here. This is a teachable moment, Melanda. This is not happening. Oh, sweetie, I think we've established that this most certainly is happening. You're a sick man. Well, like you, I do appreciate crimes and misdemeanors. That movie belongs to Angelica Huston, she snarls, not that pig. I'm on her phone, pacing, and I wish you could see me right now, Mary Kay. Okay, I say, welcome to Melanda's Movies 101. Stop it. We casually buy movies in the middle of the night, but sometimes our selections say a lot about our underlying issues. No. You like your female bonding stories, Beaches and Romeo and Michelle and Terms of Endearment, and you identify strongly with Bridget Jones. You own all 3 movies, plus Jerry Maguire and New in Town. Huh. Perhaps the woman you identify with most is Renee Zellweger. She turns red. There was a really sale, you idiot. You're also a fan of the psycho woman genre, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, Single White Female. She sinks to the floor and she's crying now. She's moving forward. Yay! And I hunker down like a counselor, meeting her at ground level. Melanda, it's okay. We're both in shock.
We both lost our tempers. It's not true. I acted in self-defense. But sometimes you have to lie to your pupil. We need a minute to decompress, and I need a minute to figure out what to do with her. You were burnt out. Anyone can see that. So just take this for what it is, some time to self-reflect. These movies are your bedtime stories, your comfort foods. She blows her nose on her shirt. A girl is a gun? You're insane. Forget about me, Melanda. I'm worried about you. You could have gotten hurt out there. She looks at me like I'm the crazy one. I carry on. Look, I say, every Sunday you plan a detox from your phone. You turn off your notifications, but you never go through with it. She bites her lip. Then she clocks the Safeway bag I put in her room while she was sleeping. Can you put the TV in here? I have sensitive retinas. Melanda, she knows not to press meshes. A fast learner, Mary Kay. And she juts her chin at the table. What's in the bag? Your favorite thing in the world, I say. Safeway donut holes. She almost smiles, because what a thrill it is, even under circumstances like this, to be known for who you really, really are. I'm at the really gym, gotta be seen, gotta normal the really up, and Seamus is working out 2 feet away, singing along to Kid Really Rock, who waxes nostalgic pervert about his whiskey-soaked glory days, recounting past exploits by a lake. Ugh. You and I, well, you and Melanda, are texting, and for the second time in 5 minutes, I plant my kettlebell on the ground to read your latest missive. You, drink this afternoon before your ferry? What time is your flight? Melanda, sweetie, I wish, but I am so busy, LOL. Why? Melanda's phone rings. You're calling her. Oh gosh, oh gosh. And my stomach muscles quiver like I just finished a really murph. And I can't talk to you. I'm not her, and I can't talk now. I'm in a really gym.
I send you to voicemail and I type. Fast. Melanda. Lol, sorry, but I can't talk. Too busy. You. I get it, but can you just talk for 2 minutes? No, Mary Kay, she can't, I type. Melanda. Lol, so sorry, but I'm running so late. Is this more Joe drama? My heart pounds. But this is your pattern. You. Ugh, yes and no. I just wish we could go get a drink. We wouldn't be in this really mess if you talk to me more than you talk about me. And Shortest yanks his earbuds. What's up with you, Chatty Cathy? Nothing, I say. My buddy in New York is having issues with his wife. Shortest grunts. Sucks to be him. But that doesn't mean it should suck to be you or us, new guy. Take that gosh outside. It's distracting. I'm not new guy anymore. I live here. And all these fitness junkies are only here because it provides distraction from their lackluster lives. Shortest reinserts his earbuds, and I wipe down the kettlebell as if my hands are dirty and walk outside to deal with you. Melanda. I wish we could go drink too, but yay, flight so soon. You. And yay, flight. You know I always root for you, even if the idea of you actually moving makes me feel insane. I really felt like a drink today, but oh well, so happy for you. That hurts, Mary Kay. You don't feel insane about Melanda. You miss me. And Melanda has no time for you. She's watching one of her favorite Woody Allen movies, and you need a reality check. Aw, sweetie, you'll be okay. Give my love to Phil and Nomi. XO. You don't like the patronizing tone. I know you, and I don't blame you. And I drive into town and pop into Blackbird. Just another normal, really day. No woman trapped in my basement. And the fecal-eyed, multi-generational family is here. I bump into the grandfather's chair, and Nancy glares at me as if it wasn't an accident. And they're all as cold to me as they are warm to each other. Difficult people, all of them. But at least they saw me. Normal Joe, nothing to see. You're not Nancy, Mary Kay. You're not happily married. But you're not texting me to meet up for a drink, and that's the problem. I cross the street and head for the TC, and Melanda's phone buzzes. It's you again, shocker. And you want to know what she'll wear for the big job interview. This is sadly normal for you two. She sends you her date outfits, and you weigh in. I like the red. And she argues with you until you eventually give up. What matters most is how you feel in it. Gotta run. Phil's home. And as we know, this is a miracle. But right now, you're in the salon, you're bored, and you badger Melanda a second time. Need pictures. Let me live vicariously through you. There are so many problems with this statement, Mary Kay. Melanda can't send you a selfie. She's wearing the t-shirt she had on when she attacked me. A girl is a gun. And you are too young to feel like the only living you have left to do is vicarious. I turn the screw. Lol, that is so sad. No offense, but I feel like the Joe stuff is making you crazy. You deflect and say that you might get bangs today, just fully become my mother. And that's a cry for help. But Melanda is a bad friend. I read enough to know what she would say, so I lie to your face. Do it. You can rock bangs. You have the face for them, and you are not your mother. Send me pic if you do. Gotta run, so busy before flight, lol. You give a smiley face. Send pics. I'm here, excited for you, M. You're acting out. Cutting your hair instead of coming clean with me just because your best friend is about to get on a plane? You text again. Pics, please. Melanda has 24,985 pics in her phone. Most of them pictures of her, standing in front of a full-length mirror. I choose a recent selfie and send it to you, with the shrugging brunette girl emoji, her favorite. And you are typing a lot. This isn't a really essay contest, it's a yes or no question, and then here you are. Wait, I thought you returned that blue dress last week, when we were in Seattle? My heart alarm goes off, and no. This would be easier if there weren't 10,000 texts between you two, and so many really pictures of so many really outfits. And I close my eyes. WMD. Ugh, long story, but more like get me off this rock, no offense. Lol, just excited to go. That was cruel, maybe too cruel. And you're silent.
I send another photo of Melanda in mustard pants and a green sweater. Was she trying to be vomit for Halloween? And once again, nothing. I studied your conversations, and this isn't how it goes. Radio silence is bad, and it makes me nervous. For me, for you. Are you telling the stylist about what just happened? Did I really up? I type for Melanda. You there? Sweetie, I'm sorry, just frazzled. You okay? More silence. You're in the salon, in the chair, exactly 1,058 feet away from me. You have nothing to do but write back to your friend. And are you suspicious? Do you have a sixth sense? Did you run out of the salon? Are you pounding on Melanda's front door? So help me God if a selfie that isn't even mine brings me down, and I can't take this silence from you. I need to know that you're not on a paranoid mission to find your friend. I need to know that you're not at the police station, where they're not used to this kind of thing. And I have to find you, because it's not like you to drop off. I walk toward Firefly, and I loiter by the gazebo. I miss lingering with you. And then the door to the salon opens. It's you. And you didn't get bangs. You wave at me, and I wave at you. And I'm holding Melanda's phone, but you don't know that. Thank God I took off the female first case, smart Joe. And you put your hands in your pockets, and you're heading my way, and you're closer every second. And now you're here. You touch your hair. It's a little much, right? Well, Mary Kay, you did just step out of a salon. You laugh, and I'm safe, we're safe. You don't suspect anything, I can tell. Because if you did, you'd be holding your phone as if it contains evidence. And you don't think it's weird that I'm here because this is Cedar Really Cove. We live here. Well, you say, it's good to see you, but I should probably get home. Liar. You just told Melanda you want a drink. Oh, come on. How about a drink? I took a blow to my ribs for you, and I hold your eyes. Hitchcock? You nod. Hitchcock.
Your hair bounces when you walk, we're in motion, and I tell you I need a haircut, and you say that Firefly takes walk-ins, and I open the door for you, and you thank me, and we sit up front by the window. You bring your hands together. Okay, you say. I feel bad that things have been so weird. I take a sip of my water. Don't be ridiculous, Mary Kay. I get it. You pick up the menu and act like I meant what I said, and you don't know if you want wine or coffee, and this is new for us. This is a first for us. You're ordering a glass of Chablis. Last time we drank the hard stuff and pulling your turtleneck over your chin. You just said you felt bad that things were weird, but look at you now, such deliberately tiny sips as you run your hands through your hair, as if I'm blind, as if you're hungry for a compliment, as if I'm in a position to tell you that you look good. You're a fox. Foxes know they look good. I stare at you. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, you say, just tired. Bullshit. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. More bullshit. And that's a lazy answer, a child's answer, a stranger's answer, and I'm a little weirded out. Melanda says she's headed to Minneapolis today. I'm tired and spent, and now I long for you to go back to your bullshit, because your best friend is in my really basement. And why didn't I just let you go home? I nod. Vacation? She says she's going on a job interview. Red flags abound. If you believed Melanda's story, you would have said that she's leaving town, not that she says she's leaving. I sip my water. You rub your forehead. Maybe it's just me. Yes, let's go with that theory. She's always talked about moving there one day, but the timing feels off. Or maybe I'm off. Maybe we should get something to eat. You ignore my suggestion. Last week, we took one of those quizzes to find out which Succession character you are. I know. I already read the texts, and I was surprised that Shortest got Roman. Anyway, you say. Melanda got Kendall, as you call him. God, I love you. You remember everything. And I got the evil ogre dad. I don't think Logan's an ogre. Ah, so you watched it. Yes, I did. And Logan Roy is a good man. His spoiled kids are the evil ogres. No, you say. Logan Roy is a monster. His kids have issues because of him. That's a cheat, I say. You can't go through life blaming your childhood for the way you are as an adult. You shut down on me, and maybe you and your husband belong in my whisper room with your friend Melanda. because maybe you're all broken birds, busted beyond repair. You rub your eyes and your hands are trembling, and it's just a stupid TV show. I have empathy for you. I want to take care of you. Hey, I say, I think we should get you something to eat. Joe, I'm married. A beat? Seriously? You did it. You told me the truth? And now you won't look at me, only at the table. And I should be relieved, we're in a new place. But if we go deep right now, you're going to want to hash it all out with Melinda. I pray for a kitchen fire, but it's no use. We're here. Melinda is in my basement. And you're staring at me, waiting. I do what anyone would do at a time like this. I stay silent. I don't acknowledge the waiter when he drops the check, as if he's pushing us out the door, and I stare at the table. I remember the Titanic ferry. You sigh? Well? Well, what? Well, say something. I know. You know? Mary Kay, come on. You can't be all that surprised. You sip your water. How long have you known? I don't want you to think I'm a liar like you, and I don't want you to feel worse than you already do. And you are part fox. You want to feel clever. You like to feel clever. So I lie to you. Only for a couple days. You snort a little. It's not becoming. It's not you. Wow, I guess I'm a really good liar. I wanted to be in the dark. You want to have all the power, and this is why Melinda resents you, because you think being in a gosh marriage makes you superior. Joe, let's not fight. We're not fighting. We are fighting. My heart isn't in my body. It's on the table, right in front of you, bloody, raw, beating. Joe, you say, and you say it the wrong way. I didn't come here to tell you I'm leaving him. This isn't a date. Yes, you are, and yes, it is. I know that. And I'm not a cheater. Yes, you are, but things will be different with me. Of course you're not. My daughter? If she knew about that night. You loved that night, and I did too. I mean it, Mary Kay. I didn't say a word. And I didn't come clean because I'm about to make any changes in my life. And if that were to happen, which isn't to say that it will happen, yes, it will. Well, that's why I can't do this with you on any level. You cannot be the man who wrecked my marriage. Everyone knows that the people in the marriage are the ones responsible for the marriage. Everyone except married people. And I sip my water. Agree. And I am sorry. I should have told you that night at the pub. Gosh, when Italian Restaurant came on, I mean, why didn't I just say it then? What's wrong with me? I tell you there is nothing wrong with you. And you tell the waiter that we want another round. Yes. And you stand, be right back. And I take out Melinda's phone, and sure enough, there you are. I'm a horrible person, aren't I? Melinda ignores you because you need to think for yourself. I put her phone back in my pocket, and a minute later, you come back. Your hair is flatter, and you take a deep breath like you were using one of her meditation apps. Okay, you say. What do you want to know? It's none of my business. We're okay. I'm glad you told me, and I know it wasn't easy. You clench your napkin. Please stop defending me. You've always been upfront with me. You told me everything about your past, everything that matters. And I let you think that I'm alone. Remember that first day when you said Gilmore Girls? I remember everything about you. I remember. I should have said it right then, but I admit it. I wanted to pretend. You were so new. You want me to say nice things to you, but I can't say nice things or you'll call me a marriage wrecker. I nod. My husband's name is Phil. He's a musician. You might even know who he is. You say it like he's George Really Harrison. I mean it. You don't have to do this. Phil DiMarco. He was the lead singer of Sacrifill. It's fun to tell you that I don't know Sacrifill, and you wish I did. Foxes like attention. And you tell me he's not just your husband. He's Nomi's dad. I nod, as in I really knew that, and you hiss at me. Well, aren't you going to tell me I'm horrible? I don't wear a ring, and I ran around with you, flirting with you? Well, all we can do is take it from here. But see, that's the thing. I'm not here, Joe. Yes, you really are. I can't be here. Yes, you really can. Joe, I lied to you, stringing you along, letting you adopt all those kittens. I wanted those kittens.
You pull an ice cube out of your drink with your fingers. You hide it in your palm. Look, no marriage is perfect, according to all the people who should have gotten divorced 10 really years ago. But part of the reason I never even thought about making any changes is you open your palm. The ice cube glistens. Joe, you say, I didn't think someone like you existed. I want to kiss you. This is our moment, but you bulldoze over it with your words, telling me how selfish you think you've been, as if you wish I would walk out on you and make it easier for you to stay in your rut. You don't owe me an explanation, but you want to explain. You love talking to me because you can be honest with me. You don't come out and say it, but it's true. Look at you, relaxing and thinking out loud. I'm the only one you can talk to. Me. See, you say? It sounds trite, and Melinda would be horrified. You say her name so casually. You can't hear the alarms going off in my head because what the really do I do with her, Mary Kay? I can't think about that right now, so I breathe. Be here now. How so? Well, you say, I got married so young.
I've never been through anything like this. Meeting an available man, spending time with him, getting to know you slowly. And Melinda's stories about being out there are always so grim. But you, I built my life around the idea that I wasn't going to meet anybody like you. But you did. Really, Mary Kay, it's okay. Nothing has changed. We can wait. You shake your head no, and you fight my collective plural with your collective plural. We're a family, Joe. It's not that simple. And I let you win this battle. There's no point in arguing with you right now. Melinda's only been gone for a few hours, and already you're changing, growing. You're not there yet, I know. Your maternal instincts have overwhelmed your basic need for love, for self-preservation, and soon your phone buzzes and it's him. We both know it's time to go. On the sidewalk, we don't embrace. You say you should probably go, and bells are ringing on the shop doors as they open and close. The holidays are all around us. You thank me for being such a grown-up about all this, and I tell you the truth, that I just want you to be happy. You think this is goodbye. You think this is the end. But I walk away with a smile on my face. I didn't think someone like you existed. Oh, Mary Kay, yes, I really do exist, and deep down, you know there is no going back. I trot downstairs, and I'm basking in a cloud of smug. Melinda tried to turn you against me, and she failed. And even though I should kill her for putting me in this position, I admit it, Mary Kay, I want to really gloat. I want the teacher to know she failed. She greets me and the donut holes in my hand with a blank stare. Melinda, there are handcuffs in the drawer of the end table. Cuff yourself to the bedpost and I'll bring you a snack. She bickers as if I'm not the one in gosh right now, and my sugar high is fading. She's here, she really is. Am I really troubled? And she finds the handcuffs. The cops should have locked her up, not me. But life is a shark that moves forward. Even Phil knows that. And my time away was productive. I saw you. You love me. And things are different in here too now. Melinda is slower. She's slouching, almost apologizing for her inability to get the cuffs on. She'd never admit it, but she gets it now. I'm the real boss. And she cuffs up because she works in a school system. She's conditioned to respect authoritative ranks, so I enter the room like the professor, like the principal. Okay, Melinda, what have we learned today? She eyeballs me. Well, you're in a good mood. I suppose you saw MK, huh? That's none of your really business, Melinda. I thought we'd start with a deep dive into friendship narratives. If you're so obsessed with Mary Kay, why didn't you kidnap her? I didn't kidnap you. You're not a child. Now come on. Friendship movies. Romy and Michelle, beaches. Let's dive in. I don't want to be Melinda's Dr. Nikki, but you know what, Mary Kay? I do want your friend to cop to her sins. It's only now that I realize just how much she hurt us. If you had a real best friend, you would have told me about your husband several weeks ago. And her phone buzzes. It's you. I did it. I told him, calling you, ha ha ha. You are a woman of your word, and Melinda's phone is ringing, and I send you to voicemail. What choice do I have? And now Melanda's gloating, smoothing the wrinkles in her sweatpants. Uh-oh, she says. I'd say someone has a big problem. Yeah, you own a library of movies about female friendship, but you're not a friend. Oh, please, she says. Most women our age love beaches and Romeo and Michelle. But I'll tell you what is unusual. Me sending MK to voicemail. Gimme the phone. No, suit yourself. And FYI, is she this patronizing with her students? My movies are just bedtime stories I turn on after I pop a Xanax, sweetie. Her phone buzzes. It's you. Can you talk? I promise I'll be fast. Or set a time for later? I know you don't mean to hurt me, Mary Kay, but for goodness sake, take a hint. I write back. Sorry, I am insane busy, LOL. We'll call you later. You don't write back. You're mad. And Melanda says that I'm playing with fire, and I hate her, Mary Kay. I hate her for being right. I pop a hole in my mouth. So help me God if this woman makes me get love handles. And I ask her if she's the Hillary Whitney or the C.C. Bloom. And she sighs. I know, you work the loner angle pretty hard, but here's a heads up about friends. When I go out of town, MK waters my plants. We talk, Joe. We talk a lot. Really, my life. Are you the Hillary Whitney or the C.C. Bloom? When I need to talk, she picks up. And when she needs to talk, I pick up. You text again, as if you're on her side, not mine. You okay? Can I do anything? And I wish you weren't so kind, but I know you have an ulterior motive. You want to talk about me. And Melanda snaps her fingers at me. Just let me talk to her. You know that's not an option. Be real, sweetie. I'm a single woman. MK is a mom. She checks up on me. One time my phone died when I was out with this guy. She has the code to my place. She was at my condo that night. Why do you have to be such a good, very friend, Mary Kay? Let's focus on you, Melanda. My voice is shaky. How could it not be? And there's a crack in my cloud of smug. Melanda eyes me. Do you want to go to prison? I may not know what to do about Melanda, but I am not going to prison, and you are not going to Melanda's really condo. And you text again. Sorry to be a stage 9 clinger, but I really need to talk. And I know, Mary Kay, I get it, but Melanda is really busy right now. And she sprawls out on the futon and lectures me in her sing-song tone about how all women are C.C. Bloom and Hillary Whitney, and all women are Romeo and Michelle. And I need you to not want to talk to her, so I have no choice, Mary Kay. I have to be mean. Well, Melanda has to be mean. Sweetie, I am so happy you told him, but I'm one person trying to take care of myself, and I just LOL. You can tell me about your side piece boyfriend when I get settled into my hotel, okay? You're so mad that you don't respond for a full minute, and you're so benevolent that when you do respond, you're kind. I get it. I will water your plants tonight. Is the code the same? I prefer keys to codes, and you're antsy. You don't really care about her plants, but you want to hide out in her condo and think about me and pretend that you're single. And Melanda grins. Even for her, this is a lot of texting. She sits up on the futon. What's your plan, Joe? I don't really know. And you text her again. Let me know if the code changed. Love you. And I love you, so I nip this in the really bud. Lol, same code, but no need to worry about the plants. I tossed them a couple days ago. Would love if you could scoop up mail next week, though. XXO. You give Melanda a thumbs up, but I know you, Mary Kay. You won't wait a week. And what the gosh am I gonna do about her? It's not as easy as you thought, is it, sweetie? Do you cry when Hillary Whitney dies in beaches? You didn't realize that real best friends talk every day. And I do not mean text. I mean talk, as in out loud. You're happy for C.C. Bloom when she gets custody of that little girl, aren't you? Honey, enough about the movies. You're in trouble. MK will go to the police if I don't call her back. I mean, yes, your little Minnesota story is cute, absolutely. But if I did fly to Minneapolis, I'd call her from the airport to complain about a loud businessman, and I'd call her from the hotel to complain about the sheets. You don't know how it is with sisters. You're not her sister. She huffs.
Fine, you won't be the first overzealous man to dig his own grave. You see the best in people, always a dangerous approach to life. And this, why we're a good team, Mary Kay. I see the worst. I tell Melinda that I don't care if I go to prison. I tell her that she's the one behind bars, that her whole life is a loveless, really lie.
She rolls over, I'm getting to her, and I tell her that I am here to protect you from her, and that no matter what happens, I have all the evidence. I know that she resents you, and I tell her that she's neither a feminist nor a sister, and that you're not going to be her prisoner anymore. And now she sits up and looks at me. So Phil and I went out in high school. It's so sad how puffed up she gets by mentioning ancient high school history. Ah, I say, so Mary Kay stole your boyfriend. No wonder it's so toxic between you two. Hardly, she says. I only tell you because obviously I never moved on. Phil is, well, he's a rock star. Mick Jagger is a rock star. Phil DiMarco is a rocker. And honey, she puts her hand on her chest, it's sad that you think that she'd ever leave him for you. Tell me the code to your condo. She grins. Ah, she says, I got you, didn't I? I'll get in there one way or another, Melinda. I know, she says. You'll get into my condo, but you'll never get between MK and Phil. She smirks again, vicious as an 8th grade queen bee. It's so cute. You swagger in here because she finally told you about Phil? You break into my phone. You think you know us? I don't know your deal, but you've obviously seen Beaches and Romy and Michelle. You know that best friends talk about everything. Give me the real code. But you don't have transcripts of our wine nights, our phone calls. I hate my skin for turning red. Just tell me the code. Pound 342, she says. 342 as in, you love me? Ugh, you can write it down. I should just really kill her, Mary Kay. Thank you. I turn to go and she baits me. I wish you were there the night she told me about you. I say nothing. How you didn't go to college, how you don't have any friends, and I definitely wish you had been there the night she told me about what a bad kisser you are. Too much tongue. I won't let her see my face. I know better, Mary Kay. She's lying. She has to be lying. It's so sad that you actually think you're in competition with Phil. My teeth are chattering. And she's right, Joe. You read too much. No such thing. You overdose on beef and broccoli. You would never say that about me. That's the only possible explanation for why you could believe that she'd ever leave someone like him for someone like you. She's too kind for her own good. Obviously, she said something that put a pep in your step today, but my God, honey, get a clue. MK is nice to everyone. She's a librarian, a public servant, a people pleaser. It's just a shame when guys like you take kindness so personally. She yawns like my mother, and she reminds me of my mother, who would turn up the volume on Jerry Springer when I got home from school, when I wanted to tell her about my day, when I was dead to her because I was happy. That's what's happening right now, Mary Kay. You put a pep in my step. You told me I exist, and your friend wants me to stumble. She's not smart like you and me. She can't be happy for other people. Not really. And she won't ever learn her lesson. And gosh, do I do it right now? Do I kill your best friend? Sweetie, she says, could you move the TV in here? I have sensitive retinas, and the glare from the window really is killing me. I'd also love a steak. I am simply dying for some real red meat, you know? I want to, I do. But no, I don't have a plan, and I'm not going down over Melinda. I slam the door, and on the way upstairs, my tongue pulsates in my mouth. Gosh, you, Melinda, my tongue is just fine, isn't it? I did not give her my really TV, and I am not going to get her a steak. Bad dogs don't get treats. Everyone knows that. And that's what she is, Mary Kay, a bad dog. Territorial and violent. She attacked me, and I brought her home. I fed her. I tried to train her, and she turned around and assaulted me again.
I definitely wished you had been there the night she told me about what a bad kisser you are. Too much tongue. I won't let her see my face. I know better, Mary Kay. She's lying. She has to be lying. It's so sad that you actually think you're in competition with Phil. My teeth are chattering. And she's right, Joe. You read too much. No such thing. You overdose on beef and broccoli. You would never say that about me. That's the only possible explanation for why you could believe that she'd ever leave someone like him for someone like you. She's too kind for her own good. Obviously, she said something that put a pep in your step today, but my God, honey, get a clue. MK is nice to everyone. She's a librarian, a public servant, a people pleaser. It's just a shame when guys like you take kindness so personally. She yawns like my mother, and she reminds me of my mother, who would turn up the volume on Jerry Springer when I got home from school, when I wanted to tell her about my day, when I was dead to her because I was happy. That's what's happening right now, Mary Kay. You put a pep in my step. You told me I exist, and your friend wants me to stumble. She's not smart like you and me. She can't be happy for other people. Not really. And she won't ever learn her lesson. And gosh do I do it right now? Do I kill your best friend? Sweetie, she says, could you move the TV in here? I have sensitive retinas, and the glare from the window really is killing me. I'd also love a steak. I am simply dying for some real red meat, you know? I want to, I do. But no, I don't have a plan, and I'm not going down over Melanda. I slam the door, and on the way upstairs, my tongue pulsates in my mouth. Gosh, you Melanda, my tongue is just fine, isn't it? I did not give her my really TV, and I am not going to get her a steak. Bad dogs don't get treats. Everyone knows that. And that's what she is, Mary Kay, a bad dog. Territorial and violent. She attacked me, and I brought her home. I fed her, I tried to train her, and she turned around and assaulted me again. I definitely wish you had been there the night she told me about what a bad kisser you are. Too much tongue. Now I'm pacing in my backyard, watching my estranged son run around on Instagram to remind myself of how really good I am. He's toddling. He's cute. I made that. I trip on an exposed root in the natural landscape, and I hate Bainbridge Island because there is such a thing as too really quiet. We're not in the desert, and no one has to be on the factory line at 7 a.m., so why is everyone but me asleep? I wasn't gonna hurt anyone. I'm a good, very guy, but I'm a lonely guy, bullied and used. She attacked me. It's her fault that she's in that basement, that I'm in this mess. And did you really make fun of my kissing? Did you mean it when you said you never thought you'd meet someone like me? Or is Melanda right? Was that your kind way of telling me I'm not good enough? I can't be here. And no, I don't want to get on the ferry and ride to Seattle and stuff my face with salmon, ampersand, and quinoa and visit a bookstore underneath a market. We get it, Seattle, you have history. Only to be hungry an hour later and hunt down some restaurant with a twee pink door. All of that is really only fun if you're doing it with someone you love. And I love you, but you're like the rest of the islanders right now. You're in bed. I put on my gloves, no really prints, no DNA, and I unlock the door to Melanda's condo and set the stage for her departure, in case you do pop by. I go in the bathroom, the door is propped open by a copy of the Thornbirds that she cut in half, and it's a foul mess of OB tampons and fitness magazines and monogrammed towels, MRS. Wow. Melanda Ruby Schmid really is a very bad dog. Her parents knew it, burying the Ruby because they knew she wasn't a gem, saddling her with initials she could never live up to. I pick up a framed photo of you and your best friend, and even when she's happy, she's miserable, hiding behind sunglasses while you squint in the sun. I check my phone. Melanda is tearing the sheets off the bed, and she isn't capable of a surprise movie binge staycation because she isn't capable of love. She only sleeps in one half of her bed at home. The other half is littered with mini Dove wrappers. And oh, for gosh sake, Melanda, you're not a supermodel. Buy a candy bar. She's reading Sarah Geo's Violets of March. And no, Melanda, that book isn't about you. It's about a nice woman, a divorcee who got married because she believed in love, unlike some people. Was she right, Mary Kay? Are you never gonna leave him? I open the junk drawer in her kitchen, and she has dozens of women's fitness exercise calendars, and they're glued together by time and self-loathing. I look in her mirror. It rests on the other half of the Thornbirds, and it lies to me and makes me taller and thinner than I am. I look above her mirror, where there's another big fat lie in the form of a cheery sign, "You are beautiful." I pick up her computer, and the last thing she Googled was young Carly Simon. And no, Melanda, you don't look like Carly Simon, because Carly Simon has a soul. I turn on her TV, where it's nothing but Real Housewives. She didn't watch the documentaries made by women for women that she praises on Twitter, and she listens to Coming Around Again so much because if no one ever stays, and who could stay, then no one ever leaves, and thus no one can ever return to play the game again with her. But this is the...
You see now that Melanda took a leap of faith, so she gets to be happy. And this is how I make you see the light. Melanda? Nope, divorced. Totally free, no offense, LOL. Ha, I grin. It is a little fun to get under your skin. Wow, indeed. And he can kiss, lol. Speaking of which, how's your little friend? That's so great, Em. You didn't bite the bait. But on a good note, I hear the pain in your voice. I forgot about just kissing someone who really knows how to kiss. I'm sorry, I'm in 7th grade right now. Woohoo! Lol. Yeah, nothing like a kiss. I miss your yeah. And do you mean our kiss? You okay with stuff? Yeah, just trying to get Nomi to do her college essay. Maybe I'll go back to college too. When do you find out about the job? Jesus, Mary Kay, life moves forward. You went to college, you married Phil? Get with the program and move on. Don't pine for the past and don't make it all about the future. Be here now and give me your lemon head. Haha, you could not pay me to go back to school. I am so happy right now. I mean, Carl, my interview is tomorrow, but I feel really good about it, you know? So happy for you, Em. Seriously. Take it in, Mary Kay. I know that divorce used to seem like a bad idea. Like you'd be at wine bars 8 nights a week with Melanda, squabbling over horny shortest types, men you don't even like, regretting every decision that led to that bar stool. But you met me. It's time to leave that jerk and be with me. Carl did it. He left his wife and you can too. Okay, seriously, back at you. Are you okay? You can talk about Joe. I won't yell at you and make fun of his sweater, lol. I promise. I wait. I watch the screen. Nothing. Nothing at all. And then a minute later, you. Melanda, you don't have to make a dig at him every time I mention him. I know you don't like him. Message received. I'm sorry. I'm just like, Carl, only good man on earth. Well, that's great. Can't wait to meet him if things work out. Ouch, is that the issue? You want the sure thing over the risk? Oh, it's more like, whatever happens, being with him is a game changer, you know? He went through the fire and he left his wife. And even if it doesn't work out, I am just so happy we met, you know? That said, okay, yes, we are totally getting married, lol. You never do the isolated and Melanda's really getting to you. Good. Are you mad at me? No, just feel like, gosh, tonight. And I know, I'm married, I made this mess, and I have a husband. But I don't need a lecture right now, so please spare me. Only love you, sweetie. And on that note, I know I was hard on Joe. I should probably just forget it. It was just a kiss. A good one. I was living in a fantasy. Cliché, but true, you know? I have my answer. You do like the way I kiss. And Melanda was right about one thing. I'm nothing like Phil. I'm better than Phil. And Melanda may not have come around and seen the light just yet,
But I'm in control now, and it's time for her to be a real friend. No, MK. Look, pre-Carl, I was in man-bashing mode. I can admit that. I mean, you know that. I know he wasn't your favorite. Do me a favor. Give it a chance. I'm not saying to leave Phil, and I'm not saying Joe is anywhere near the man that Carl is, lol. Gush, gush, gush. But I want you to be happy. There's no law that says you can't just get to know him. I mean, you told him about Phil. Don't push him away. Who is this? And can you send my friend Melinda back? A chill runs through my body. I stare at the phone. And gosh, you, Steve Jobs, and Mother Nature. Because this is the flaw of all communication. Why can't we take things back? The pressure is increasing every second, and I have to say something. But did I go too far? Oh, believe me, I'm grossed out too, and fully aware that in 7 days I will probably hate Carl and Minnesota, lol. You are typing, slowly. The dots appear and the dots go away. And people who go to bed early wake up early. And I need to finish packing up for Melanda's imaginary trip. And I need to get really out of here before the joggers awake. And boom. Mary Kay, I was just kidding. Very happy you're happy. And yeah, about Joe? Well, see. Oh yes, we really will, Mary Kay. It's Christmas Eve, and all day long, I live like a mothball. I don't make eye contact with you unless you address me, which you do twice, both times for professional reasons. At noon, I go out to the love seat, because I always go out to the love seat. I know how to take a hint, Mary Kay. Melinda told you to give me a chance, but the last time we spoke, you told me to back off. The door opens at 12:13, and you're wearing your coat. You mean to stay. And you make a sad face at my lunch. Well, that's not beef and broccoli. No, I say. This is what we call a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You sit on the love seat. Not close as in closer, but you're not shoved against the armrest. You smile at me. Playful. Is it okay if I tell you that Nomi likes the Bukowski you suggested? I think that's okay. Is it okay if I tell you that I'm really happy you came out here? Well, I think that's okay. But I should ask you if it's okay for me to say that I was up all night because I couldn't stop thinking about you. I think it's okay for you to say that, as long as it's okay for me to say that I was up all night thinking about you too. We are on fire, and you scratch your messy bun. Red. Gold. You. Is it okay for me to say that I thought about you in the shower? Only if it's okay for me to say that I always think about you in the shower. You turn red. Is it okay for me to say that I've been hoping that you do? Only if it's okay for me to say that I've desired you intensely in every square foot of this library. You glance at me. Did I go too far? You smile. Is it okay for me to be a little insulted that you haven't imagined what we could do right here? I said every square foot of the library, Mary Kay. Yes, but in my head, we've been on every square foot of the property. Now you went too far, and you turn red, and I want to hug you. But there are mothballs inside, and there's an invisible ring on your finger. See, you say, this is the catch-22. We both know that a lot of this is about the boundary. I mean, who's to say that all the tension between us isn't about the boundary? I'm thinking of both of us here, Joe. Because look at us. Yesterday, I was a nervous wreck about telling you, and it turns out you already know. Joke's on me. And today, 10 seconds into it, and it's... Well, my God, our IQs are dropping 1,000,000 points a second. You're the one who's married, and I'm the one who's not. And I wouldn't respect you, let alone love you, if you weren't so torn up right now. But it's time for me to show off for you, the way you showed off for me. You're right, I say. And we should probably go back inside. You look at me like you were hoping I would kiss you, as if I can really do that. Is it okay if I say I'm sorry for imploding? I stand up. You're still sitting. At this height, the unspoken desire between us was clear, and that's what you wanted, but you'd convinced yourself that it was all you wanted when it came to me. I leave you on the love seat and go back into the stacks and wait 3 minutes and text you from Melanda's phone. So? So what? So did you see Joe yet? Sorry, lol. I'm in love mode. You're spending the rest of your lunch break hiding from me in your office, and you sigh. Well, I just offered to sleep with him in the parking lot. He probably thinks I'm insane. This is insane. You're talking yourself out of it, and I'm sick of the way you women call out everything natural and reasonable as insane. But I'm not me. I'm Melanda. Well, maybe you should, lol. Kitty. You pick up a candy cane on your desk and bite into it. Crunch, like the rock hitting Melanda's head in the woods. And maybe there is a little holiday really magic just for us. Maybe something good will come out of this mess after all. You are typing, slowly. The dots appear and the dots go away. And people who go to bed early wake up early. And I need to finish packing up for Melanda's imaginary trip. And I need to get really out of here before the joggers awake. And boom. I was just kidding. Very happy you're happy. And yeah, about Joe? Well, see. Oh yes, we really will, Mary Kay. It's Christmas Eve, and all day long, I live like a mothball. I don't make eye contact with you unless you address me, which you do twice, both times for professional reasons. At noon, I go out to the love seat, because I always go out to the love seat. I know how to take a hint, Mary Kay. Melanda told you to give me a chance, but the last time we spoke, you told me to back off. The door opens at 12:13, and you're wearing your coat. You mean to stay, and you make a sad face at my lunch. Well, that's not beef and broccoli. No, I say, this is what we call a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You sit on the love seat. Not close as in closer, but you're not shoved against the armrest. You smile at me. Playful. Is it okay if I tell you that Nomi likes the Bukowski you suggested? I think that's okay. Is it okay if I tell you that I'm really happy you came out here? Well, I think that's okay. But I should ask you if it's okay for me to say that I was up all night because I couldn't stop thinking about you. I think it's okay for you to say that, as long as it's okay for me to say that I was up all night thinking about you too. We are on fire, and you scratch your messy bun. Red, gold, you. Is it okay for me to say that I thought about you in the shower? Only if it's okay for me to say that I always think about you in the shower. You turn red. Is it okay for me?
What if I'm just really horny? Or what if he's just really horny? What if I'm just building him up in my head? I mean, look at Seamus. Nice pig, but a pig. We know men. Joe is probably too good to be true. You're the one who said it. No friends, no ties. He spent Thanksgiving alone, and you know what they say. People show you who they are. I want to storm into your office and dive into your Murakami because sexual frustration is poisonous. Sweetie, Carl's here, so I have to go. But honestly, I was moody that day at the diner. You like him. He likes you. Deal with it. XXO, love you. Melantis right, Mary Kay. You like me. You do need to really deal with it, and I know how to force you to deal with it. There's a seminar in one of the glass-walled conference rooms. It's a setup for disaster. Mothballs teaching mothballs how to operate their iPhones. And you forced Nomi to help out, but she's the only one in there under 60. She's not even doing her real job, Mary Kay. She's holding her phone, forcing one of our patrons to look at her pictures. See, Nomi says? This is the shed at Fort Ward. The moss on the roof is like the floor of a forest for Barbies. When I was little, I wanted my dad to steal it. I know, Phil's her dad, but ugh. And the mothball glares at me, and Nomi clocks me and grunts. So my mom roped you into this too? Nice, real nice. Not at all, I say, rolling up my sleeves and wiping Belvita fiber cookie crumbs into a napkin. I'm here because I want to be here. Nomi makes room for me at the table, and Mrs. Elwell remarks on your meerkat's demeanor, and I am a pro, defending your daughter without excusing her behavior. I love to play both sides. And before you know it, we're in a groove. We help Mrs. Elwell connect with her family on Facebook. Remember when slideshows were universally acknowledged to be torture? And Nomi is softening her approach, learning to be more patient, more like me. She's not the fastest learner, and she snorts when a mothball in a sweater set can't access her favorite books. But I catch her eye. Be nice, Nomi. And what can I say, Mary Kay? I'm good with kids. I'm selfless. I know my way around a cell phone, and I'm paternal, but not patriarchal, and you have a front row seat. You see me, and I see the wheels turning in your head as you remember that I'm not just a good kisser, I'm a good person. And I don't rest on my laurels because I had one hit song 20 years ago. Get over yourself, Phil. And when it's over, your meerkat sighs. Well, she says, we survived. Oh, come on, I say. You had some fun. I know I did. Nomi won't admit it. That's kids. But when I'm packing up to go home, she cracks a funny joke. You see, we bonded. Another score. And I wave. Friendly Joe. Well-adjusted Joe. You guys have a great holiday. Gotta go meet some friends in the city. Sure enough, you send a text to Melando while I'm walking home. Okay, he's good. It's like I almost forgot how smart he is, because it was so surreal to be so open with him about the other side of things. And, okay, wow. Melanda's busy with Carl, and she is jealous at heart, so she just likes your text. And you don't text again, and that's just as well, because I may not have friends, and I may not be unhealthily attached to my family that I secretly hate. I'm talking to you, my fecal-eyed neighbors, but I do have Melanda in my basement. And you know what, Mary Kay? I'm actually happy she's there. This has never been a good night for me. When I was a kid, I wrote letters to Santa telling him I'd be a good boy and wait for next Christmas when things would be better. Ha! But now the lie of my childhood is true. I have a future with you, and this really is the last gosh Christmas of my life, the darkest hour before our permanent dawn. I won't make it worse by giving myself a body to deal with when everyone else on this rock is opening their really presents. So I warm up some fried chicken I had in the freezer, and I grab a gallon of ice cream and head downstairs. She sees me, she smells the chicken, and before I even ask, she prepares herself for my arrival and tosses the key at the door. Such a good dog suddenly, and I enter the whisper room, and she does a little upper body ladies' night kind of dance on her futon. Oh, honey, I love fried chicken. I hand her the tray, and she tears skin off the chicken and pops it into her mouth. Scrumptious, she coos, as she licks her really fingers. I know what she's doing, Mary Kay. She's playing me. As if she thinks this is the first time I've been cornered into quarantining a dangerous, unstable person in my really personal space. I play right back. Well, you seem happy. You know what? I actually am happy. And oh my God, I really did forget how much I love the hand that rocks the cradle. Oh yeah? She eats more skin. She licks her fingers. It does make me kinda sad though. Oh yeah? She tears the lid off the ice cream and digs her fork into the gallon. This is part of her game. Yeah, she says. I feel like you think Mary Kay is the Bridget Fonda, the Annabella Sciorra. You buy her barn jacket demeanor and the whole holier-than-thou good woman thing. You are a good woman. And Melanda smacks her gums. Sweetie, you should know that Mary Kay is just, well, she's not what you think. Poor Melanda. If only she knew that you and I had a banner day. I tell her to hold that thought, and I go upstairs and make us 2 mugs of hot cocoa. And by this time next year, I'll be doing the same thing, making cocoa for you. Melanda claps when I return to the whisper room. Ooh, yes, I miss carbs so much. You're allowed to have this one last nuclear holiday with your unchosen family, same way Melanda is allowed to have a sugar high. The steam turns her skin red, and she purrs like one of my cats. She says, yummy. So you were saying. She puts her mug on the end table, and she picks up the remote and pauses anything else. And it's just me, Melanda, and Jason really bigs. She picks at the gun on her shirt. So I got pregnant in high school. I remain calm. I am the really keymaster. Is this another lie? Because I know that Mary Kay never said I'm a bad kisser. She bats her eyelashes, what's left of them. I know, she says. I said some really icky things when I was detoxing, always with an excuse. But you were right. Stop trying to manipulate me, Melanda. I'm too happy to be stupid.
and you should know why I was really in the woods the other night. I sit in the chair and sip my cocoa. Well, go ahead. So I was 15, and I barely knew the guy, and I took care of it. Okay. And Mary Kay was amazing, totally there for me, real hardcore best friend stuff. Well, that's no surprise. She dips a finger into the melted vanilla. True, she says. And I was there a few years later for her, when she got pregnant. And Melinda flaps her wings. And she was older. It wasn't dramatic. You're not a drama queen. A drama queen wouldn't have been so responsive to all my good doings in the library today. And I go to the hospital the day she goes into labor. I'm in the room with her, holding her hand, because Phil, well, he wasn't that kind of guy. There's one true thing. So Nomi arrives, and she's beautiful, perfect. This feels like our baby, you know? And MK looks at me and goes, "Thank you, Melinda. If you hadn't showed me how hard it was to give up a pregnancy, I might not have my baby." Very well played, because as a man, I can't say anything. That's a lot to take in. So she put Nomi in my arms. I held that little girl, and I was fine with my decision. I have no regrets. I did the right thing at the right time. I know the feeling. See, I was in the woods that night because Nomi is part mine. Mary Kay knew what she was doing when she put Nomi in my arms, when she found a flaw in every guy I ever even tried to date. Yes, I've had my moments. Maybe I'm not the best friend at times. But Mary Kay uses me, Joe. I've been the one looking out for Nomi. In The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, Annabella Sciorra practically lives in that barn jacket, like Mary Kay and her tights.
But that's the male director's gaze for you. In reality, no woman wears that barn jacket every day. You should know that you've put yourself in jeopardy for a woman who only exists in your head. She looks at the TV, and then she looks at me. You look like him, you know, Jason Biggs. A handsome version, obviously. I don't look like Jason Biggs, and she licks her fingers and goes back to watching her really movie. And I do not wish her a Merry Christmas. She was supposed to see what's wrong with her, but instead, she's trying to make me think there's something wrong with you. I go upstairs and I am fuming, trapped, really upset. And everyone on this rock is asleep except me and Melinda. I read my stupid horoscope on one of her astrology apps. No, Joe, no. And I go to Love's Instagram and watch 40 open his really presents again. No, Joe, no. And I miss my son I never met. And right now, the difficult person is right. You really aren't here with me. You only exist in my head. But then my phone buzzes. It's you. Merry Christmas Eve, Joe. Just thinking of you. I needed you, and you knew it. Our connection is like me. It exists. And I settle into my sofa, and my cats gather and romp. I spend the rest of the night texting with you about Christmas stories and the Bukowski you bought for Nomi, and it's calming and cozy. You send me a picture of your bare legs, your fuzzy sock slippers, and our phones are magic. We are magic, and we light up the wee hours of the long, heavy night. But eventually you do have to get some sleep. Big day today, and I wish you sweet dreams. I am content, loved. It's almost like your friend Melinda ceases to exist, like Santa Claus finally did me an overdue solid and schlepped into this house and dragged your friend out of here, onto his really sleigh. Almost. It's the day after Christmas, and I've been living in a fantasy, texting with you when you manage to squirrel away from your family. This power imbalance wouldn't work with anyone but you, Mary Kay, constantly empathetic. I hope you don't mind me only having a minute here and there. And though we don't say it, we both know that this is the last holiday we'll spend apart. My present to Melinda was giving her exactly what she wanted. No really food. But it's been almost 2 days, and I don't want her to starve to death. That takes too long. So I'm on my way downstairs with a bowl of food. She really is like my dog. And lucky for me, she's asleep. No more film school today because she'll make up more stories to stay alive.
And it's not entirely her fault for thinking she has a chance. Last night, I told you about how I gave the fecal-eyed family a wreath, and you said I'm too nice for my own very good. And you're right, Mary Kay, I am. But I'm also a really procrastinator. I know I have to kill Melanda, but I just keep putting it off. It's not just me, Mary Kay. Most normal people in America are in the same boat right now, torn between wanting to save the people they're stuck with and wanting to really kill them. I don't know if her story about you is true, but I know that I don't care. So what if you had a callous moment in the delivery room? You had just created a child with Phil. We're animals. Animals eat other animals alive. That's the way the system is designed. And so what if you manipulated Melanda into being your unofficial co-parent? You were stuck with Phil, and mothers do crazy gosh. Love lets my son chew on Christmas lights. I don't even let my cats do that. And the fact is, motherhood is the hardest job in the world. I love the person you are now, Mary Kay. You wished me a Merry Christmas. And if someone from my past attacked you, well, you might hear things about me that would put you off. I'm a lot of things, Mary Kay, but I'm not a hypocrite. I'm on my way to the library when Melanda's phone pings in my pocket. Christmas wasn't the same without you. Hope you had fun with Carl. Would love to see pics. LOL. No pics, 'cause his kids were with his wife, and we shared a very intimate time. Bwahahaha. Well, that's great. I can't stop thinking about Joe. We're talking non-stop like teenagers. I pump my fist. Well, not really, but I want to. Sweetie, don't think, just do. Lol, love you. Hope you guys had a fun holiday too. There's a big difference between telling someone that you hope they had fun and asking if they had a good time. You know it too, and you don't write back to Melanda. Good, you're right. We have been texting like teenagers, and we're not in high school, and it's time for you to step up and make room for me. I get to the library before you, and I am shelving Richard Scarry's By the Red Bed when I hear your voice. Hey, you say. And what a rush to finally hear your voice out loud in person, to see your face. You murmur now, as if things changed for us over the past few days, because they did change. I have a little something for you. You're holding a white box, and there is a red ribbon wrapped around the white box. And you motion toward the door, and I follow you outside, where it is gray, drab, as if January can't really wait to get here. We didn't go more than 2 hours and 12 minutes without talking over the last 5 days, but now we sit on our love seat like strangers on a bus. You hold your box. Is this weird? Only if there's a bomb inside. You laugh. I always make you laugh. Yeah, I got you a little something. Because we bonded over Christmas. You were so great with Nomi the other day, and that meant a lot to me. Well, that was nice of you. You nod. You're still married, and you feel guilty, which is why you can't speak the truth, and I get it. We're at work. We have to pretend the last few days never happened. Not because someone might be eavesdropping, we're alone out here, but because you too are procrastinating. You look down at the box that sits on your lap. A corduroy skirt today, black tights. So, how was it? How was Christmas with the family? You look at me. You can't really believe how good I am, and you crack a smile. Well, it was our first Christmas without Melanda, so we didn't have a buffer. You really do believe it's her texting you? And I smile. And how was that? You rub the ribbon on my box that is your box. I don't know why I'm telling you this. It doesn't feel fair. We're just talking. And I do care about you. You know that. Yeah, you say. I guess it's that thing where even when someone is like family, which Melanda really is, well, it's still company. So you dress up a little, you know? You have a guest. And it was different without her. There was this moment after we ate. Phil, you gulp. My husband's playing his guitar, blasting his music, and Nomi's wearing her headphones and reading her Columbine, and I almost got in the car to come see me. Well, open your present already. You hand me the box, and a car passes by, and the windows are down, and Sam Cooke serenades us. Darlin', you send me, honest you do. And love sent me away, but you send me, and I send you. You nudge me. Well, come on, open it. I pull the ribbon and I open your box. If only. And I count 6 red strawberries, all of them doused in chocolate. And I bet Phil didn't get any really strawberries. I look at you. I wish I had something for you. Your cheeks are flushed and your eyes are glued to me. And you missed me. Yeah, you say. I wish a lot of things lately. I want your Murakami and I want your lemon head. And we both stare at our tree. I don't want to be selfish, Joe. You're not being selfish. Well, that's not what Phil says. I can't be the one you talk to about the rat, and you're the one who made the rules. I nod. See, Joe? I think Melanda's mad at me. I think that's why she blew me off at Christmas. I can't talk about this either, and my heart is pounding. Melanda? Why do you say that? It's ancient history, but in high school, God, I'm too old to start stories with that sentence. Anyway, when we became friends, she told me that all these people, like your neighbor Nancy, well, she told me they hated me.
And then one day I go into the bathroom and I overhear her telling Nancy that I hate Nancy. So that's why you stole her rat, and that's why you weren't exactly sensitive about her pregnancy when you got pregnant. And you don't know she's in my basement. You really don't, do you? You never told her you overheard her? You shake your head. It's weird to miss her and yet not miss her, you know? She might not even come back for a few months, I know. Melanda texted you that. She's gonna start this new job. She met this new guy. I'm not so good with change. And it's strange to feel almost jilted, as if I was being possessive or something, when I know I should just be happy for her, and I know we were both dragging each other down. But it stings in some weird way to feel left. R.I.P. Beck. R.I.P. Candace. Love. I nod. It is, I say. But ultimately, the distance gets you to a more honest place, you know? You're contemplative. You need me because I'm the first person in your life that really, really listens. I give you the silence you've been craving, and you want me so much that you're shaking. Come on, you say. It's getting cold. You open the door. You're not cold. You're hot. Hot for me. And you look at the red bed, and I look at the red bed, and you blush. Have a great rest of the day. I have a great rest of the day because of you. You love me, and I ought to buy Melanda some chocolate-covered strawberries. Ha ha! Because look what she did for you, for me, for us. And I carry your box under the crook of my arm, and Sam Cooke's You Send Me is on repeat in my head. And the world would be a happier place if more people would lift their souls with music instead of inducing podcasts. I make it into town and I take off my headphones, and there is music in the cafe today. Bob Dylan, in Pegasus. And there really is revolution in the air. Strawberries in my hands. I get the chills. We were tangled up in Phil's blues, and you were married when we met, but you gave me a gift, and you are soon to be divorced. And I'm helping you out of the jam that is your bad blue life. I'm saving you. It's almost like you knew about my situation with Melanda, and now I don't have to feel bad about it, because you don't want things to go back to normal. Why would you? You have me. I open my box and look down on my 6 red strawberries, Murakami's cloaked in chocolate. I reach my hand into your box that is my box, but some jerk body swams me. The box goes flying, and the Adidas sneakered ass who did this mad dogs me like I did something wrong. Dude, I say. I am so mad I'm saying dude. What the, really? He doesn't speak or move, and I don't like this, Mary Kay. I don't like him. Sorry, he says. Small sidewalk, small world too, my friend. I am not his friend, and he's not one of us. He doesn't live here, I can just tell. I step toward him. This is my town. And he shakes his head slowly, like a B-movie gangster, as if someone wearing Adidas sneakers and a battered old long-sleeve t-shirt, something boathouse, could ever be remotely intimidating. A kid on a skateboard runs over one of my strawberries, and the man who knocked the strawberries onto the sidewalk steps forward. "Nice gift," he says. "Nothing says forever like a fruit box. You really know how to pick 'em, Goldberg." The sky falls down. He said my name. Is he a cop? Is this about my dog back home? I give nothing. I say nothing, and I know nothing. And he laughs. "Calm down," he says. "They never taste as good as they look, do they, Goldberg?" I could punch his lights out right now. I make a fist. "All right," he says. "I know you have a temper." "No, I really don't. Not anymore." So I'll cut to the chase. I'm just here with a message from our friends, the Quinns. The Quinns? Love's family? No, it's a new year, a new life. Who are you? It's pretty simple, Goldberg. Stay away from love. Stay away from 40. I don't know who you are, but obviously you're ill-informed, because I have stayed away. "Oh, Goldberg," he says, "mind your Instagram activities, or you're gonna wind up like your little strawberries. Capiche? I looked at love stories because it was really Christmas, and she stole my son. And you tell me how to not look at your own really son?" And I ask him who sent him, and he chuckles. I pick up my empty box. "Well, you stay really away from me, and my family." He steps in front of me. "I wouldn't talk that way to me if I were you, Joe. You walk up here, you start gosh with me, and I don't know who the hell you are, and you talk about my family?" The jerk snorts. "Family," he says. "Well, that's one word for it, my friend. Who are you?" "Look, you're not a member of the Quinn family, Goldberg. See, I work for the Quinn family. I'm here on behalf of the Quinn family. Think of me as your co-worker. But I don't work for the Quinns." "Huh," he says. "How'd you pay for your house?" I don't answer the question because he knows the very answer, and he laughs. "Pig. Snob." "See," he says, "the difference between you and me is that the family is on my side, not yours. Understood? So stop stalking your ex, my friend, and stay offline. Because if you don't..." He smashes a strawberry with his shoe and looks at me. "Got it?" He flips his hat around and walks away, and I let him. I have no really choice. I can't get those mutilated, bleeding strawberries out of my mind. What else does the strawberry killer know? And Melinda is doing jumping jacks, and what really happened? I was with you, and you were with me, and now your strawberries are gone. I didn't get to eat one. And Melinda never ate the food I brought her. She claims she's still fasting, her body and her soul, and that's a lie. There's nothing spiritual about her real hunger strikes. She just wants to be thinner than you, and I don't want her to be here. But she is, and she's different, Mary Kay. She just finished the Angelica Huston story, aka Crimes and Misdemeanors, and she's high on endorphins, sounding off on Rebecca De Mornay in The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. Who wouldn't go nuts working for a barn jacket mommy who gets to be married to the nicest man on the planet? And she takes a punch at single white female. Who wouldn't go crazy shacking up with Bridget Fonda and her stupid swan neck? She won't stop talking, and I can't stop thinking about the strawberry killer. And why is every really person lining up to get in our way? Finally, she stops jumping and sighs. "You were so right about beaches, Joe. I'm gonna go back upstairs. You seem okay for now." "Wait," she says. "I mean it. You were right, Joe. You were right about a lot. Sorry, Melinda. I'm not some dumb jerk who gets off on a woman telling him he's right. See," she says, "I don't cry when Barbara Hershey dies. You want to know why? I didn't care then, and I don't care now. Why? Because she deserved to die, Joe. She stole her roommate's boyfriend." She touches her toes and rises. Jane really Fonda. And now she's jumping again. Clap, swish, clap. I want to go to Minnesota, Joe. I'm ready. This should be good news. She wants out, and I want her out. Life is supposed to be easy when people want the same really thing. But she's here. She knows things. She jumps and she jacks and she pushes. I'm tired of this island, where women are expected to go around forgiving the women who gosh all over them. Right now, I just want to forgive you, Joe. She stops jumping and takes her pulse. And her poor parents, no wonder they died early. And I promise you, Joe, I will never breathe a word of any of this. She's saying my name way too much. You helped me, and I'm ready to move on. She flops onto the futon with a woof, I'm dizzy, and she picks up the gallon of water and drinks directly from it, even though there's a plastic cup on the nightstand. She's relaxed, and I'm tense, riddled with Silverstein's what-ifs. What if someone saw me with the strawberry killer? What if you see your strawberries mashed on the pavement? And why didn't I scrape up that mess? And what am I going to do about this mess? They came together intimately, she says. They came together with Phil. In high school. I know. No, Joe.
I'm talking about a few weeks ago when MK was out of town. Go back to my condo. I dare you. I am so behind on laundry, so you can take my undergarments to a lab. They'll find evidence, I promise you. Another story? No doubt. I want your undergarments, not her undergarments. And I take her phone out of my pocket and she laughs. Oh, come on, she says. I'm a teacher. I don't sext with him. It's an affair. You just have to trust me. She rubs her calf as if she's pretending her hand belongs to a man. To your rat. Remember when Jennifer Jason Leigh mounted Bridget Fonda's boyfriend in Single White Female? It's kind of like that. We are talking a ton of intimate encounters. She drinks directly from her jug. Melanda, this doesn't matter. Wrong, she says. This changes everything. Now you know my dirty secret. You can let me go because I don't want Mary Kay to find out about me and Phil. And you don't want her to find out about you and me. I don't want there to be a me and Melanda. Why can't your friends be normal? And she crosses her legs. You don't believe me? I didn't say that. So it started after my 30th birthday. Not the best time in my life, as you might imagine. MK wanted to throw me a surprise party, but you know how it is. What the hell would I know about surprise parties? And would you recognize your strawberries if you saw them on the sidewalk? I told her no, but she insisted. So I got all dressed up, figured we'd be at the pub, maybe somewhere in Linwood. Oh, Malama, learn how to tell a story. And oh, Mary Kay, I am sorry about your fruit. But then MK picks me up. She drives us to her house. Is she making this up as she goes along? Can you just get to the point? She twirls her hair. Go on my Facebook. Look at the pictures. It wasn't a party for me, Joe. It was a challenge to me. All families, all kids and babies. And it's not like I don't like kids and babies, but come on. I'm 30 years old, and I don't even have a boyfriend. And Phil was supposed to bring this guy from his band who seemed decent, and he's not there. And I'm literally the only person at my birthday party who doesn't have a husband or a kid. I dig up the pictures on her Facebook, and I see you. I see all the children. But like most pictures, these don't tell the whole story. Melanda curls up like a college kid in an emotional circle jerk. She says she got drunk and passed out on your sofa before the party ended. I woke up. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what year it was. You know that kind of drunk? No, that dirty 30 kind of drunk. She's Bridget Jones now. She's British. Anywho, Phil comes downstairs. She gulps in a way that makes her story seem legitimate. She describes a moment of intense intimacy driven by anger at MK. And I wanted to do that because of what she did to me with that pretend party, so I did it. She arches her back, a mix of pride and shame and joy. And you deserve better, Mary Kay. And that's that. Our 10-year anniversary is coming up, and I do not want to be here to celebrate it. I also don't want to be forced to come back here for some stupid court hearing about all this, so this is where we are. You expect me to believe that Mary Kay has no idea about you and Phil? I'm a very good liar, Joe. You of all people should know that. I shove her phone in my pocket. This has nothing to do with our situation. Are you kidding? Don't you get it? I want out. I hate the person I've become. I hate that I slowly, unconsciously settled for this man just because he calls me Ruby. And I hate that I became someone who got off on pulling one over on my best friend. I hate my condo. I hate my job. I hate my noisy fridge. And I hate the guilt. And I hate that I'm actually happy I missed Christmas because it meant that I didn't have to sit in their house like some overgrown orphan and go home and gorge on hostess cupcakes while I sit on my couch just hating myself. I swear to you, you are in the clear because I want to be in the clear. I want out. I see your strawberries on the sidewalk. I see the rain washing them away. Okay, she says, you don't believe me? You need details? No, Mary Kay, no. So, a few years ago, he got this day job. I mean, the man does not belong at a desk. She says that like it's a good thing. I would sneak out of school at lunch and park a block away and go into his office and, he said he couldn't live without me. And it's terrible, but it was so exciting, sneaking around, sharing intimate moments, and going back to teach all the kids about Zora Neale Hurston. She's waving her arms as if this weight has finally been lifted, and it all feels real, but she might be faking it. She has been studying some of the world's most phenomenal actresses, and you're a fox. You would know if your best friend and your husband were having an affair. Foxes see things. I don't know, Melanda. Oh, come on, she says. Barn jacket goody two-shoes wives are always blind. These past few days, being away from my life, well, now I get it. Phil's married to MK. You're in love with MK. That's the story of my life here. And here's the kicker. The long, dramatic pause. And I am the Bonnie Hunt to her Zellweger in Jerry Really Maguire. You're right, Joe. I'm not a woman supporting women. I don't want to leave. I have to leave. She takes a stage breath, and I feel played. Melanda, I think you need to eat something. You're judging me, and you're allowed. I was dumb like Angelica Huston. Who knows? Maybe I'm too romantic. Oh, for goodness sake. And yes, Joe, yes, I have dreamed about Mary Kay catching a rare heart disease or a fast-moving cancer, but that was only because I wanted Phil to be free. She rubs her eyes. And now I'm just tired. Now I just want out. I picture her in Charlize Theron's apartment in Young Adult, drunk and alone, calling you up in the middle of the night and telling you what I did to her as she underplays what she did to me. And I knock on the glass, and she sighs, ever the condescending teacher, and she says she hears me. Look at it this way. If there's one thing you can be sure about, well, I know how to keep a secret. I never gave Phil an ultimatum. I never threatened to tell MK, and I don't want to hurt her anymore. And this time around, this is a secret that I would hold on to, because I don't want her to know. I've done enough damage to them. You're not the one who's married, Melanda. He took advantage of you. She looks me right in the eye. No, Joe, I took advantage of them. She kicks the wall with her bare foot, and now she's rubbing her foot. And she reminds me of my son, always banging himself on the head. His mother begging her Instagram audience of difficult people for advice. How do I get my little boy to stop beating himself up? Do I put him in a helmet? I tell her this is a very creative story, and she accuses me of saying she's not hot enough for Phil because she doesn't prance around in miniskirts like you, and I tell her she's twisting my words, and she tugs at the gun on her t-shirt. Did you read that book, The Beloveds? The Maureen Lindley? No, I haven't read it yet. Her face is the reason people like R.I.P. Benji lie about reading books, and her eyes fill with judgment, thick, ugly snobbery. Well, it's this theory. Some people get to be loved, and some people don't. That's a crock of nonsense. You just said that Phil loves you, so which is it? You're a kidnapper. I'm a husband fucker. Let's agree that we're not model citizens. You want in, I want out. She makes it all sound so simple, Mary Kay, like a bizarro world Pacific Northwest fairy tale where it's happy endings all around. But that's what teachers do. They simplify things. She rubs her eyes. Well, if you won't put me on a plane right now, can you please bring the TV in here? I have such a migraine. I'm tired too, Mary Kay, and I can't deal with her remains, not with the real strawberry killer out there.
I'm a nice guy, and she's starting to cry, so I bring the TV into her room. She rolls over and picks up the remote. "Thank you," she says.
And if it's not too much, I'd love a nice big fast-breaking Last Supper steak or salmon, or even chicken. It's not your Last Supper, Melinda. She cues up the third and last Bridget Riley Jones movie. Can you just let me watch in peace? I leave her to be loved vicariously through Bridget Riley Jones, and there are moments when I want her to be happy. Maybe she's right. Maybe she really does want a fresh start. I imagine a world where you and I are living together. Phil is gone, finding new women to share intimacy with, and Melinda calls you once a week from her new life in Minnesota. She never tells you about that night in the woods, and you never find out that she betrayed you. We take our secrets to the grave, and people do that. I want to do that, because I want to be the man who fixed your life, not the man who killed your best friend. But then I remember her sorrel boot in my ribs. I remember how the corners of her Carly Simon mouth turned up as I left her just now. I can't really trust her, Mary Kay. I have to fact-check her soap opera saga, so I throw a salmon on the grill. I pop a steak in the oven. Nice, Joe, Chef Joe. And I play the Sacrifice songs from the year Melinda turned 30. It's no use, Mary Kay. This is a concept album about a day in the life of a ghost. Oh, Phil, you should have quit after your shark. And I turn off the really music and text Phil from my burner phone. Hey, you around? A good 5 minutes later, my man Phil responds. Hell yeah, Joe. I step on Riffick's tail, and he hisses, and my veins shrink up on me. Phil called me Joe. To him, I'm Jay. Does he know? Am I in trouble? 10 seconds later. I mean, Jay, sorry man, annoying person. I write back, question. Being intimate with the girlfriend's best friend. Am I going to hell for that? Or is that kinda nonsense good for the music? Phil responds with an all-caps warning. For your eyes only. Haven't laid down this track yet. And a page of his notepad. The title of the song is A Diamond for You, a Ruby for Me. And I scan the lyrics, and he's mining rubies at Fort Ward. And Jesus, Mary Kay, it's true. Her story wasn't creative, and sometimes truth really is more repugnant and useful than fiction. I'm mad for you, and I'm sad for you. Of all the places they could have gone, Fort Really Ward. The salmon is sizzling, and the fat in the meat is bubbling. And Melinda is right. She knows my secret, and I know hers. Could I do it, Mary Kay? Could I let your best friend go? I never wanted to kill her. I don't want to kill anyone. And, okay, it's insane to imagine her walking up the stairs, going to an airport, and starting over. But once upon a time, it was insane to imagine a woman like you walking into my life. And I want to do right by you. I placate your lying, cheating rat with all the caps I can manage. You are the king. And I put Sam Cooke on repeat to sanitize my eardrums. And then my doorbell rings. That's not a thing my doorbell does. And is it the strawberry killer? Is it Phil? Did he somehow find out where I live? I don't like the sound of my doorbell. And there it goes again. And now there is knocking. And what if the rat found out my address? And now it's the doorbell and the fists pounding on the door, and my skin crawls. I don't look in the peephole, and I don't run. My hand sweats as I grip the doorknob. And there you are. You are wet. It started raining. And feral, you barge into my house. Your hair is dripping on your blouse, and your blouse is soaked. I see the outline of your bra. And you pace around in my living room. Did I close the door to the basement? And you are quiet, wordless and airtight, like my whisper room. And do you know about Melinda? Do you know about Jay? I never should have knocked out Melinda and brought her home. I should have let her try and ruin my name. A girl is a gun. Because you would have come to my defense. You would have told her she was wrong. But I let my fear get the best of me. And you drop onto my red sofa and you look at me like I'm a cheater.
You point at my big red chair. Sit, you say, as if I'm a dog. Sit. You don't speak to me. You pull your shirt over your head, and it feels like the first time I experienced self-pleasure. Blanche Dubois, I love you forever. And it reminds me of the first real-life woman I saw naked. My mother fell in the shower, and I saw her body. And the first time I had sex, Mrs. Monica Fonseca. And it's Sam Cooke in that passing car. It's the Eagles on a summer night, when even people who get off on hating the Eagles have to kind of love them. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, a quiet understanding settled between them, and a wave of reflection washed over me. What do I say to you? What do I do? Do I bring you water? Do I feed you? And then you laugh. Okay, I'm a little embarrassed. Don't be, that was very hot. Yeah? Yeah, you're a fox, and foxes need to move. So you pick up your tights and you tell me you've never done anything like this. You think you have to say that? And I walk across the room. I take your tights in my hands. I breathe in the white cotton center, the part that breathes you in, day out. I am a gentleman. You want your clothes, so I hand over your tights, and you laugh. This is just never an elegant activity, putting on tights. I run my hand up the back of your leg. Agree to disagree. You pull away, and I take my hand off your leg. You pull up your tights, and you fix your bun. Huh, you say. I didn't know you play guitar. A little. I should have hidden that really fill stick. But not in a serious way. I have an oboe, too. And a flute. You smile. And you play them all at once, right? We're smiling again, and I got us out of the jam. I bring you down to the red sofa, the red bed. We are spooning, feeling deeply connected. Your voice is small, scared. I don't know what to say right now. You don't have to say anything. Silence falls on us like Gutterson's snow falling on cedars. We are learning what it feels like to be alone in private. You feel what I feel. Warm, safe. I shouldn't tell you this, but you're here. You came. So the day after we first talked on the phone, before I started working at the library, I bought a cashmere sweater. Yeah? Yeah, I say. I didn't know it in the moment, but I got home and put it on and realized it felt like you. I think you're aware that I like that sweater. Licious saunters into the room, and you light up. Oh, God, you gasp. Licious is even cuter in person. Come here, baby. Licious leaves the room. Really, cats. And you nestle into my chest, and I kiss your head. All of our cats are cute. You stroke my chest. I like the way you say that. Our cats. We could be teenagers on a beach in the 90s, and we could be in the hospital beds in our 90s. And there's something old about us together, something young. And then you pat my hand. Joe, I should probably go. I hold you. You should probably not say should probably so much. I get an F in pillow talk, and you're wiggling away, you're on your feet, and you're putting on your skirt. And what do I say to make you stay? You pull on one boot, and then you reach for the other, and then you flinch. What was that noise? The whisper room is almost soundproof, and it better not be my dog. I think I have a mouse. Well, don't worry. Rithik will take care of that. He's the toughest one in the bunch. You are fully dressed by now, and I'm still lying on the couch, a big spoon with no little spoon underneath. And I can't read your face. Is that guilt? Regret? You mumble something about humane mousetraps, like we're in a really Facebook group chat about exterminators, and I nod, like I give a gosh about mice right now. I stand up. Do I touch you? Do I hug you? Do you want something to eat? You shudder and tell me again that you should probably go. And then you laugh because of what I said about your should probablys, and I should probably build a time machine. The quiet intimacy. See, Joe, this is the problem. You open the door, and you open your mouth, and you look at me, and you look away, and just say it, Mary Kay.
You should probably stop being so perfect, I'll see you soon, yeah? Yeah, I say soon. Tastic creeps up on us and rubs against your leg and you pick him up and coo. Oh, God, Tastic, you are the cutest. You are. You are my perfect little baby. Yes, you are. You're wrong. Tastic is the neediest, and rific is the cutest, but I don't question your judgment. And you go before I say something stupid, and yes, you called me perfect, and that's what I'm going to be from now on. If I were your cat, my name would be Perfect. When you're gone, I lean my head against the door. I'd want you to pound on the other side and beg for more, but that's not going to happen. Perfect men aren't greedy, they're grateful. I go into the kitchen and I like the idea of us in split screen, opening cabinets and going through the motions as we replay every nanosecond of our first intimate moments. I put the overcooked salmon and the blackened steak onto a plate. I get the Heinz ketchup, I grab a couple Hostess cupcakes, and the tray is ready. I glance at my red sofa. You were there. You'll be there again. I open the basement door. The tray is heavy and each step is a challenge. But at the same time, I have no fear of falling. I'm not walking, I'm floating. Perfect. But then I make it to the bottom of the stairs and I stop short. Something is wrong. The room is silent, lifeless. And then I see her. Melanda's face down on the floor of the whisper room. There's blood on the floor, on the glass wall, and the TV is down too, shattered. I drop my tray and I scream her name. Melanda! I grope for my keys and I'm in the whisper room on my knees, and I'm too late. She used the television set and there is blood, so much blood. And I grab her shoulders and I whisper, I hope. Melanda, can you hear me? But her heart is silent. I am wasting my time. And that's when I realize the blood on the wall isn't spatter. It's writing. She used her own blood as ink, finger paint. Her last words, her goodbye. Single white female. This isn't a misdemeanor. This is a crime. And Melanda's the shark inside my shark, the body in my house. And it wasn't supposed to happen like this. If you hadn't come over tonight, no, this isn't your fault. She did this, not you, not me. Melanda, I can't let my empathy get the best of me right now. She chose to end her life on my property, and she left me to do the dirty work, to clean up the mess. I turn off the security cameras and delete my files. I don't like snuff films. And if some twisted voyeur techie already saw what she did, well, that's the point, isn't it? She did it, not me. She will never be coming around again. And as it all sinks in, well, in some ways, I could kill her for what she did to us. Her blood is on my fingertips. It's on the walls of my whisper room. And she was in this room because she attacked me. I grab her phone. I can't call 911. I can't trust the injustice system, if only you knew. And I can't bury her in my yard. Fecal-eyed Nancy is a nosy next-door app-addicted gossip, and I crack a smile. Is there something wrong with me? No. Laughing at funerals is a common phenomenon. We laugh at death because we have to. Because what is more ironic than being stuck with a very smart, opinionated woman who can't weigh in with her thoughts at a moment when I could really use her really help? I could take her to the dock and let her sink to the floor of the bay, but the tide gets low. I could put her in the trunk and drive to the footbridge by 3:05, but I like that footbridge. I could dump her in Murden Cove. The smell is bad enough there as it is, but once again with the low really tide. For her, it was easy. Single white female. But this is hell on me. And unlike that daytime soap-loving sociopath in Fargo, I don't have access to a wood chipper. And why would I really want a wood chipper? It's not like things worked out for him, and we all know how it ends. Chills. And I will not end up in the back of a really police cruiser. Gosh darn it, Melanda. Why me? Why my house? I know she had her reasons. I've read the phone. I had to know everything about you. And I read her journals. I had to know everything she won't put in the phone. I know that as recently as 2 weeks ago, she was sick about never having had a baby. I want to have one, but then I go into Blackbird and those mommies are so smug, as if giving birth makes them more of a woman than me. And they're so boring, and they think they're so interesting, and how can I want to be one of them? Ugh. MK is lucky she did it early, before all these women turned into martyrs.
And hello, they have husbands. And okay, so the husbands don't unload the dishwasher unless they're asked to do it, but they do it, you know? MK is lucky, and I'm not. Lol. I know. Get over it. Sigh. But she didn't get over it, and now look what she did to us. Single white female. It's hard to be alone, I know. We all need to let it out. But she listened to that Carly Simon song about the hardships of relationships almost 9,000 times. And did any of it sink in? That song is about crimes and misdemeanors. You break a window, you burn a souffle, but you don't break yourself. You get a new shrink. You move. Seattle's right there. And isn't that what you all think is so great about this island? You walk onto the ferry and into the city and find Frasier, for goodness sake, or even Niles. But don't do this. Don't leave the planet. And don't go in Blackbird when you very well know there will be fecal-eyed mommies in there wearing their babies in a self-important gathering. I'm sad for Melanda. She just couldn't come around. And I am sad for me. What do I do with her now? I'm frozen. The Seattle freeze is officially real. And I can't bring her to her house. I can't allow headlines in the Bainbridge Island Review, local feminist slits wrists, because headlines will lead to investigations and whispers. You are all that matters, and you can never know that she ended her life. Same way you can never know that she was down here while we were up there. And I wish Melanda had never attacked me in the woods. I wish she'd moved to Minnesota years ago when the time was right. I roll her body onto a duvet and I wrap her up like a burrito, and it helps. I don't have to look at her corpse anymore. But then my eyes land on her bare feet. Nothing stays the same. And oh, Melanda, why? I take out her phone. She left me with no choice, Mary Kay. I have to make you despise her. I have to burn the bridge and tell you what you shouldn't have to know, so that you never want to speak to her ever again. She's been your best friend for a long time. You didn't fight over Phil. You remained close as sisters, jumping off the pier at Point White, spending Mother's Day together, sharing your daughter, the way you unknowingly shared your husband. I close my eyes. I picture Melanda falling in love with imaginary Carl. It's new for her. She tells him everything, and he tells her that she has to end this toxic friendship. You stole her boyfriend, and you were young, I know, but at some point we all have to own up to our past mistakes. People do this when they fall in love, when they think they finally found their person. I did that with love. I told her everything about me. And now Melanda's going to reach into the bottom of her oversized, broken heart. Me as Melanda. Sweetie, this isn't easy for me, and it isn't going to be easy for you. But that's part of the problem. Life is easy for you. You breeze into things. Phil wanted you the second he saw you, and I said it was okay, because what could I do? He didn't feel that way about me. He felt that way about you. You can't make anyone love you, I know that, and that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend. I love her, so on we go. After you had Nomi, you told me you were happy I had an abortion, because if I hadn't, you might have gotten cold feet with Nomi. And that hurt, but I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her.
My 30th birthday, and you threw me a surprise party, and it was all families, and I was a third wheel on my own birthday, and you could have had the party at a bar, and that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her. The night before Mother's Day, you invited me to tag along with you and Nomi, but you didn't call the restaurant and change the reservation, and I had to sit at that table in the way of all the waiters and spent the whole meal apologizing. And that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her. Last fall, I told you I wish I had a boyfriend or a kid just so I had someone to drive around with when the leaves are changing, and you said, "Aw." And the next day, you posted a picture of you and Nomi on the way to Fort Ward, and that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her. I read that Sarah Geo book, and I told you it made me feel hopeful because look at these sexy men lusting after this woman close to our age. And you laughed and said, good luck. And then you asked if I ever heard back from that job in Minneapolis. And that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her. Christmas. I told you I had the flu, and you knew I was lying because you know me, and you didn't come over and force me to come over even though you knew I wasn't sick, and that hurt. But I was there for you. I said to myself, you know what? She's a good friend, and I love her. I don't want the pain anymore. I am not a good friend, so I can't blame you for not being a good friend to me. I'm not going to dress it up, and I'm not going to make excuses, because it is what it is, and you need to know it. Phil and I had been intimately involved for 10 years, at my place, in his car, at his studio, and at that wealth management place by the pub. The bunkers at Fort Ward. I betrayed you, and I am sorry. You betrayed me, and hopefully you are sorry. Please respect my decision to walk away and save my own life. Nomi will miss me, but she has a mom and a dad who love her, and she'll be okay. Goodbye. Good love. Send. Vomit. Breathe. I carry my poor dog up the stairs, and my pet is heavy, and my house smells like salmon. Licious and Tastic and Riffic are running around, lazing about, cold as the grammar that inspired their names, acting as if nothing is wrong, as if I'm not holding a dead, really body. But in a way, nothing is wrong. I didn't kill this woman. I carry her body into my garage, and I pop the trunk, and I get in the car, and I start the car. I turn on some Sam Cooke, Gotta Stay Positive, and I break the speed limit, but only by 5 miles. The injustice system better not really mess with me, Mary Kay. Not tonight. And you told me to go to Fort Ward before we even met, and tonight I'm finally doing it. You like Fort Ward, and Melanda was intimate with your husband at Fort Ward, so that's where Melanda will rest. I know how to get there, and I know where to park, and I wanted to come here with you, not her. It isn't fair. None of this is fair. I kill my headlights. My heart thumps in my chest. All it takes is one cop, one restless rambler, one set of horny teens. But it's January, and it's after midnight, and time is the only thing on my side, and thank God for that. I get out of the car. There are no cameras in the lot, and I spot the tiny shack the meerkat talked about when we were coaching mothballs with their iPhones. The moss on the roof is like the floor of a forest for Barbies. And there's the opening to the trail you told me about. Quickest way to the bunkers is the first entrance, and there's the entrance I need, the long way up. I strap the flashlight on my head, thanks Cooley Hardware, and I ease R.I.P. Melanda out of the trunk. I don't belong here. I did not kill her, and Fort Ward is not the Grand Forest. And I hear you in my head, in my soul. When you do go to Fort Ward, make sure you don't walk off the trail, because there are some surprisingly steep drop-offs. And the trail is steeper than I anticipated, and very you, Melanda, because this is the definition of injustice. I didn't kill her. I didn't. I struggle to stay upright, and you weren't kidding. This isn't the Grand Really Forest. The first part of the trail is paved, thank God. And it helps to have you with me as I climb, as pavement gives way to rocky terrain. My thighs burn. Sorry, Seamus, but this is harder than a Murph. And the endorphins kick in, and I am angry. I am sad. I didn't kill her. I didn't. But my heart is thumping faster and louder, and my forehead is a sweaty, foul place. And every time I put one foot in front of the other, I am steadier. My muscles are adjusting. But then I am angrier by the second, an anger that taints every endorphin in my body. I didn't really do this, Mary Kay. I didn't. I pass a chain link fence. I'm getting there. and the black rocks work against me, unstable enemies on the floor of the forest, trying to take me down with every step. And I am deaf with pain, until finally the trail bends, and to my left, I see the abyss. Not as deep as I expected, but deep enough. And I break away from the trail. I'm a gentleman, and I try to carry her, but it is steep, you were right. And eventually, I just can't hold on to her any longer. Sorry, Malanda. I drop her body and let it roll down into the core, and she loses her duvet along the way. And it all comes back to me, the horror of what she did. I run down the hill to wrap her up. I don't like an open casket. The ground is wet and loose, as you said. I'm telling you, Joe, don't walk off the trail. And I dig into the earth with a trowel. Thanks again, Cooley Hardware, and my bare hands. I remember pottery in 3rd grade and a field trip to the beach when I was 8, 9, and I dug, but I didn't find any crabs. I dig like a dog, like a child, like my son, like a young Malanda by the sea, sunburnt and full of hope for her future, resembling a young Carly Simon, assuming they were on the same track in life. And there is dirt in my fingernails, and the dirt is tainted by blood. I didn't do this, Mary Kay. I didn't do this. I help Malanda into her bed, and I cover her with muck and large fat orange leaves. She would want to be here. She wanted to give back to the community. The future is female, and her incubator will come to fruition. I can't help but feel proud of my work. I laid her to rest, and she'll fertilize the land she loved so much that she couldn't leave it behind. And this part, this I did do. This resting place is my work, my empathy, my sweat. I kiss my hand. I touch a leaf. Sweet dreams, Ruby. Watch in peace. I wipe my hands on my shirt I need to burn, and then white light blasts me. It isn't lightning. It isn't nature. It's man-made light. And where there is man-made light, there are men. Say cheese, Goldberg. I know that voice, and the strawberry killer followed me. He's alone. I'm alone. And this is the dark version of the poem about the second set of footprints in the sand, when God is carrying the lonely, besieged man on the beach. The strawberry killer didn't save me. He followed me. He's armed with a camera and a flashlight and a gun. And this is what I get for caring about Walanda so much that I forgot to watch my back. This is what I get for trying to let her rest in peace. I reach the trail, and I'm out of breath. And is this how I die? This isn't what it looks like, I say. Even I know that's a stupid thing to say, but this is why people say it in the movies so really much, because it's true. The strawberry killer points his gun at me. Turn around and put your hands behind your head, my friend. One step at a time. That's what a cop would say, but a cop wouldn't call me his friend. I look up at the starry sky, and as I take a step forward, I feel the press of metal in my back. We pick our way down to the parking lot, over divots and ruts in the path. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Does love win? My foot lands on a stone, and I lose my balance, and the strawberry killer seizes my shoulder. I fall back into line, marching in the dark. Am I going back to jail? I want to marry you, but this soft-shouldered preppy goon is going to bury me, isn't he? Finally, the parking lot comes into view, just two shadowy outlines of cars. I want to make a run for it, but the road ahead is wide, and I am a fish in this jerk's barrel. Then, before I can paint a full picture of us in my mind, before I can take one good shot at an escape, the back of my head explodes, and all the Christmas lights in the sky disappear at once. I wake up with a lump on the back of my head, and my throat is dry. It's dark, too dark to see, but I'm not knocking on a door to heaven. I smell old blood, and I taste donuts, and I want to go home, but I am home. I am in my whisper room, and the welt on the back of my head throbs. I am groping in the dark, and I might be bleeding. R.I.P. Malanda, only just died. Am I next? And no, I'm not next. You need me right now. It's been hours? Has it? And you must have read her really rude message by now, and you must be devastated, tearing at the walls, desperate to see me. And I am on my feet. I knock on the blood-stained glass wall. Gently, Joseph. And my cry in the dark is met with singing. Some people call me the space cowboy. And the strawberry killer is the kind of jerk who knows all the words to that preppy ditty. SK is playing my guitar in the dark, trying to anyway, and I pound on the glass like R.I.P. Melanda, and the guitar stops, and the lights come on all at once. His hair is slicked back, no Figawi hat down here, and he shakes his head. My, he says. Looks like someone's got some cleaning up to do. It's not my blood, and it's not my mess. And a woman died in here, and look at her note. Single white female. It's almost like she knew this was coming, like she knew I'd need a reminder that I'm not psychologically damaged like her. Okay, I say, I think there's been a big misunderstanding. So you didn't just dump a body in the mud, my friend? Yes, but no. And Mr. Mooney would tell me to know my enemy. Who are you? He waves like a bougie hippie at Pegasus on open mic night. Oliver Potter, he says. Any requests? I don't make a request, and I don't like the joke. And he thumbs my guitar, and he's a full-blown Angelino, Mary Kay, ice water in his veins, smug as Patrick Bateman, with an American Psycho thin-lipped smile. He's laughing at me. Who tuned this guitar? And I need to focus. I've been here before, and I got out before. You set yourself free, Joseph. I just turned the key. And he strums, and the feedback zings, and he covers the mic and winces. Apologies, my friend. A real psycho wouldn't be so considerate. Oliver is just someone who aspires to be a psycho. He has a Glock gun in a barrel in a gun. And my weapon is superior, my brain. So, he says, walk me through it, Goldberg. You kill off the stage 12 Klinger bestie. Lie. I didn't kill Melanda. And then you win your little milfy librarian over with a six-string? And then you set a jealousy trap? And just like that, boom, you're back and pack pal with love? His theory is a scratch on the record, and he is wrong. I don't want love. I want you. And this is why I'm in the cage, to learn, to face the reality that I've been fighting, that I do feel guilty about shifting gears, not missing my son as much as I once did, accepting our fate to be apart. You see it in memes all the time. Life is change, but change is hard. Look at R.I.P. Melanda's blood letter. She couldn't do it. She couldn't come to terms with the person she was, the person she wanted to be. But I can. Oliver tunes my guitar and sneers. Your D string is about to pop, Goldberg, and I won't pop. I study my enemy. His t-shirt is old, not vintage. He didn't drop $400 for it in some ridiculous man boutique in Venice. He grew up in that shirt. There are pit stains, grease stains. The logo is Baxter's Boathouse, and that's probably some waterfront dump in Florida. And I shrug. I don't really have a plan, honestly. Well, he says, really going for that aspiring sociopath, psychopath vibe. If you ask me, my friend, your MILF's not worth it. Too much baggage. And love's not really the jealousy trap type. You would have been better off with your first plan, which I can only assume was to win her back with your music. You are not a MILF. You are a fox. And I am not Phil. What's Baxter's? Oliver looks down at his shirt as if he forgot that he was wearing it, and he's insecure. That's good news for me. And he pulls at the hem. Well, actually, he says, I used to work at this place in high school, the first family that ever owned me, pre-Quinns. Seems you and I have that in common. The Quinns don't own me. You keep telling yourself that, my friend. See, the key to life is knowing that you are owned and maximizing the potential of said ownership. I wrote a pilot about Baxter's. Poor script, but it got me my first agent because the bones were there. I think of R.I.P. Melanda's bones.
the animals that might be finding her at this moment. And oh God, Oliver is a writer. I play along. I tell him what he wants to hear, that I never thought about it that way, that I worked at a bookstore in high school, that the owner did kinda own me. He nods, pleased, because writers don't want to write. They just want to be right about every stupid really thing in the world. Well, yes, my friend. Oh, also cute cats you got. 3 of them. Quite a statement. They're kittens, jerk, and I hang my head in fake shame. Writers are narcissists who want to tell their stories. So I ask Oliver where he's from, and he says he grew up on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Do you know where that is, Goldberg? Really, I'm not dumb. Yup. How did you meet the Quins? He wants control, typical writer, so he tweaks a knob on the guitar. How do you deal with this, Goldberg? Your G-string is mad messed up. His hand slips on the guitar, and he blames my string, the way a bad tennis player blames a racket. And then he puts the guitar on the floor, and now I guess we're supposed to pretend he never touched it. You seem pretty calm for someone in a cage, my friend. Well, I say, you made a good point. Praise the writer. The Quins own this house, technically, so it was only a matter of time. They really screwed you with this messy place. Are you kidding? Did you see my view? Yes, Goldberg, you live in a house on an island, and you have a view of the other side of the island. Well done there, my friend. Stop calling me your friend, you jerk. I calmly tell him that I found the house myself, that Winslow is ideal because you can walk to everything. He strokes his chin. Why do bad guys always have strong jawlines? And he says that he would have chosen Rockaway or Lindwood. And that's another thing about sociopaths, Mary Kay. They like to talk about real estate. I am patient. The goal is freedom, so I tell him that I agree, I don't, and he picks up the guitar, no, and whines about my B string. And guitars really do bring out the worst in men, don't they? Come on, Goldberg, let's be real. What is there to walk to around here? Everything. The main drag is right down the street. You know, where you saw me. Main drag? You mean that strip of menopause wine bars that shuts down at 11? You call that a main drag? You lived in L.A., my friend. Come on now, be real with me. My heart beats for you, for the power to shadow this glass and throw him in the water for daring to slander our home. Oliver pulls my keys out of his pocket. All right, he says. I know your story, so I suppose it's only fair if you know mine. Basic chords are as follows. Born and bred on the Cape, burnt my wrists on the Friolator, went to Emerson, wrote some good plays, wrote some not-so-good plays. His plays are all poor. Hightailed it out to L.A. when I got a gig on a Law Order spin-off. That word should be banned, gig. Banged out an episode of Law Order Los Angeles, but the show went away, as did his career.
Waited tables, kept in touch with a consultant from the show who was a PI. He convinced me to get into that game, which he said would actually be better in the long run, in terms of my writing. Like I care, and writers assume readers are stupider than we are. Got into the PI game, got my brother Gordy into it when he came out west. It's a turning point when he mentions his brother, because for the first time, Oliver doesn't seem entirely deluded and narcissistic. He is proud of what he did for his brother, and he sighs. I had a mentor. I had it made. But the Quins did to us what they did to you, my friend. What's that, Oliver? Gordy and I were doing really well with Eric. Eric was my mentor. Say it again, Oliver, and I hope I don't repeat myself this much. The Quins wanted Eric's help with their difficult son, 40. Eric had a rule. He would do anything for the Quins, anything but help that difficult 40. I stare the person down. You know my kid's named after him, right? And this is why I told Love that saddling our son with that stupid, tainted name was a bad idea. Yes, my friend, and I feel for you. I do. And then he sighs, wanting to get back to his story. Long story short, it's a little late for that, Oliver. Eric turned down the gig. The Quins turned around and offered the job to me and Gordy, and we've been working for them ever since. What a nice story. Joe, I'm not the bad guy here.
I hate the Quinns just as much as you do. You should see where they're putting me up, this second-rate motel with powdered eggs in the lobby and a mattress so thin I can barely sleep, which is why my back is messed up and I can't get the right angle on the strings on this poor-quality Gibson. Well, maybe you should file a complaint with HR. Look, my friend, I'm trying to make you see that the Quinns have me locked up, just like you. They gave me a job. They gave you this poor place. But they own us, Joe. I go into Rip Melanda mode. I can't help it. Oliver, you locked me up in here. Our situations are nothing alike. Are you kidding? I saved 40 from a rape charge before he kicked the bucket. You got in through the sister. We saved their precious troubled kids. We both took their money. I didn't get in through the sister, Oliver. I loved her. He smiles. Does your partner know that? I ignore the question, and he sighs. You say you want out, but do you mean it? Yes, I mean it. Let's talk out there. It reeks in here. I'm talking big picture, my friend. Why are you living on this poor man's Nantucket? I chose to move here. That has nothing to do with the Quinns. I wanted to leave LA, and I wanted to live here, and I chose this house. Ah, he says, so you wanted to abandon your son? Really, no, Oliver. That's different. I didn't have a choice about that, and you know it. Oliver nods, smug. And finally, light dawns on Marblehead. Oliver's just like Rip Melanda, Mary Kay. He doesn't believe that people can grow and change their minds, and I don't want to be analyzed by this failed writer turned privacy invader. And I tell him he's right. It hurts, and I ask him what happens next. Any good writer should be able to answer that question, but Oliver failed as a writer. Well, we'll get to that, he says. First, I gotta know, what was your magic number? You mean, what did they pay me? Oliver, they pointed a gun at my head. I had to sign the contract. Yeah. What was it? 8 mil to leave your kid? 10? This is why I'm in the cage. Oliver isn't entirely wrong, and I did it. I took the money, but I didn't sell my son. 4 million, I say, plus the house. The house they bought for you. The house is in my name. Well, isn't that nice of them? My Benz is in my name too. Thing is, though, I can't afford the payments if I quit working for them. I don't want to be like Oliver, and I am not like Oliver. Okay, he says, brass tacks. I have video of you and the dead chick. Woman, not chick. And I tell him I didn't kill her. And he sighs. Well, my friend, if I called the local yokel cops right now and they saw you in that room with her blood on the walls, I didn't kill her. It doesn't matter, Goldberg. All that matters is how it looks. Now listen up. I sent those pictures to Gordy, but Gordy has not shown those pictures to Ray. If he does that, you'll get thrown in jail, and they won't need me to watch you anymore. I'll be out of a job. The Quinns will win. What do you want? Oliver settles into his chair like any aspiring writer about to pitch his gosh story. And I am the executive, so I lean forward, because I have to lean forward. I want to buy his pitch. I want to get really out of here and be with you. You and me are from the wrong side of the trust fund, my friend. The Quinns found us. They see our potential, our brains, and they like to squash it, because their own kids never had what we have. We're not a part of the old boys club, and we never will be. But what we have here is an opportunity to create a young boys club, a poor boys club, if you will. Oliver, I don't follow. What do we do in this club? He's a defensive writer, so he tells me that I don't have to follow, as if it's my fault that his pitch is muddled. We help each other out. I don't show Ray what you did to this chick, and you help me because you got paid a hell of a lot more than I did, my friend. You want money. My mom's sick, so my cash flow is a bit tight. He's human again, the way he was when he first mentioned his brother, and he breaks eye contact. My mom has cancer, and really, cancer is right, because that gosh is expensive. I'm sorry. And my girlfriend Minka, she's a 10. I hate it when men do that, when they rate you like they hold the cards, and you're all in swimsuits. And a 10 has certain expectations of a man, and I want to hold on to my 10. And we just moved in, and the walls are a little bare for her tastes, and she's all about the reno. She's way into antiques, and she's going for this sweet American Psycho vibe.
I knew it. I knew his hair was on purpose. So you help me keep my 10 in antiques, and I help you keep those quins off your back. I can't say yes fast enough. But then Oliver makes a face that reminds me of his failed screenwriting aspirations. He stares at the blood on the windows. I know you, Goldberg, and it's important that you know me. Gordo and I communicate in a very unique way. And if he contacts me and doesn't hear back in our very unique way, he shows Ray the pictures, and you're in a cage that smells a lot worse than this one. Point is, you make me go away, you go away too. You feel me? I get it. I'm in. And then I say what he wants to hear. The name of his show. Poor Boys Club is on. Oliver puts the key in the door, but then he hesitates. It's a myth about cages, and I've been where he was. I was just there a few hours ago, holding the key, aware that my life was at stake too. When I was a screenwriter? No, Oliver, you wrote one episode of television. We had this phrase on the nose. I'm not a moron, but it's kind of like hanging out with Seamus. Sometimes you have to let your friends think they're broadening your horizons. So I nod, like that phrase is foreign to me. What you did to this chick tonight was too on the nose, too on brand. So when I let you out of here, you're gonna behave. No more of the bad gosh. No Insta-stalking love. No dead chicks in the dungeon. Nada. Zilch. Nothing. You so much as steal a plastic fork from Starbucks, and you're done. Oliver turns the key. Wait, he says. Do you have a First Dibs account? I shake my head. No. He lets me out of the cage as if it isn't in my house, and he hands me my phone. Download the First Dibs app, he says, pronto. I download the Rich People Shopping app, and I open an account. And I look at him. Now what? Search for Mike Tyson, he says. There's a portrait by Albert Watson, and you're gonna buy it for me. I blow $25,000 on a photograph of Mike freaking Tyson. And Oliver stretches his arms. Those pit stains are worse up close. And he asks me where I store my cleaning products.
Amateurs don't know how to clean up after a crime. We don't want the Poor Boys Club to end before it starts. I give Oliver a mop and I find a bottle of bleach, and soon we're scrubbing Melanda's last words from the glass wall. Oliver sneezes into his elbow. At my first job back home, I had to clean the women's bathroom at the ferry dock. Nothing will ever be as nasty as that. I worked in a bookstore, I say. This guy used to defile our National Geographics, and my boss made me clean up the mess with a letter opener. Jesus, he says, maybe the Quins aren't that bad. And then he winks. Kidding, Joe, kidding. Finally, we finish the job and the whisper room is spotless. Oliver is on his way out the door. See you on Menopause Avenue. And in an ideal world, I would call you right now. But we don't live in an ideal world, Mary Kay. I pick up Melanda's phone and I enter the passcode and I prepare for the worst. You know it all now. You've had time to read, obsess over every detail. Your heart might be broken if I did a good job. Did you believe it was her? And if you did, is this betrayal going to put you off men? Off me? What do you say to the woman who violated your trust for 10 freaking years? I open Melanda's text messages and nothing. Your best friend shocks you with a revelation about being intimate with your husband, and she breaks up with you via text message, and all you said was, "Be well, XO." I go to Instagram, and Nomi still follows Melanda. Maybe you didn't tell her? But you unfollowed Melanda. Women are strange. You're in the library all day acting as if nothing has changed, like you didn't reach peak for me in my house. Nomi comes in with muddy boots, and you are Carol freaking Brady. Nomi, honey, can you wipe your boots? And she is Cindy freaking Brady. Sorry, Mom. Last month, when you told her to wipe her muddy boots off, she barked at you and flipped you the bird, and you flipped her the bird right back. But today, she's calm. You're calm. It's all way too freaking calm. And does Nomi know that you unfollowed her aunt? Are you pretending that you and your Mira freaking commie didn't put on a show for me in my living room?
Every time you're within 10 feet, I brace myself for you to tap me on the shoulder and ask if we can talk. We almost shared intimacy. We have to talk. But you remain calm, distant. I poke the tiger. I leave Dolly in the middle of cookbooks. You hate that, but you just move the cart out of the aisle and eat lunch on your own at your desk. The meerkat comes back before we close up shop and knocks on the desk. You hate that too, and you smile. Hi, sweetie. Did Dylan's mom's book get here yet? Sorry, honey. I'll text you when we get it. She storms out the door without saying goodbye, and still you are calm. Dead calm. This is the calm before the storm. I know that foxes are stealthy, and you're busy designing your escape. I see you, Mary Kay. I see you on the cusp of blocking out what happened between us, because it's too much, on top of that note you got from R.I.P. Melanda. But I am busy too. It's not easy having a stalker, and Oliver freaking Potter is a stalker, and I need to get off this rock and pick up some supplies if I'm going to save you from your overly active guilty conscience. Think, Joe, think. Oliver's motel is across from the Starbucks, and I tell him I'm placing a mobile order, and I ask him if he wants to meet up. He asks for a tall, hot blonde. Such a jerk. And I place the order and tell him I'll be there in 10 minutes. Now he's at Starbucks, blowing up my phone. Where are you? And I tell him that I had a change of plans. Sorry, Oliver, I have to go to Seattle for an interlibrary loan issue. He'll never catch me now, and he knows it. His response is terse but respectful. Well played, my friend. Amen to that, Oliver. And I board the ferry with all the passive-aggressive cliquey commuters. I sit in a chair, and a weak Amazon drudge juts out his jaw. You're gonna sit there? Yes, I'm going to sit here. Well, sometimes one of our friends sits here. Fascinating. I smile and put on my headphones. I guess not today then. In the city, I use my Quinn cash to buy cameras, and that's one good thing about Oliver, really Potter. He reminded me that I have money, and money is power. I book a hotel room in a Marriott, and I send Oliver a picture of the receipt. And then my phone rings. Oliver. Not cool, Joe. Oliver, I'm too freaked out to be in my house. I just need one night. He hangs up on me. All friends fight. And sends me a link to an Andy Warhol print on First Dibs called Peaches. And then a text. Don't mess with me again, Goldberg. I buy him the peaches, and I leave the Marriott and hop back on the ferry. No cliquey commuters, just lonely lost souls hoping that the cutesy ways of Winslow lift them out of their misery. And it's a relief knowing that Oliver won't be tailing me for the rest of the night. I buy a beer from the canteen. It's stressful having a stalker, and I check Melanda's phone when I disembark. I can't use her to get to you anymore. I miss our talks, me as Melanda, you as you, and you didn't write anything more. The beer is cold. You are cold. You don't reach out to me, and I wish you would, Mary Kay. I worry about you. Did you sleep last night? Are you crying in the shower like Glenn Close in The Big Chill? Or are you attacking your rat husband like Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction? I have to know how you are, Mary Kay. I know Melanda's message was a lot to take in. I know you probably think you're a bad person, and you're not a bad person. I relate to you more than ever. I couldn't worm my way into my family with love, and you're still trying to find your place on this rock after 20 years. But your place is with me. You need me to watch out for you. And I jog on the Eagle Harbor Trail, and it's a little unnerving, to be honest. I'm still not over what happened. Very you, R.I.P. Melanda. And I step off the trail onto your lawn, and I pause. The quiet, the stillness. You and the meerkat went to Costco. After work, Nomi calls it retail therapy, buying paper towels in bulk to clean up the mess of your life. And your rat is in Seattle, waiting for a former sub-pop photographer to show up. Alas, that's not gonna happen, because I'm the one who sent the fake email, and I'm the one apologizing to Phil, assuring him that I'll be there soon, man.
In the Richard Scarry sense of the word, everyone in my life is busy being busy. And I'm busy too. It's only 10 steps to the sliding glass door. And it's a good thing that your husband is such a devout we don't lock our doors kind of jerk, because that means your door is open. I grip the handle and the door squeaks. Jesus, Phil, take care of your home. And for the first time in our life together, I am in your house. Nomi wasn't kidding, Mary Kay. You really do like your tchotchkes, and your shelves are littered with literary toys. I spy a Shakespeare doll and a Virginia Woolf puppet. Who makes that? Who? And a tiny bell jar? And I know what this is all about. You buy tchotchkes so that you can pretend that your home is the empathy bordello, bar books. It's how you cope. You've been living in denial for nearly 20 years, trying hard not to see the horror around you. R.I.P. Melanda playing footsie with Phil at the pub while you all eat brunch, and Phil's passive-aggressive refusal to let his old songs go, a crate in a barrel in a gun, and you've spoken no evil, throwing salmon steaks into the freezer, onto the grill, repeat infinity. And it's not just the tchotchkes that alarm me, Mary Kay. Your house is a shrine to the 90s and the early aughts, when you all lived up by Hidden Cove and Manzanita. It's like the two of you are sending a dangerous message to your daughter, that everything good, every memory worth preserving was almost 20 years ago, before she was even born. You have his debut album framed, but all the other albums are in your garage, as if they don't exist. I pick up a picture of you that's almost 19 years old. I recognize the background, the tiny one-home island they call Treasure Island.
You cradle your newborn baby and you look like a child bride. Your smile is a cry for help, and you are trying to hide a second set of teeth while you just die underneath. And I see what no one else wanted to see. A woman trapped, held at gunpoint, but in this case, the threat came from her husband's control. I could spend hours exploring your photographs, tracing the disintegration of your love and your marriage. As spontaneous photos of your family bonding by the bunkers at Fort Ward, R.I.P. Melanda, give way to uncomfortable staged shots on holidays. Say cheese for the timer on the iPhone, and everyone be sure and mask your misery. But Costco's not that far away, and I'm not here to visit your family museum. I'm here to help you shut it down. I set up cameras in the living room, one across from Phil's chair, and I set up cameras in the kitchen. This is where you hide from your rat's guitar. And I put cameras in the most fetid part of your house, your bedroom. It smells like him, not you. And the rat has a bunch of his own scratched beyond repair compact rally discs. And what is it with you people in the past? My phone buzzes and I flinch. It's Oliver. Update. I'm so sick of that word. He's requested 8 updates already today. The rule is simple. When he asks for an update, I have to give him a really update. I leave your house the way I came in, and I'm on the trail. And the trail is empty. And I send Oliver a picture I took earlier of the view from my hotel room. And I follow up that picture with a link to Macintosh chairs on First Dibs. He sends me an order. Good eye, buy 'em. And I purchase the really chairs and send him a screenshot of the confirmation. It's another $8,000 gone. But I've noticed a pattern. The more I lean into my role as Oliver's personal shopper, the more time passes between his really update texts. I stop into TC and pick up spicy popcorn. Got a nosh while I watch the very special episode of your family sitcom tonight. And I put the popcorn into my reusable tote bag. We save the planet together. And I walk home and head down to my whisper room. Cleaner now than it was when I moved in. Thanks, Oliver. The cameras are A+ level of good, and it's like magic. There you are in the kitchen. Here comes Nomi with her backpack. I'm going to the bookstore. Now? They close soon. Well, you forgot to order my book at the library. Nomi, the loan system is tricky. I don't want to fight, but can you at least consider reading something that isn't Columbine related?
It's getting a little, Nomi, please. Nomi stares at the stovetop, and my cameras are high def, top shelf. Soup's on fire. The soup's steaming, but it's not on fire, and the meerkat is gone. And you pour that very soup into the disposal, and the door slams as Nomi leaves. And Phil walks in. The TV show is about to get real, and I shove a handful of popcorn in my mouth. Phil doesn't sit at the table, and he doesn't ask you what happened to the soup. He just stands there. You rinse out the pot. You don't greet him. It's a Mexican standoff, and this is it. I can already hear you saying it in my head. Phil, I want a divorce. You drop the pot in the sink and clench the edge of the counter with both hands. He doesn't move, as if he knows you want to kill him. What now, Emmy? I have one of your songs stuck in my head. He smiles, and you're good. Oh yeah? Which one? Well, the one about the shark, of course. He's a little disappointed, because everyone knows that one. Ah, he says. Well, I'm working on something now that's gonna put that shark to sleep. Something way better. You know, Phil, I always loved that song. You gaze at him, and he smiles. I loved it because it was so raw. It was about us, the tension of a new baby, the feeling of your life changing from the inside out. It's funny, though. I never knew that it was actually about Melanda. Boom! I turn up the volume, and Phil digs his hands into his dirty pockets. Gosh, Emmy, hang on now. That song is about us. Oh, for goodness sake, Phil, I don't give a gosh about the really song right now. You and Melanda? Behind my back? For how many years? Emmy, yeah, you say. That's what you are. Both of you. A couple of pieces of mess. You pick up a sponge and squeeze the dirty water. Sponges are filthy by design, and you can run it through the dishwasher, but it will never be clean again. You pick at the dirty grout on your counter. The worst part is, Jesus, all this time, I think of myself as the person who makes you happy. You do. Oh, really, you, Phil, you do not get to say that right now. She was my best friend, and I want you out. I clap my hands. Yes. Emmy, you don't mean that. You know there is no me without you. Baby, I'm a mess, okay? He drops to his knees, and he's pawing at your legs like the dog that he is, and he's crying, and I want you to kick him in the face. But now you're crying, and I drop my popcorn on the floor. And no, don't cry, Mary Kay. This isn't your fault. He's bellowing that he deserves to be dead, and you're taking care of him as if he didn't betray your best really friend. You help him to his feet, and he's blubbering and shaking and sobbing in your soup-stained pot, and he pukes in your pot, and you rub his shoulders. Emmy, I'm the worst piece of mess on the planet. Phil, stop it. Your voice is soft. I never deserved you. You think I don't know that? And Melanda, she threatened to ruin our life. She got off on hurting you, and I didn't. I'm a piece of mess. Phil, come on, you're making yourself sick. You hold a paper towel up for him like he's a child, and he blows his nose. And you wipe his tears away, and I throw my popcorn at the TV, because no, you need to get mad. He's casting aspersions on Melanda, and you're assuring him that she's out of our lives, and she wasn't the bad guy. Phil is your really husband, Mary Kay. And if Tyler Perry were here, he would tell you to grab that pot and fill it with hot grits and smash it over his head. If Melanda were here, gosh darn it, she would remind you about the really sisterhood. But look at you, mopping up his tears as you soak in his manipulative words. I don't deserve you. I don't know what the gosh is wrong with me. It's like my old man's been telling me I'm not good enough since I'm a kid, and then I get clean, but I gotta find another way to get dirty to prove my old man right. I should blow my really brains out. Phil, stop it. I mean it. This can't be happening, Mary Kay. You're forgiving him for what is unforgivable. Ask the Bible.
Ask anyone, Mary Kay. He betrayed your best friend, and that is wrong. The end. You blow your nose into his flannel, and your marriage is ugly, unhygienic. Okay, Phil, look, I can't be a hypocrite. I'm not perfect either. He pulls away slightly, and I zoom in slightly. Your empathy is your own worst enemy right now, and he knows it. Don't you see that? What do you mean you're not perfect? He says. Is there something I should know about? Someone I should know about? He's not crying anymore. He can betray your best friend and demand immediate forgiveness, but you say one tiny thing about your own life, and he shuts down on you. Opposites attract, but opposites destroy. God, no, you say. I only meant that I should have figured this out sooner. You're not a very good liar, and you can't compare our relationship to what he did to you. He grabs a Ulysses salt shaker and throws it at a cabinet, broken as the clock on the ferry. And he exits stage left, screaming at you, calling you all kinds of names. He's in the living room, stomping back and forth. What a big, strong man. And he says he always knew you'd do this to him. And you want to know how he can say that after what you just found out about him. And he spits at you. You're a really tramp. Look at the way you dress. The way I dress? I wear a skirt, so I'm asking for it? Do you really want to go there right now? Really, Phil, that's more like it. And he growls. Who is it? Well, you say, I'll tell you this much. It's not your best friend.
He grabs a ceramic Bronte sister doll and throws it at a picture frame. Bam! And he wants to know who it is. I told you. I deserve the same honesty, Emmy. Do you hear yourself, Phil? You didn't tell me anything. I'm the one who confronted you, and I'm trying to be compassionate. I'm trying to be reasonable. Who the gosh is it? Is he here? Do I know the jerk? That's your question? Do I know the jerk? Oh, Phil, that's all you care about? If you know him? I tell you that I have feelings for another man, and you don't want to know what I'm missing. You just want to know if you can talk about him on your really show? And the answer is no, by the way. Unlike you, he doesn't air his grievances 5 nights a week. Unlike you, he reads. That was for me, an Easter egg just for me, and I'm off camera, but I'm on the only screen that matters, the one in your head. Yes, you go, Mary Kay. Phil kicks at the carpet like a bull in a pen. Who is he, Mary Kay? Who's your really boyfriend? This isn't about my boyfriend, and this isn't about Melanda either. This is supposed to be about us, about me. You called me your boyfriend, and I pop a little more popcorn into my mouth, and Phil picks up another tchotchke, but this time he doesn't throw it. Hopefully it will break in his hand, and he won't be able to play guitar anymore. You're tense, you're walking in circles, and then you stop. Hello? He says nothing. You slap your thighs. It's so over. So that's it? You're gonna shut down and act like nothing happened? Well, that's me, Emmy. You hide in your books. I play my guitar. Oh, right. Shame on me because I like to read? Shame on me for wishing I had the kind of husband who wanted to go to the meadow with me and curl up in the bunkers with our books. That was high school. So was your really music. Down goes another tchotchke, and I love this show. You do too. You clap your hands. Disgusted golf claps. Well done, you say. More for me to clean up. Tell me, were you off with Melanda when I was reading and being stupid enough to believe that you were writing your really songs? Phil huffs, and he puffs. Literally, he's lighting a cigarette. It's always the same, he says. You want to hide from life, and I want to live it. You gawk at him, as well you really should. Oh, that's rich, Phil. Really, really rich. So I suppose you're the hero because you're the writer? You humiliated me with your really songs, and you betray my best friend? And somehow that's okay because, oh right, Phil is an artist. This is it, the end of your marriage, and I pump my fist in the air. You tell him, Mary Kay. And as we all know, artists are gifted, and they need things to write about. So I guess I should just bow my head and stock the fridge because music comes first in this house. Never mind me, never mind, oh, I don't know, never mind loyalty. You are trembling now.
She was my best friend. She was like my sister. She was Nomi's aunt. And you wrecked it. All of it." He flicks ashes on a dirty plate. "Yeah," he says. "Well, that's one thing the three of us have in common. We deal with you, Emmy. And being in it with you, well, that's the loneliest kind of lonely there is. Ask Melanda. Ask Nomi. They'll back me up all night long, babe." You march up to him and slap his face. And I want to give this show 1,000 stars. And Phil just shakes his big fat head. He reaches for your hand. You let him hold it, and he starts to cry. Fake news, fake tears, and he's embracing you, and he's all apologies, and he says he didn't mean it. Yes, he did. And he's begging you to forgive him. And over he says the same thing. "I never wrote a song about her, Em. I'm sorry. That's a lie. He sent me the song. And you know that sorry doesn't cut it. But the man is a performer. He's a good crier." You rub your forehead. You know this man doesn't understand you. And how could he? You're staring through your glass doors, and you've wasted the bulk of your life with this artist. You want a new life. A life with me. You said it at Hitchcock's. I didn't think someone like you existed. I am your fresh start. Me. Tell him, Mary Kay. Tell him you love me. Tell him you would be happier in the Nirvana meadow, in the tall grass with the one you love, being innocent with me, forever young, forever old, feeding our hungry souls with words, with stories. Tell him you've outgrown him, and that you can't go on pretending that any of this fits. Tell him that you wanted it to work for Nomi's sake, but now you have this friendless, unfiltered daughter who wants to read about teenage serial killers, and you see the light. You walk away from him. It's a step, literally, metaphorically. You are even closer to the window. Tell him, Mary Kay. Tell him that he was the love of your young life, that you don't hate him. You wanted to be on a pedestal, and tell him that what hurts the most isn't that he cheated with Melanda, but that deep down you don't really care because of how you feel about me, the partner you want, the lover you deserve. Me. Phil walks to the CD player. You live in the 90s, in the past, and he digs around and he finds what he wants, and he plays what he wants, and it's Jeff really Buckley's voice, and it's Leonard Cohen's words. Hallelujah. This is not where we were headed. And he cups your face in his hands. I need you. Phil, I miss you. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. After their night, he lit another cigarette and spooned you on the sofa. He put his cigarette out in your half-empty cup of coffee. All right, he says. Are you going to call Lila, or do you want me to? You laugh like that was funny, and you sigh. Oh, come on, Phil. We both know that you're not going to call. Can you do tomorrow at 1? He squeezes you in a way I never have, with his arms and his legs. I'll do whatever you want me to, Emmy. You're my girl. I'd die without you. You know that, right? You're gonna let him be intimate with you again? You're the second set of teeth. And I turn off my TV, but I still see him. The thorns hide in the wreath, and spicy kernels tickle my throat. I choke, and up comes all that indigestible popcorn shooting out of my mouth. And I can't move, I can't breathe, I just die underneath. Phil isn't Leonard Cohen, and he isn't Jeff Buckley, but I've never connected with you the way he has, the way he does, and it's a cold and broken clock of a hallelujah. I pour woolite onto your favorite black sweater, and I Google Lila and couples counseling and area code 206, and there she is, in Poulsbo, your licensed sanity killer, Lila Twitchell. She's your enabler, your enemy in plain sight, the woman who tries to save your marriage, the woman you pay to save your marriage. It's tempting to get in the car and drive to Poulsbo and make Lila pay for her sin, but I'm not that guy anymore. I'm a good freaking guy. And your rat is passed out in his chair. You took a shower. I didn't put cameras in your bathroom. I don't need to see that. And now you're in bed reading your Murakami, closing the book, writing in your journal, going back to your book. You are like my jeans in the washing machine, and you need me to pull you out of that chamber and end this vicious cycle. And you look into the lens, and I zoom in. Gosh, it. Tomorrow, I will ask you to join me in R.I.P. Kurt's Meadow, and tomorrow, you will say yes. You are skipping lunch to go to Polsbo to see the dentist. Nice lie, Mary Kay. And I am on the way to Sawati to pick up beef and broccoli. I pull into the strip mall. Even Bainbridge isn't perfect. And the island is turning against us. There was a death in the family, and the restaurant is closed. And I drive to Sawati, but oh, that's right. The family that owns Sawati owns Sawan. And that's the problem with an island. There is no beef, no broccoli, and I can't get it out of my freaking head. I keep picturing you with that rat. You let him rip off your tights. You were intimate with him. But you don't know that I know about that. And good guys move forward.
I won't let one moment of weakness between you and your manipulative ball and chain get in the way of our family. I drive to Starbucks. I buy 2 lattes, one for you and one for me. Be the change you want to see in the world, and I blast Sam Cooke, Positive Joe. I drive to the library. Remember when I thought I was moving to a walker's paradise? And I barge into the library with a big fat smile on my face, as if you didn't permanently ruin Jeff freaking Buckley for me. I knock on your door. You look up, and you don't invite me in. What's wrong? Nothing, I say. I did a mobile order and I got 2 by mistake. You want? You gulp. You want. You should see if Anne wants that. She's downstairs. I smile at you. By the red bed? You do not smile at me. Too much. Joe, sorry, I say. It was just a joke. You look so sad, and I bet Lila is on Phil's side. Maybe she's intimate with him, too. And you are getting it from all angles. Come on, Mary Kay. I know you're in hell. Open up to me. Tell me about your no-good, very bad week. Tell me about Melinda. Tell me about Phil. But you don't. You just tell me that you're so busy right now. Nonsense, but I remain positive. Rosie Joe the Riveter. So I might head up to the meadow and read. You gulp, and that was too much and too little. Or who knows, maybe I'll finally go check out Fort Ward. You should do that. You want to join? You look at Eddie Vedder, and then you look at the clock. You should head out early before it gets too dark. And the meadow's probably a better idea. It's closer. I inch closer. Closer. Maybe you should cut out early and hit up the meadow. I can cover for you if that helps, Joe, ... That sounds nice, and I know you can't even finish the sentence. You just exhale. Well, talk later, okay? I catch your eye, which is no easy thing, the way you're trying so hard to avoid me. You know where to find me. You nod. Have a good time up there. I walk out of your office, and you know where I'm going, and it's my job to go there. But then I hear laughter in history. The hairs on my neck stand up. It's Oliver, and he sees me, and I see him. And he's talking to a mothball, as if he's a resident, as if he's allowed to check out books. The mothball distracts him. Thank you, mothball. And I get in my car and I drive to the forest, because you said it. It's closer. I am on foot. Oliver wants an update, and I snap a picture of the sign, barn or house, and send it to him. Oliver is placated, for now, and I post my barn or house photo on Instagram, and 20 seconds later, there it is. Lady Mary Kay likes your photo, and she can't wait to join you in the meadow. I hike up the hill and I wait for you in the tall grass, and the light in the sky won't last forever. I hear noises, humans. I pull on my sweater, and no, it isn't you. It's my neighbor, and your frenemy Nancy, and her entire extended fecal-eyed family. And they brought their large yellow lab, and she's charging me, and I let her kiss me. Flowerbed, I say, how you doing, girl? Flowerbed slobbers all over me. She knows I'm good, and I let her give me sloppy kisses. It's an open display of affection, and positive thinking is easier when there's a dog wagging its tail for you. I know you're on your way. You love me, you do. But then Papa calls. Flowerbed, and he wants the dog to leave me, and I want you to leave Phil, and this whole freaking island is against us. Flowerbed disobeys. Good girl, and she wags her tail even more, smiling at me, as if she knew I needed a pick-me-up. Good girl, I say. Very good girl. But now Master Papa Doofus is stomping up to us in his Columbia pullover and his man leggings and his Timberlands. He blocks what's left of the sun, and he doesn't smile or say he recognizes me from the neighborhood, even though he freaking does.
His fecal-eyed family members are whispering about me, as if it's so sad and grotesque to be alone up here. They should do the decent thing and wave hello. Gosh, you. And you should do the decent thing and show up already. He whistles at Flowerbed, and she obeys her doofus master, even though she likes me better, even though she wants a new life with me, and possessive, overbearing men like him and Phil ruin everything. My phone buzzes. Is it you? No, it's just another bossy man, freakin' Oliver, and I buy him another present on first dibs. It's been 63 minutes since you liked my photo, and the fecal-eyed baby is crying, and Nancy is clapping her hands. Let's get a move on. And it was bad when they were here, but it's worse now that they're packing it in. My phone buzzes. Serotonin surge. Is it you? But it's just Oliver. I text you a picture of the meadow. Gosh, it. And you don't write back, and you're not going to write back, and I can't do this anymore, Mary Kay. I pick up my blanket and walk. It's just me and the trees, and I stop and stare at that sign that offers everyone a choice, because it is impossible to walk on two paths at once. Barn, house. I am the barn, the home of all that is natural, and you choose the house, prefab, phony. You're like Flowerbed, programmed to obey your master. I know it now, and I know what I have to do. An hour later, I am in my driveway, staring into the trunk of my car. It's time for me to run. Your best friend is dead. You were intimate with your husband. I talk more to Oliver than I do to you, the woman I love, and I deserve better, Mary Kay. I don't want you to be some woman who enjoys being treated poorly, but that's what you are. And it's like Dr. Nicky says on his blog, like Melinda said to you. When people show you who they are, it is your job to pay attention. My phone buzzes, but it's different this time. I don't get that burst of serotonin. My brain is too smart. And I trudge back inside for one last bag. I check my phone, and I was right. It's not you. It's never going to be you. It's Oliver, hitting me up about another antique on first dibs. I drop my reusable tote bag on my muddy floor. This is why rich people have mudrooms. And I bid on taxidermy for Minka, for Oliver, and he doesn't thank me. He just asks if I ponied up for expedited delivery and sends me a picture from the house on Rockaway that he moved into. Now this is a view, Goldberg, and he's right. You can see Seattle from Rockaway, and I can't see anything from my house, and you love me, but it means nothing if you won't act on it. I tell Oliver that I'm heading for Seattle because I'm too creeped out to be in this house, and he says to keep my notifications on and text him my new address when I'm settled. Jerk. I fill the food bowls for my kittens, practically cats, and I don't feel good about leaving them, but the side door is ajar. They'll find their way. I pick up the last box, the one that hurts the most. Tights you left in the trash can at work, a cardigan that carries your scent, and I carry the box outside. A woman in a Cooley hardware pullover is walking her dog, glaring at me without saying hello. Oh, Bainbridge, lighten up. And I pop my trunk and drop the box. You're leaving too? I know that voice, and I turn around, and your meerkat is in my driveway, eyeing the box in my trunk, and I didn't seal that box, and your tights are right there. No, no, no. And can she see them? Know me, I say. How you doing? So are you moving or what? Your teenager is such a child right now, pulling at a cowlick. I close the trunk. Safer that way. I'm just going away for a few days. Business trip. I sound like a jerk in a John Cheever short story, and she huffs. Okay then, have fun in your brand new life. She turns her back on me, and I can't leave like this, not with her mad, losing her aunt, and the cool guy from the library in the same freaking week, bound to tell you about what she saw. My plan was to disappear on you, not to crush your daughter's spirit. And she's halfway down the driveway, and gosh, Bainbridge, you freaking fishbowl. Know me, hang on a second. She turns around. What? I'm not moving away. It's a free country. Do what you want. My aunt left. I mean, I guess I would too if I were you guys. Her aunt tried to kill me, but she doesn't know that. She kicks a rock.
I just came by to tell you that I went back to the library and helped more old people. I was going to write about Dylan for this senior seminar thing, but now I guess I'll write about the stupid joys of community service and old people or whatever. But whatever, I know you don't care. Hey, come on, of course I care. Is that why you're leaving without saying goodbye? I told you, I'm not leaving. It's the truth. I'm not really leaving. Not anymore. This is about our family, and Nomi needs me, and thank God that Bainbridge is a tiny, nosy rock. Thank God you live right around the corner, otherwise I'd be on the ferry by now. Do me a favor, Nomi, don't call them old people. All they do is talk about how young I am, so how is that fair? It's different, and you know it. If it's rude to call someone old, then it should be rude to call someone young. Point taken, I say, and I was overreacting today, same way she is overreacting right now. This is how you drive a rat insane. You trap it on an island, mess with its head. Nomi and I are in this together. And my phone buzzes. It's Seamus, and that Cooley hardware handmaid acted fast. He's blunt. Heard you're splitting? Is that for real? Bainbridge Island, where boundaries go to die. And Nomi squints. Who's texting you? She has no right to ask about my private communication, and it's time to teach this kid a lesson. Nomi, don't take this the wrong way, but there's this thing called privacy. I'm talking to her, but the lecture is for me too. I planted those cameras in your house, and it's my job to deal with the consequences. And privacy is good for us. We all need it. Ah, she says, so you're defending old people because you are an old person? Believing in privacy doesn't make me old. It just means I think some stuff is private. I hold up my phone. And if you're really that curious, it's just Seamus. She shudders. Ick, he's so annoying. True. Oh, come on, I say, emboldened by his outreach, as if he and Nomi and this whole really community are coming through for us, begging me to stay. He's a nice guy. She shrugs. I used to work at his store, but just for a few months. The meerkat waves at Nancy, who is pulling an Athleta catalog out of her mailbox. See, Nomi says, I'm not anti-privacy. But you grew up somewhere where you can be anonymous. Bainbridge is freaking impossible. You can't have privacy here. I mean, you run a stop sign and you don't get a ticket, but someone sees you run that stop sign, and before you know it, your mom's like, I heard you ran a stop sign. And the guy at the TSW winks at you and tells you to drive safe, and you have to drive safe, because obviously your mom told him to keep an eye on you. I can't wait to live in New York, assuming I get into NYU. I laugh, and this is Cedar Cove. And you couldn't join me in the meadow? You're punishing yourself for what you did in the privacy of my home. I get it, Nomi, I do. She grips the straps of her backpack. I'm out of here. Have fun with Seamus, but please don't tell him I said hi. I'm supposed to be at the library, and he'll tell my mom. And I zip my lip, and she walks away, happier than she was when she arrived. I unpack my car, and I shoot a video of Riffic and Licious fighting over the smallest box. I send you the video, and you send me a smiley face, and that's all I need today, Mary Kay. I pick up a tchotchke I lifted from your home, a Phil Reilly Roth doll. I stuff it with catnip and toss it to the kittens, and they go wild, thrashing, tearing off his limbs. God, I wish I could kill Phil for you. But no. I check your Instagram, nothing, you're in shame mode, and I check the meerkats. She shared a picture of herself with a few tech-challenged mothballs. She didn't tag me or thank me, but you know who got her in that room. You gave me chocolate-covered strawberries, and my phone buzzes. Oliver wants an update, and I tell him I was just being a coward, it's the truth, and that I'm going to stay in the house. I am a good man, Mary Kay. Good men don't run away. I'm not an avoidant wimp who runs out on you to play Xbox. I buy Oliver a present from Minka, a bottle of fake perfume called Chanel Messed Up No. 5 by Axel Krieger, and that buys me time to fix dinner before your show tonight. I wasn't crazy about